Chapter 239. Alliance. I hope everyone can support the official subscription and monthly tickets. Thank you everyone. Within Yan Zhaoge's line of sight, a black silhouette flickered, unfamiliar whilst also familiar. The reason he was unfamiliar was because he had only seen him twice before. It was familiar because Yan Zhaoge had once smelled the aura of death beneath his sword. The newcomer wore a pitch-black mask and a hood. He was wrapped in a black cloak from head to toe, like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. The only color on his body was the pair of yellow eyes that shot out bloody light and the faint sword light in his palm. Yet another soundless sword pierced straight towards Yan Zhaoge. Compared to the sneak attack and assassination in the devilish domain beneath clear concealed lake, the black-clothed man's movements had already been exposed by Ahu. This time around, he was no longer as covert in his actions, but was even more ferocious and swift. The dim sword light resembled a jet-black bolt of lightning as it pierced towards Yan Zhaoge. The eye of the Thunder Emperor within Yan Zhaoge's right eye was currently in a contest of strength with the cloak of crane feathers that hovered in midair. The attack of the black-clothed martial grandmaster had come precisely when Yan Zhaoge was occupied. Fast, accurate, vicious. He wanted to kill Yan Zhaoge with a single blow. Yan Zhaoge's figure resembled exploding thunder, his speed raised to the maximum as he speedily flashed to the side. In terms of speed and movement techniques, Yan Zhaoge even surpassed the most outstanding Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners of the same cultivation level by quite a bit. While the newcomer was a martial grandmaster, it was not a sneak attack. As this sword pierced over, Yan Zhaoge also successfully avoided it. However, the newcomer's sword light, each sword faster than the previous, the dim light flickering as it pursued Yan Zhaoge in hot pursuit. The other party's attacks did not seem to be as powerful as those of Ahu and the others. With each punch and palm strike, the surroundings were in a mess. The mountains, rocks, and earth were all crushed into powder. However, that seemingly weak and dim sword light seemed to be nurturing an extremely terrifying power. Yan Zhaoge did not doubt in the slightest that if he was pierced by this sword light, cultivating in the Spirit Rhino Demonic Fist and the Ocean Stabilizing Spirit Fist, his body, which had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, would be pierced in an instant without any suspense. He had already recognized the martial arts that the other party practiced. The dark light killing technique focused one's energy into a single line. It was incomparably condensed and indestructible. The Gang Chi was condensed to the point where its light and aura were restrained, like a divine object concealing itself. Only when it harvested the life of its opponent would it display its brilliance. What caused Yan Zhaoge to be especially vigilant was that his opponent's current weapon was a low-grade spirit artifact. Yan Zhaoge had a lot of low-grade spirit artifacts, more than any other martial scholar. Most of them were spoils of war he had seized from his enemies. But the problem was that the previous owners of these spoils of war, most of them were martial scholars like Yan Zhaoge. And a martial scholar was actually unable to fully unleash the power of a spirit weapon. Martial grandmasters were different. Although the opponent in front of him was only at the first level of the martial grandmaster, the early stage of the spirit nurturing realm, with a low-grade spirit weapon in his hands, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. A spirit weapon in the hands of a martial grandmaster and a spirit weapon in the hands of a martial scholar were two completely different concepts. When this black-robed great grandmaster attacked, he did not say a word. However, he displayed his dark light killing technique to the fullest. The might of the spirit artifact longsword in his hand was completely unleashed. The sword light was dim, looking weak and dim, but each sword was faster than the previous, stronger than the previous. With the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas, it attacked towards Yan Zhaoge. With the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment temporarily restrained by the cloak of crane feathers, Yan Zhaoge also did not have it easy against the opponent before him. Outside the hut, who was unable to contain his rage as he unleashed his full strength, wanting to charge into the hut. However, his opponents, while they were not on the same side, at this moment, they all tacitly joined hands, preferentially attacking Yan Zhaoge and Ahu, who had gained the initiative. Now that Ahu was also a martial grandmaster, the power of the Black Nightmare armor on his body was completely unleashed, dark light roiling and black wind roaring, causing him to resemble a demonic god. Yan Zhaoge even handed the mid-grade spirit artifact, the hidden clear sunlight saber, to Ahu. While as a spirit-nurturing martial grandmaster, who was unable to fully unleash the power of the mid-grade spirit artifact, the hidden clear sunlight saber, he was already able to wield a portion of its power. Ahu did not cultivate in saber arts, but currently, he completely wielded his saber with chi, concealing the hidden clear sunlight saber within the black storm formed of his fist intent aura chi. The spirit artifact saber mixed together with the piercingly cold wind sabers, causing enemies to be unable to guard against them. However, whose opponents all had spirit artifacts on them as well. Other than the two martial grandmasters at the start, another martial grandmaster very quickly joined the fray. With the three of them surrounding and attacking, who did not fear them in the slightest, even gaining the upper hand as he fought, causing the hearts of his three opponents to tremble with fear. It was just that with his three opponents holding him back, who would not be able to rush into the hut to assist Yan Zhaoge within a short period of time. Who was incomparably frustrated. Other than young master's side, there should only have been a single door. There are actually so many enemies of different origins. Right, at the start, it might have only been that spying martial grandmaster alone. Realizing that he was not our match, he diverted the trouble, leaking the news and drawing in so many people from different places. Within the hut, garbed in the lofty mountain armor, Yan Zhaoge faced off against that black-clothed, masked martial grandmaster opponent. Within that pair of yellowed pupils that emitted a blood-red light, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely see that other than coldness, they also contained hatred and resentment. Within the hut, Yan Zhaoge was locked in an intense battle with the masked decimating abyss martial practitioner, while outside the hut, Hu and the other three martial grandmasters were engaged in a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle. If not for that cloak of crane feathers within the hut, which vaguely possessed the power to protect it, this place would have long since been razed to the ground by Ahu and the others. With so many martial grandmasters present, the martial grandmasters who had entered the foreign dimension all sensibly retreated. Perhaps there were rare and precious treasures here, but with the current situation, there was most likely nothing for them to do. Rashly embroiled in a battle between martial grandmasters, one would sometimes not even know how they died. However, there was one exception. It was precisely the Lin Zhou who had spread the news that Yan Zhaoge and the others were here, as well as that secret treasure. Calmly and carefully, he tried to avoid the battle between Ahu and the other three, approaching the hut. With Yan Zhaoge and Ahu's attention drawn, his chances of obtaining the treasure increased greatly. The immortal crane wings, that cloak of crane feathers which hung within the hut, was Lin Zhou's main target this time. Of course, if there was a chance, he would also make use of it to sweep the other treasures away. If he could bury Yan Zhaoge here for good, that would be even better. Through the open window of the straw hut, Lin Zhou gazed at the immortal crane wings, his eyes blazing. With this treasure, leaving Yan Zhaoge behind would not be impossible. However, not waiting for Lin Zhou to approach any further, he abruptly stared wide-eyed. He saw Yan Zhaoge forcibly withstanding that masked martial grandmaster's sword with the lofty mountain armor, his figure making use of the momentum to fly backwards. The light of thunder flickered within Yan Zhaoge's right eye, the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment temporarily locking the immortal crane wings in place, before Yan Zhaoge's entire body crashed into the immortal crane wings, wanting to wrap this cloak of crane feathers around his body. You won't be able to refine the immortal crane wings in time for your own use, Lin Zhou smiled coldly, instead sending yourself over to the opponent's sword. Indeed, that masked martial grandmaster's sword did not cease in the slightest as it pursued and stabbed towards Yan Zhaoge's body, directly breaking through the defense of the lofty mountain armor. The dim sword light cut through Yan Zhaoge's clothes, directly arriving at the skin of his chest, causing Yan Zhaoge to feel an icy coldness within his heart. Chapter 240. 10 of 2 for the are people who ask about gender-retarded alliance. I've been working hard, asking for subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. As Yan Zhaoge entered the immortal crane wings, his figure halted momentarily, giving his opponent a chance. The sword broke through the lofty mountain armor, breaking through Yan Zhaoge's clothes, arriving directly at his heart. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge also felt a chill. However, Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he focused on the opponent before him, not panicking in the slightest. The surface of his skin suddenly flashed with a golden light. As the golden light flickered, Yan Zhaoge's entire body seemed to be plated with a layer of golden radiance, resembling a golden statue. On Yan Zhaoge's chest, a simple yet profound rune appeared, helping Yan Zhaoge to block the enemy's sword. The bloodthirsty light in the yellowing eyes of the masked martial grandmaster was unprecedentedly dazzling. The long sword in his hand continued to exert force, and the dark sword light suddenly exploded at this moment. The endless sharp light filled the entire room, and even the thatched cottage that was under the protection of the immortal crane wings was on the verge of collapse from the impact. Yan Zhaoge opened his mouth, chanting a string of ancient, awkward-sounding incantations. There was no one present who could understand the specifics of what Yan Zhaoge was saying, with only Lin Zhou of the Thunder Domain vaguely feeling that the strange language that Yan Zhaoge was suddenly chanting seemed to be some extremely rare dialect of the northernmost gold region of the Thunder Domain. However, Lin Zhou did not understand the meaning behind it. He was only concerned about one thing at the moment. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge reciting that ancient incantation, the golden radiance on his body grew more concentrated, the rune on his chest becoming clearer and more profound. Rays of golden light spread out, isolating the enemy's sword light. Lin Zhou frowned. What the hell is this? Within the cloak of crane feathers, Yan Zhaoge temporarily locked it in place with the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. Then, he stretched out his hands and wrapped the crane feather cloak around himself. Then, he punched. Yan Zhaoge's chi and blood as well as his martial concept surged at this moment as he began attempting to communicate with this unique treasure known as the immortal crane wings. Loose practitioner, he had passed away many years ago, and the immortal crane wings had been left in this foreign world. Although it had spirituality, it had gradually turned into an ownerless object. Protecting the thatched cottage was the last wish of the previous owner. It was an almost instinctive reaction. But the immortal crane wings itself. It did not object to another person refining it. Yan Zhaoge put on the immortal crane wings as he practiced his fist, merging his fist intent within the immortal crane wings, the feathers of the immortal crane wings trembling. The silhouette of a white crane gradually took form behind Yan Zhaoge's back. It merged within the illusory heaven and earth formed of Yan Zhaoge's fist intent aura chi, becoming a part of it. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was bright as he met the gaze of the masked martial grandmaster before him. If he didn't have enough confidence, how would he dare to take the risk and expose his vital parts to the other party's sword? While the Eye of the Thunder Emperor was restricted, while the lofty mountain armor had been broken through, Yan Zhaoge still had the golden talisman body. During the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, Xie Zi, who had fallen to the dark side, had obtained the golden talisman. Xie Zi, the original owner, had never been able to figure out how to use it. However, Yan Zhaoge had already successfully deciphered it. This was a rare secret technique that originated from the extreme north. It was used to refine metal talismans into chi. After a martial artist absorbed it, they would obtain an iron bone golden body, which would increase their defensive power. When faced with an extremely dangerous attack, they could even expend the golden talisman body, manifesting the golden talisman body to protect themselves. The heavier the attack, the more powerful the golden talisman body would be, the more the golden talisman chi would be expended, eventually running out of it one day. However, its defensive power. It was rather impressive. At this moment, it helped Yan Zhaoge forcibly resist the full-powered assassination of an early spirit vessel martial grandmaster wielding a low-grade spirit artifact. Making use of the time that the golden talisman body had bought for him, Yan Zhaoge began refining the immortal crane wings with all his might. He wanted to use this rare treasure for his own use. Although his original goal in entering the foreign dimension this time was the life-illuminating immortal stone, as long as he obtained it, this trip would not have been in vain. However, after carefully observing the immortal crane wings, Yan Zhaoge could confirm that this was a rather rare unique treasure. Although it did not fall into the categories of sacred artifacts, spirit artifacts and artifacts. However, it also possessed boundless miraculous uses. Regarding this, Yan Zhaoge naturally accepted it without standing on ceremony, refining it. While analyzing and comprehending the concept and flow of spiritual qi contained within the immortal crane wings, Yan Zhaoge gazed coldly at the masked martial grandmaster before him. The other party was also staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, his yellowed eyes filled with a cold intent. That cold intent seemed not to be directed at Yan Zhaoge as a person, instead being directed at all the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was similarly cold as he abruptly let out a long roar, resembling the clear cry of a crane. The next moment, Yan Zhaoge's arms shook, the immortal crane wings on his body suddenly rising, resembling an immortal crane spreading its wings, spreading them wide. The edges of the cloak abruptly flickered with a dazzling light, before transforming into numerous feathers of light, shooting straight at the masked martial grandmaster before him. Then, the crane feathers of light that resembled a torrential rainstorm shot towards that martial grandmaster, each crane feather resembling a sharp blade. With a muffled groan, that fallen masked martial grandmaster finally retracted his sword in defense. His sword light flashed, transforming into a ball of light, blocking the attacks that resembled a violent storm as he simultaneously flew backwards in retreat. He had to retreat now. Accompanied by the gradual refinement of the immortal crane wings by Yan Zhaoge, it also meant that Yan Zhaoge's Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment would finally be freed up. If he still did not leave, the one remaining here today might very well be him, and not Yan Zhaoge. His opponent wanting to retreat, Yan Zhaoge would not let it go just like that. Flipping his wrist, with a light roar, the Jade Dragon's sword left its scabbard at lightning speed, transforming into a jade light as it chopped straight towards the enemy before him. A low, crisp sound resounded, as a streak of blood splattered into midair. The mask worn by that fallen martial grandmaster had been cut in half by Yan Zhaoge, a wound on his face from which fresh blood flowed profusely. Not uttering a sound, this person raised his sleeve to cover his face, not even looking back as he turned and fled. Having still not completely refined the immortal crane wings, Yan Zhaoge remained where he was, unable to move. However, a shocking light shot out from his eyes, while only a small portion of his face was visible. It seemed a little familiar. Frowning, he stood within the thatched hut, swiveling his head to look outside the window. The person he had sensed approaching earlier had already disappeared. Outside the thatched hut, Lin Zhou did not hesitate in the slightest as he sped off into the distance. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's golden talisman body blocking the assassination of that martial grandmaster, and also beginning to refine the immortal crane wings, Lin Zhou completely lost all thoughts of making a move. Of everyone present, other than Yan Zhaoge who had refined the immortal crane wings, Lin Zhou was the one who understood this treasure the best. Moreover, there was still the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. However, it was also precisely because of this that he could only feel his heart dripping blood at this moment. After the sacred artifact fragment, this was the second time he had watched helplessly as a treasure that he had been determined to obtain finally fell into Yan Zhaoge's hands. For just that one moment, Lin Zhou despondently wanted to smash his head into the towering tree beside him. Seeing Yan Zhaoge utilizing the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment to lock the immortal crane wings in place, then seeing Yan Zhaoge refine the immortal crane wings as well, before mightily forcing a lofty martial grandmaster expert into retreat. Meanwhile, he could only flee as fast as he could. Lin Zhou felt vexed within his heart, wanting to vomit blood. Chapter 241. Alliance, adding 10/10, asking for support. Once again, he unleashed his full strength and did everything he could. Seeking subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. A martial practitioner of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Within the thatched hut, thinking back on the breathing method of the enemy who had been spying on them by the side earlier, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's lips curled up in a smile that was not a smile. It can't be an old acquaintance, right? Shaking his head slightly, retracting his thoughts, Yan Zhaoge focused his mind on refining the immortal crane wings once more. Every feather on the immortal crane wings was vibrating slightly at this moment. Every feather was like a living creature. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's refinement, the clear cries of cranes resounded from each and every one of their feathers, their voices growing louder and louder. Finally, the cries of the crane plummeted. Yan Zhaoga's gaze flickered as the immortal crane wings turned completely silent, transforming into a cloak of crane feathers, draping over Yan Zhaoga's body. This time, there was no one obstructing Yan Zhaoga. With a sweep of his hand, the few items on the table, the life-illuminating immortal stone included, all fell into Yan Zhaoga's hands. Standing within the thatched hut, Yan Zhaoga bowed towards it. Senior loose practitioner Yan Zhaoga thanks you here. He put on the crane feather cloak and walked out of the thatched hut. He saw that the battlefield outside the thatched hut had been destroyed beyond recognition. As the fallen, masked martial grandmaster fled, whose 3 opponents all felt a chill in their hearts. That martial grandmaster fleeing meant that he did not have the ability to take down Yan Zhaoga. However, the burly man in front of them was like a real hungry tiger. Even though he was fighting 1 against 3, he still had the upper hand, making it more and more difficult for them to resist. Although he was tempted by the treasures in the thatched cottage, it was clear that there was no hope at all. If they continued to fight, they might even lose their lives here. Whose 3 opponents immediately had the intention to retreat, and they each began to look for a way to escape. When there was a common enemy, the 3 of them could cooperate well. They joined hands and attacked the enemy together. But when they thought of retreating and prepared to retreat, their alliance collapsed on its own. Everyone was thinking about how to escape by themselves. They didn't have much of a relationship with each other, so they didn't care about each other's injuries or deaths. If the other party's death could allow them to escape safely, no one would feel any psychological burden. Hence, the 3 great grandmaster martial artists put on a good show together. He didn't need to run faster than Hu. As long as he ran faster than the other 2 people, it would be enough. That martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan, originally the one with the most robust foundation and the strongest strength, also being proficient in a peak movement martial art like the Great Sun Rising East Traversing Heaven art, should have been the one with the greatest hopes of breaking through the encirclement. But he could not stop Hu from specifically staring at him. He directly dropped the hidden clear sunlight saber and threw it like a flying saber. It directly pierced through his heart. In the end, only one great grandmaster managed to escape, while the other one became a ghost under the claws of the hungry tiger and was killed on the spot by Hu. Yan Zhaoga came in front of Hu, smiling. This look of yours can stop children from crying at night. Hu's body was stained with blood, and his murderous aura soared to the heavens like a god of death. He grinned. It's a pity that I couldn't keep all of them. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoga muttered to himself, that's right, a pity that I couldn't keep them all. Hu asked curiously, young master. What happened? Yan Zhaoga shook his head. Within his mind, that decimating abyss martial practitioner's mask had broken. The scene of a small portion of his face being revealed flashed by once more. Although the other party very quickly raised his hand to conceal it, with Yan Zhaoga's current cultivation base and eyesight, he was still able to clearly see that fleeting scene. Although I only saw a small portion of his face. I've definitely seen this person before. Yan Zhaoga stroked his lower chin, regaining his wits as he surveyed their surroundings. The spiritual qi has already deteriorated to its final stage. This foreign dimension is already not far from collapsing. We have to make the best use of our time. We still need some time to hurry back to where the spirit formation door is. Yan Zhaoga laughed, patting the cloak of crane feathers on his shoulder. Still, it's good that with this thing, we can actually save quite a bit of time. Hu came over curiously. Young master, what is this? Yan Zhaoga said. A senior in the past used the feathers of a spirit crane, combining his fist intent to weave such a cloak. Not classified as a sacred artifact, a spirit artifact or an artifact, it can be considered a unique treasure. It has many miraculous uses, but its weakness is that its spiritual qi and spiritual force will be depleted. After it has been completely depleted, it will require its owner to nourish it for a period of time before it can be used again. However, compared to the many miraculous uses of this treasure, this weakness is virtually negligible most of the time. Yan Zhaoga patted the immortal crane wings, smiling. In coming here this time, as long as we had the life-illuminating immortal stone, it would have already been enough to satisfy us. This thing can be considered an unexpected surprise. Ah Hu said. That's right. Still, young master, I really didn't think that so many people would have actually entered this time. I feel that it was that bastard who spied on us earlier. Seeing that he wasn't our match, fearing that he wouldn't be able to win against us, he wanted to muddy the waters as much as possible. Thus, he released the news, drawing over so many experts. Yen Zhaoge led Ahu towards the back of the thatched hut, where there was a medicinal field. Your guess is most likely correct. Ahu ground his teeth hatefully. That bastard better not land in my hands, or I'll definitely make him pay. Yen Zhaoge said, while this foreign dimension will be collapsing very soon, and most people won't take the risk of entering again, we still have to be wary of enemies appearing. We have to move a little faster. Saying thus, Yen Zhaoge rapidly identified the spirit medicines within the medicinal field. Oh, many of those that existed before the Great Calamity and can no longer be found in the current 8 extremities world are all here. This time, we really didn't come in vain. As he helped Yen Zhaoge gather the herbs, Ahu said casually, it is also fortunate that the 4 martial grandmasters who entered this time are only at the early spirit vessel stage. If their cultivation bases were a little higher, we would probably not be able to get off easy this time. Especially if there were essence spirit martial grandmasters. That would not be good. As he said this, Yen Zhaoge suddenly felt a piercing pain in his right eye. Ahu's expression also suddenly changed. The next moment, a fiery light lit up in the distant sky, dyeing it crimson. The fiery light rapidly approached the thatched hut, violent waves of chi sweeping through the surrounding area. An explosive roar resounded, little bastard surnamed Yen, I want to see who will save you this time. A familiar voice, a familiar tone, instead caused Yen Zhaoge to be slightly taken aback. Crimson Spirit Flagmaster. The person who had come was shockingly the descendant with the highest cultivation base of the already extinct 5 spirit flags, the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster. That year, the 5 spirit flags had been destroyed by Yen Zhaoge's father, Yen Di. The Crimson Spirit Flagmaster had held a grudge for many years, having attempted to assassinate Yen Zhaoge in the Eastern Tang back then. In the end, he had been obstructed by someone, with the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster having fled afterwards, his whereabouts unknown. Who would have thought that he would actually appear in this foreign dimension again today? Yen Zhaoge currently had no time to ponder why the other party had appeared here. He was currently only focused on one thing. This Crimson Spirit Flagmaster was shockingly an early Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster expert at the 4th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm. Ahu stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, wishing he could give himself a slap. Does it have to be so accurate? Chapter 242. The surrounding world was scorching hot, and the rolling heat waves were almost suffocating. Meanwhile, Yen Zhaoge and Ahu, on the other hand, felt a chill assaulting them. After a martial artist reached the Great Grandmaster realm, they would step into a new world. They would transform the illusory into the real, turning the fake into the real, truly beginning to touch upon the truth of the world's principles. A so-called spirit vessel grandmaster, from the early stages to the late stages, the spirit nurturing soil, the formation of spirit seeds, and the birth of spirit sprouts, were all part of the process of nurturing the martial Tao true spirit. When one reached the peak of the spirit vessel martial grandmaster level, they would nurture a martial true spirit belonging to themselves, stepping into the realm of essence spirit martial grandmasters. Next, he would fuse his true spirit with his astral energy, refining astral energy into true essence, and his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. The Crimson Spirit Flagmaster was precisely such an expert who had stepped into the essence spirit martial grandmaster realm. His quintessential essence unfurled, directly turning into real raging flames that burned the plains and the sky. Yen Zhaoge rolled his eyes, looking rather exasperatedly at Ahu. Why didn't I discover this before? You really have a crow's mouth. Ahu's face was bitter, and he couldn't say anything. Yen Zhaoge shook his head. He had no intention of waiting helplessly for death. With just a thought, the immortal crane wings on his shoulders directly expanded, transforming into 2 massive wings. Each of the crane feathers shone with a sparkling and translucent spiritual light, as if they were crystals. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge couldn't be bothered with distinguishing their types as he grabbed downwards, directly stripping away most of the spirit grasses and medicines within the medicinal field. Then, he grabbed Ahu with one hand, flapped the wings on his back, and soared into the sky, flying away at an extremely fast speed. The immortal crane wings were indeed miraculous. Even carrying an additional person, Yan Zhaoge's flying speed was still extremely fast. However, the fiery light behind him that resembled the waves of the sea was also not slow as it chased closely behind Yan Zhaoge. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master's scolding voice resounded from within the waves of fire, "Little brat surnamed Yan, today you shall pay your father Yan Di's debt." Yan Zhaoge ignored them, just focusing on controlling the immortal crane wings to fly forward unceasingly. Flying high into the air, there were clumps of cloud chi before him that formed a sea of clouds, within which Yan Zhaoge traversed unceasingly. The raging fire behind him was directly engulfed into the sea of clouds. The sea of flames continued to devour the sea of clouds. As Yan Zhaoge was flying at an extremely high speed, a fire dragon suddenly shot out from the waves of fire behind him, striking towards him. Frowning slightly, Yan Zhaoge dodged to the side. "Keep away from the fire." The fiery light missed its target and plunged into the vast sea of clouds. It was like a sharp sword that neatly cut through the layers of clouds. Then, it swiftly disappeared into the sea of clouds. The next moment, a massive boom resounded as the vast sea of clouds before Yan Zhaoge was set ablaze, transforming into a new crimson sea of flames within the sky. A great amount of cloud fog was instantly evaporated completely by the flames, while the blazing flames did not dissipate as they blocked Yan Zhaoge's path. The wings behind Yan Zhaoge's back flickered, his figure descending rapidly as he avoided the flames that blocked his path. But as a result, his speed was slightly reduced, and the Crimson Spirit Flag Master behind him immediately closed the distance between them. Brought along by Yan Zhaoge, Ahu turned to look behind him. He asked, "Young master, can't you use the sacred weapon shard to give him a vicious blow?" Yan Zhaoge answered, resisting the black dragon dread in the Great Western Desert earlier, and also having a contest of strength with the immortal crane wing just now, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment has always been at a level where it has yet to completely recover. It is very hard to say how much power it can display. To deal with a martial grandmaster on the level of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, I would have to unleash an instant's thunder, burning all of it in one go, giving him a vicious blow. As Yan Zhaoge flew, he observed his surroundings, also. It won't be like last time at Clear Concealed Lake, where I was hitting a dead object that couldn't move, being able to hit it however I wanted. I could even slowly walk over and place the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment at the core of that devilish formation. This time, the target is a living person that can move. And not just any living person. A martial grandmaster of this level possesses high vigilance, fast reflexes, and also fast speed. If I can't hit him with a single blow, it would be a waste of my strength. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge's figure abruptly halted before he rose rapidly, once again avoiding a fire dragon that shot over from behind. The foreign dimension that he was currently in was already extremely unstable. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge could even see numerous black patterns appearing in the horizon. That wasn't light, and also wasn't anything concrete. It was like a complete painting had suddenly been torn apart, with a crack in it. The foreign dimension had already begun the process of its own destruction. The sky turned dark. Even with the flames formed of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's true essence, the heavens and the earth still dimmed. Fierce winds howled unceasingly, to the point that Yan Zhaoge, riding the immortal crane wings, was somewhat unable to stabilize his figure. The great earth below even began to quake intensely, the earth and rocks on the ground shattering unceasingly, dense cracks appearing like spiderwebs. Gazing ahead, Yan Zhaoge saw that the scene before him resembled that of a mirage, many objects actually beginning to distort and change their forms. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master chased closely behind Yan Zhaoge. He could also feel that this foreign dimension was about to be destroyed. After learning that Yan Zhaoge was here, he had rushed over at top speed, already determined to kill Yan Zhaoge here even if he had to take the risk. Seeing the calamity between the heavens and the earth grow more and more intense, with scenes of the end of the world appearing, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master couldn't help but hasten his footsteps, his attacks fiercer than the previous as they shot towards Yan Zhaoge. While his temperament was violent, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's attacks were not blind. The scattered flames between the heavens and the earth unceasingly shrunk Yan Zhaoge's area of activity, gradually transforming into a massive cage of flames, wanting to trap Yan Zhaoge within. The dense fiery light joined together, the area it encompassed growing larger and larger, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth, adding more violence and despair to the scenes of the end of the world currently in this foreign dimension. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was calm, while his expression appeared a little impatient. Wielding the immortal crane wings to fly, he gradually lost some sense of order, as though he was not choosing his path at all. However, in the distance, in midair, a door that flickered with light had already appeared in his field of vision. It was precisely the great door from which Yan Zhaoge and Ahu had entered this foreign dimension. Stimulated by the spirit formation, it was still standing tall at this moment. However, accompanied by the foreign dimension's destruction, this door of light also seemed a little unstable, resembling a reflection in water as it shook unceasingly. Seeing the door of light, Yan Zhaoge immediately sped towards it. However, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master behind him had already closed in at this moment, punching out, blazing flames directly enveloping Yan Zhaoge. A purplish-green light of thunder vaguely flashed within Yan Zhaoge's pupils. Bolstered by the immortal crane wings, Yan Zhaoge's speed instantly rose by a notch as he rapidly changed directions, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master made use of this chance to pass Yan Zhaoge, roiling waves of fire surrounding that door of light. Having first secured his path of retreat, he also blocked Yan Zhaoge's path. The immortal crane wings on Yan Zhaoge's shoulders shook, numerous saber-light feathers shooting towards the sea of flames like a torrential rain. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master's cold laughter resounded from within the sea of flames, the blazing flames swallowing the saber-light feather, emitting the piercing sound of metal clashing. The figure of a crimson-haired old man appeared from within the flames, resembling a devil god that controlled the blazing flames. Yan Zhaoge saw that old man glare over as he laughed savagely, "Little bug, let's see where you can still fly to this time." Chapter 243. This old man was the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. Staring at Yan Zhaoge like a tiger watching its prey, the corners of his mouth revealed a savage smile. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master stepped within the air, just standing before the door, blocking Yan Zhaoge and Ahu's path back to the Eight Extremities world. At this moment, the space in the foreign dimension was shaking without end, and the boundaries of the heavens and the earth even started to warp and deform. It was a scene of the end of the world collapsing and the world splitting apart. The sky collapsed, revealing black cracks in the void. The earth was also in a similar state, fragmented and shattered. Yan Zhaoge rose into the air, avoiding a streak of fiery light that swept towards him as he arrived above the spatial door. Looking down, the void door was surrounded by a sea of flames. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master laughed coldly as he raised his head to look at Yan Zhaoge. Although Yan Zhaoge was looking down from above, the gaze with which the Crimson Spirit Flag Master currently looked at Yan Zhaoge was filled with the feeling of looking down on him. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He just wanted to firmly occupy the position of the void door. Because of Lin Zhou, there was more than one entrance to this foreign dimension. The Scarlet Spirit Flag Master had entered through the entrance that Lin Zhou had opened. However, now that the foreign dimension was on the verge of collapse, there was no longer enough time at all for Yan Zhaoge to change his mind, turning back and traversing through space once more, going to another door to leave the foreign dimension. The same principle also applied to the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master. For both sides, they could either leave through the door before them or be buried along with this foreign dimension and be destroyed in the void along with it. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master smiled coldly as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. "Little brat surnamed Yan, do you decide to perish together with this foreign dimension, or do you choose to die beneath this old man's fist?" He raised a hand, stretched it forward, and clenched it into a fist. As he clenched his fist, boundless raging flames surged and spread in all directions. Looking at the Crimson Spirit Flag Master blocking the door below, a smile suddenly appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. "Old worm, you're wrong. It's your position that can more or less be considered fixed." He grabbed Ahu with one hand. Yan Zhaoge's other hand suddenly pulled out a short rod that was around a foot long. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master looked at the short stone rod and his heart skipped a beat. He had an ominous premonition. Yan Zhaoge smiled, then shook the immortal crane wings. He took the initiative to rush toward the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. Following Yan Zhaoge's will, the short rod in his hand instantly grew alongside the wind, instantly transforming into a thick, massive stone pillar. As the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was stunned, Yan Zhaoge directly stepped onto the stone pillar. Then, it fell from the sky and smashed down. What a thief! The Crimson Spirit Flag Master let out an enraged roar, not evading. If he did so, it would be equivalent to opening up the spatial door to Yan Zhaoge. The old man stood where he was. His red hair fluttered like a raging fire. He struck his palm above his head and stopped the huge stone pillar that was falling from the sky. Just as his palm came into contact with the stone pillar, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master felt his hand sink, and he almost couldn't hold it. He had been standing steadily in the void. His footing was also unstable, and he could not help but sink down. So heavy. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master's eyes widened. His cultivation was much higher than that of Ahu, who had been in the heavenly arrival state, and his strength was also much stronger, but he still felt great pressure. Whether it was the weight or the sturdiness of the stone pillars, they had completely exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought that he would be able to directly shatter the stone pillar with a single palm, and also send Yan Zhaoge flying. However, in the end, he was instead pressed down by the stone pillar. Also, that stone pillar contained a unique suppressive force. Even if the Crimson Spirit Flag Master wanted to dodge to the side now, he didn't have the strength to do so. In the void below the stone pillar, time and space both seemed to have been locked, condensing into a single piece, locking the Crimson Spirit Flag Master securely down below. He could only forcibly resist it. I heard that this thief excavated some ancient remains from the Great Western Desert. Could it be this stone pillar? The Crimson Spirit Flag Master suddenly thought of some of the rumors he had heard before, and couldn't help but feel even more hatred in his heart. Crafty little bastard. He roared loudly, activating his entire body's true essence, a powerful force erupting outwards. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master's body had only descended by less than a meter in midair before he stabilized himself once more, stepping on the air. It was no different from stepping on the sturdiest ground. At this moment, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master resembled a giant god that supported the heavens, forcibly supporting the descending stone pillar, causing it to be unable to descend any further. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master exhaled, his other palm also striking upwards, mightily striking the stone pillar. His figure actually began slowly rising once more. Laughing coldly, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master exerted force with both his arms, wanting to throw Yan Zhaoge and the stone pillar together. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change, instead smiling. Standing on the top of the stone pillar, he raised a foot neither hurriedly nor slowly, before heavily stomping it. The patterns on the surface of the stone pillar abruptly lit up, the entire stone pillar seeming to have transformed into a glowing pillar of light. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master below immediately felt the pressure on him increase greatly. Not only did the weight of the stone pillar rise abruptly, even that strange, suppressive force also abruptly grew stronger. At this moment, let alone throwing the stone pillar away, he couldn't even continue standing in midair, as his figure was directly pressured downwards. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master wanted to divert the force, then increase his descent in order to avoid the stone pillar, before dodging to the side. At this time, he could no longer care about guarding the door to the void. However, because of the suppressive force, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master discovered to his dismay that not only had his surroundings been sealed, unable to dodge, even the space below him seemed to have solidified. His entire person seemed to have been contained within a formless container, with only the top opening. However, there was a heavy cover there, making it hard for him to open, as it sunk unceasingly, further compressing the space around him. Just what the hell is this thing? Such a miraculous treasure was actually refined by a martial scholar. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master was enraged, his figure being suppressed downwards by the pillar of the Divine Palace. The roiling waves of fire in the surroundings were also greatly extinguished at this moment, dissipating in all directions. Accompanied by the Crimson Spirit Flag Master being smashed downwards, he naturally no longer had the strength to continue blocking in front of the door. The door of light reappeared in front of Yan Zhaoge. Not saying a word, Yan Zhaoge directly threw a hu into the door of light. At this time, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master below let out an enraged roar. On his body, a cloak of dark light suddenly appeared, lighting up with a radiance. It was a low-grade spirit artifact. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master's own spirit artifact had long since been destroyed during his years of fleeing. His current low-grade spirit artifact was something that he had snatched from the hands of others. It wasn't easy to use, but it was still better than nothing. Bolstered by the power of the spirit artifact, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master stopped his body's descent once more, the two sides falling into a stalemate for a time. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master could vaguely feel that the suppressive force of the stone pillar was weakening. Wielding the pillar of the Divine Palace, Yan Zhaoge was also not without exhaustion. Suppressing the enemy with the pillar of the Divine Palace, there was a limit to how long it could last. Grasping this chance, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's face abruptly turned red as he stimulated his body with a forbidden technique, his strength rising yet again as he actually lifted the stone pillar up. However, the calamity of this foreign dimension was already at its final juncture. The crevices between the heavens and the earth were ripped apart unceasingly, a great amount of the existences within space being devoured by the darkness of space. Soundlessly, the sky suddenly broke apart completely, space collapsing into two halves. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master panicked. At this moment, the collapse of the foreign dimension was already right before his eyes. If he didn't leave, he would be buried along with this place. The terror of the collapse of space was something that even he was powerless to resist, as he would be extinguished in an instant. Just at this time, the top of his head suddenly lightened as the stone pillar rapidly shrunk, returning to its short rod form as it returned to Yan Zhaoge's hands. Raising his head, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master saw Yan Zhaoge standing at the edge of the door of light, raising his hand and making a strange gesture towards him. Yan Zhaoge extended his right hand, raising his thumb and pointing his index finger towards the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, his other three fingers curled up, as though he was firing a gun. Goodbye, old worm. Above Yan Zhaoge's head, the terrifying Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment erupted with the light of thunder. Chapter 244. Seeking subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. The fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor had taken the form of a purple orb, flickering with a dazzling purple-green lightning. Yan Zhaoge stood at the edge of the door of light, one hand retracting the stone rod, the other making a shooting motion towards the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. His right thumb suddenly pressed down, and his index finger, which was like the muzzle of a gun, was lifted slightly, as if to withstand the recoil of a shot. Accompanied by this action of Yan Zhaoge's, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment above his head also abruptly flickered. In that instant, it was as if the Emperor of Thunder and Lightning had gently blinked. Then, in the foreign dimension that looked like it was the end of the world, a bolt of lightning filled with the aura of destruction suddenly lit up. The perfectly straight bolt of lightning pierced through the void and instantly arrived in front of the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master. The foreign space was about to collapse. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master didn't care about anything else at this moment. He was wholeheartedly rushing towards the Gate of Light. He temporarily couldn't be bothered with Yan Zhaoge as he only hoped to first leave this foreign dimension through the spatial door before slowly taking care of Yan Zhaoge. Even if it didn't work this time, there would always be a next time. He was an essence spirit martial grandmaster. If he wanted to kill a grandmaster martial artist, he would always be able to find a chance. However, just as the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was speeding towards the door of light, Yan Zhaoge controlled the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, just in time to send an instant's thunder chopping downwards. In an instant, he ignited all of his strength and concentrated it into a single strike, bringing with it an extremely berserk power that surpassed the peak. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master widened his eyes and roared. True essence surged as he punched out with both of his fists. Lightning and raging fire interweaved and collided, instantly setting off a huge explosion. At any other time, Yan Zhaoge's an instant's thunder would not be able to withstand it. Whether or not he could deal with the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master was another matter. But at this critical juncture, regardless of whether the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's strength could withstand it or not, this attack would take his life. The momentum of rushing towards the door of light. He was directly interrupted, and his entire body was sent flying. The world, which had already been shattered to begin with, rumbled and then completely shattered. The foreign dimension itself. Everything in it was annihilated in the void. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master let out a roar of despair and unwillingness. At this moment, he could only watch helplessly as his flesh and blood slowly disintegrated bit by bit. Although it seemed slow, it was actually rapidly disintegrating. Powerless to struggle, difficult to reverse. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master angrily stared into the distance. There, the flashing void door was also slowly disappearing. Within the door of light, Yan Zhaoge kept the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment within the pillar of the Divine Palace, the cloak of crane feathers also falling gently from his shoulders. Although he was a little dispirited. However, at this moment, Yan Zhaoge's hair was not messy and his clothes were neat and tidy, resembling an elegant young master. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he looked at the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. Following the destruction of the foreign dimension, he leisurely waved his hands towards him. Let me make a correction, it should be never to see you again. Farewell forever. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master wanted to roar, but he could no longer make a sound. Even at the moment of his death, he still found it hard to believe. He was a dignified early-stage Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. He actually died at the hands of a Grandmaster martial artist. While he was being suppressed by the Pillar of the Divine Palace, as long as he was given a bit more time, Yan Zhaoge himself would not be able to keep up, and he would be able to break through the suppression. While Yan Zhaoge possessed the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. However, the only thing that could truly pose a huge threat to him was the power of a single blow. If he dealt with it carefully, he might not be struck. While Yan Zhaoge possessed the immortal crane wings, before him, he could only use them to flee. Given a bit more time, he would still be able to block Yan Zhaoge's path, leaving him unable to escape. His cultivation base was clearly so much higher. Even if Yan Zhaoge possessed many rare treasures, it was still not that he had no chance. It had clearly been him who had first seized the position of the spatial door. Yan Zhaoge had clearly not possessed the power or treasures to kill him. However, the final result was that he had perished within this destroyed foreign dimension, being extinguished along with this world. Looking at the vanishing spatial door and Yan Zhaoge, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's heart was filled with unwillingness. Knowing oneself but not knowing one's enemy, while Yan Zhaoge's fame had already virtually spread throughout the entire world, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master now suddenly discovered that his understanding of this youth was still very limited. Could it be that risking entering this destroyed foreign dimension in pursuit of Yan Zhaoge had been a mistake right from the start? With that final thought in his mind, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master perished completely amidst space. An Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster had died soundlessly and soundlessly. Passing through the door of light, Yan Zhaoge felt the pain of his body ripping apart. It was even more obvious than when he had first passed through and entered that foreign dimension. Exiting the door of light, returning to the Eight Extremities world, Yan Zhaoge turned back to look at the gradually vanishing door of light, smacking his lips. This trip really was, consecutively wielding the Pillar of the Divine Palace and the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment had left Yan Zhaoge extremely weak, even weaker than during the battle at the bottom of Clear Concealed Lake previously. However, he was still in a rather good mood. Having entered the foreign dimension left behind by loose practitioner this time, he had returned with great rewards, having gained quite a lot. As Yan Zhaoge landed, he saw that jade coin which had activated the spirit formation completely shatter, directly turning into powder. Waiting by the side, There was also Xue Fei, who had remained in the Eight Extremities world to watch over the Jade Coin spirit formation. They all came up to him. "Are you all right?" Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers, smiling. "From today onwards, we probably won't be able to see someone like the Crimson Spirit Flag Master again." Who sucked in a breath of cold air, opening his mouth wide as he laughed foolishly, not knowing what he should say. Xue Fei also revealed a rare look of shock as he regained his wits. "Right, I'll first hurry and find junior apprentice Sister Feng." After Hu had returned to the Eight Extremities world through the Door of Light, briefly explaining the situation, Xue Fei had sent Feng Yunqing to immediately seek out the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain, who was closest to Suzhou City, for reinforcements. He himself had remained by the Door of Light, preparing to receive Yan Zhaoge together with Hu. In the end, he had seen Yan Zhaoge leisurely stroll out from within. Now, even if the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was still alive, with the foreign dimension having completely shattered and the Door of Light having disappeared, there would naturally be no need to worry about him chasing them over. There would also naturally be no need to seek out other martial grandmaster experts here in Suzhou City, lying about military intelligence for nothing. Having been brought back by Xue Fei and understood the situation, Feng Yunqing also had an inconceivable look on her face. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master was an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, already having nurtured his own true martial soul, a martial grandmaster who had refined aura into essence. While they were both martial grandmasters, Spirit Vessel Martial Grandmasters and Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters were two completely different things. Yan Zhaoge sat down in the meditative position, adjusting his breathing and recovering his vitality as he smiled. It was by chance. At the end of the day, it was actually that foreign dimension that killed the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. If not for the collapse of the foreign dimension, it would have been hard for me to claim his life with my current methods. After he withstood a few of my attacks, the one who would have been in trouble would have been me. Xue Fei looked at Yan Zhaoge. "I heard Hu Ting say that from the start. Were you already planning to use the collapse of the space to kill him, even intentionally delaying for some time before rushing back to the Door of Light?" Yan Zhaoge laughed. "I'm ashamed, but there was still a slight deviation in my calculations. The collapse of the space was just that little bit later than I had predicted. Under those circumstances, in the blink of an eye, the situation could have changed. Therefore, I almost messed things up. Luckily, I still succeeded in the end." Feng Yunqing, Hu, and Xue Fei held their foreheads in unison. "You really did calculate it. Can that kind of thing be calculated so accurately?" Chapter 245. Continue requesting subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Hu looked at Yan Zhaoge with a look of worship on his face. "Young master, you are really too powerful. This is not like that old ghost Yan Su who was heavily injured back then. Just now, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was at his peak. Whatever methods were used, a late Xiantian martial scholar killing an early Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, this should be the first time in history, right?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. "Just like how Yan Su was beaten half to death by eldest apprentice uncle back then, this actually cannot be counted as well. Just like if it was father who captured the Crimson Spirit Flag Master and sealed his cultivation base before I slew him, that would still be me killing an early Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. However, would that be something worth boasting about? Clearly not." Feng Yunqing glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Continue acting. Who knows how pleased you are with yourself inside." Yan Zhaoge chuckled, not speaking. Xue Fei also smiled, after which he still patted Yan Zhaoge's shoulder. "If you can avoid taking risks, it's best to avoid them as much as possible. If anything happens to you, little apprentice uncle will be very sad." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge retracted his smile as he nodded. "Senior apprentice brother Su is right." This senior apprentice brother Su himself, facing a perilous situation where death was near at hand, was still able to talk cheerfully and without fear. However, he did not wish to see his fellow disciples face danger. A dim look flashed past his face as he clearly thought of his master, Shirtai, the grief of a white-haired man sending off his black-haired son. Su Fei and Shirtai were like father and son, having similarly viewed Shi Songtao as his own elder brother that year. That year's matter was Shurtai's lifelong regret. To Xue Fei, it was similarly hard on his heart. Looking at Xue Fei's expression, Yan Zhaoge knew that he was thinking of Shurtai and his father again. Looking at Xue Fei, Yan Zhaoge sighed, similarly remaining silent. While Ahu and Feng Yunsheng did not understand Xue Fei as well as Yan Zhaoge did, they were no longer joking around at this moment. Xue Fei's spirits rose as he clapped his hands, smiling, speaking of which. The Scarlet Spirit Flag Master should be the strongest member of the 5 spirit flags. If he dies to you, Zhaoge, while the 5 spirit flags won't completely disappear, it will be difficult for them to cause any more waves. To my broad Creed Mountain, you have performed a great merit, Zhaoge. It's just a pity that this is your personal matter. There's no proof. It might be a little difficult. However, if the Crimson Spirit Flag Master does not appear for several years or even more than a decade, it can be considered as proof. Su Fei smiled as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Still, speaking of this, while the merit of killing the Crimson Spirit Flag Master is not small, it cannot compare to those great merits of yours earlier. The sect is almost out of rewards for you now. In a few years, or even a dozen years, the merit of killing the Crimson Spirit Flag Master will be nothing to you. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. However small a mosquito is, it's still meat, right? Su Fei pointed at Yan Zhaoge before looking at Feng Yunsheng. Laughing, he said, listen to what he's saying. A lofty essence spirit martial grandmaster is like a mosquito in his mouth. How arrogant must he be? As expected, junior sister Feng understands him better. He's pretending to be humble in front of us. Who knows how pleased he is in his heart? Feng Yunsheng and Ahu both laughed uproariously. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, smiling but not speaking. Killing the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, whether the clan would reward him or not. Actually, it wasn't much, but it was still a comfortable thing at the end of the day. With Yan Zhaoge's current rate of improvement, there would definitely be a day when the Crimson Spirit Flag Master would no longer be a threat. But before that, having an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster constantly thinking about seeking vengeance was not a happy thing. Moreover, this Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster was rather pragmatic. The person he hated the most was Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di. However, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master would definitely not be able to beat Yan Di. If he dared to appear before Yan Di, he would directly be slapped to death by Yan Di with a single palm. Unable to beat the Crimson Spirit Flag Master had set his sights on the young, on Yan Zhaoge. When Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base rose unceasingly, to the point where the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was unable to beat even Yan Zhaoge, he would naturally not come looking for Yan Zhaoge. Instead, he would most likely cast his gaze downwards, aiming at the younger, weaker disciples of Broad Creed Mountain. At that time, Yan Zhaoge would naturally not have to worry. However, there would eventually be others who would face the threat of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. One could only be a thief for 1,000 days, how could one guard against a thief for 1,000 days? Being able to cleanly deal with the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, eliminating any future problems, Yan Zhaoge was extremely satisfied. It could be said to be an unexpected gain. Also, while he had been somewhat lucky, having entered the foreign dimension left behind by loose practitioner he this time, Yan Zhaoge had also gained quite a lot. After taking his leave, Yan Zhaoge returned to his lodgings, beginning to inspect the many treasures he had obtained this time. The first to bear the brunt was naturally Yan Zhaoge's original target this time, the life-illuminating immortal stone. Yan Zhaoge had only known that loose practitioner he possessed this thing. However, whether or not it had been stored within that foreign dimension was something that could not be confirmed beforehand. Looks like my luck is still not too bad. Fiddling with the life-illuminating immortal stone, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. With the life-illuminating immortal stone, there was no longer a need for him to think of a substitute. After stepping into the heavenly connection stage, with just a bit of accumulation, he would be able to begin attempting to break through into the martial grandmaster realm. Of course, with his lofty ambitions and his feet on the ground, he would first seek to break through into the heavenly connection stage. However, with Yan Zhaoge's current accumulation, it was not difficult at all. Besides the immortal illumination stone, there was another pleasant surprise, and it was naturally the extraordinary treasure, the immortal crane wings. After the entanglement with the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, the spiritual chi of the immortal crane wings had been greatly depleted. Like the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, it was unable to be used within a short period of time. However, after being nourished by its owner, Yen Zhaoge, when the immortal crane wings regained its vitality, it would be able to display its flair once more. Yen Zhaoge had brought along a few other items that had been placed on the short table along with the life-illuminating immortal stone back then. Amongst them was a medicinal bottle containing the pills that loose practitioner he had concocted in the past. However, too much time had passed, from the era before the Great Calamity till now. Some of the pills still had medicinal effects, while others had their spiritual chi gradually dissipating. Yen Zhaoge didn't really care about this. His attention was currently drawn by something else. It was a scroll made from the hide of an unknown beast. As Yen Zhaoge unfurled the scroll, he saw that it was completely empty, with only a squarish diagram at its center. This pattern seemed to be left behind by some kind of seal. Looking carefully, Yen Zhaoge saw that that diagram resembled a sun. The pattern appeared very ancient, but as Yen Zhaoge gazed at it, he felt a piercing pain in his eyes, as though he was gazing at an actual sun. This beast-hide scroll was something of loose practitioner He's, having been left behind in a foreign dimension. Before Yen Zhaoge and Lin Zhou had entered today, it had always been there. Being an ancient artifact from before the Great Calamity, it naturally wasn't related to the current Sacred Sun clan. However, as Yen Zhaoge knew, the Sacred Sun clan that had similarly unearthed the remnants of the martial civilization of their predecessors after the Great Calamity, combining their own comprehensions to develop, could similarly be traced back to before the Great Calamity. Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. This seal might be related to the legacy of that legendary Extreme Yang scripture. I don't know how a copy of it ended up in loose practitioner He's hands. Chapter 246. Please subscribe. Seeking monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Yen Zhaoge stroked that beast skin scroll, pondering for a moment before keeping it once more. Then, Yen Zhaoge began inspecting those medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs were planted in the medicinal field behind the thatched cottage in loose practitioner He's foreign space. Nobody had taken care of them for a long time, and some of them had gradually withered. However, to be able to survive until now, these were all precious spirit herbs and medicines with powerful medicinal effects that had been around for a long time. What made Yen Zhaoge especially happy was the fact that many of these medicinal herbs had already gone extinct in the Eight Extremities world following the Great Calamity. Usually, Yen Zhaoge would often lament about how even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook a meal without rice. Now that he had obtained so many precious spirit medicines from loose practitioner He's old residence, he instantly felt like he had much more money on hand. Yen Zhaoge carefully recalled and thought about it. Many ideas that he had previously been unable to achieve now had the possibility of being implemented. This made Yen Zhaoge especially happy. Having sorted out the various spirit grasses and spirit medicines, Yen Zhaoge stretched lazily, his mood joyful. However, very quickly, the smile on Yen Zhaoge's face gradually disappeared as his expression became somewhat startled. Taking out a black metal piece from within his bosom, Yen Zhaoge gazed at it, his gaze gradually turning deep and distant. This piece of metal had a slight curve that seemed to faintly fit the contours of a person's face. It was shockingly the mask fragment of that masked martial grandmaster in that foreign dimension back then, having his mask sliced off by Yen Zhaoge with a single sword, had fallen to the ground. Looking at the fragment of the mask, Yen Zhaoge's expression was rather complex as the scenes from back then replayed unceasingly within his mind. At that time, Yen Zhaoge had only felt that he looked familiar. Now, however, the other party's face gradually overlapped with the face of a person in his memories. How I wish that I had recognized the wrong person. Yen Zhaoge sighed, keeping the mask fragment once more. He sat cross-legged in the quiet room for a period of time. Yen Zhaoge opened his eyes. Ah, who reported from outside, young master, Elder June of the Howling Wind Sword sect is here. Oh? Yan Zhaoge stood up, pushing open the door and walking out. In the reception hall, a middle-aged man was sitting there. Behind him were a few young men and women, with Jun Luo in the lead. Yan Zhaoge went up and greeted that middle-aged man. "Uncle Jun, you've returned to the Sand region? I happen to be out as well and have just returned. I didn't know you were back. Otherwise, I should be the one paying you a visit." The middle-aged man before them was precisely Jun Luo's father, Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di's old friend, the Howling Wind Sword sect's elder Jun Ziyuan. Like the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, Jun Ziyuan was also an old friend of Yan Di. The Yan family and the Jun family were also on good terms. What Yan Zhaoge found interesting was that his father's old friends were all older than him. As a result, Yan Zhaoge had many uncles, but no uncles. Jun Ziyuan smiled. "I'm here to thank Zhaoge for taking care of my little girl. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see her." At this time, Jun Luo stood behind Jun Ziyuan. She looked down and behaved, completely different from how she behaved in private. Yan Zhaoge said, "Uncle Jun's words are too serious. That youth of the Lian family fortress, the matter of Lianing, originated from the remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain wanting to use him as a chess piece. Perfect your plan to assassinate me. Luo is completely innocent, yet she was dragged into this. Naturally, I have to do my best to protect her. Although it was a close shave, I still feel very guilty." Jun Ziyuan heard this. Shaking his head, he said, "That was also because you saved that child Luolua's life. Moreover, if not for you and the others of Broad Creed Mountain acting to save them earlier, the three of them would have been trapped within the Black Nightmare storm and would have most likely died." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Let alone the fact that our two clans are old friends, the Howling Wind Sword sect has always been on good terms with my Broad Creed Mountain. It's only right for me to lend a hand when I see danger." While he said this, Jun Ziyuan still got Jun Luo to solemnly thank Yan Zhaoge once more. Yan Zhaoge hurriedly stopped them. Yan Zhaoge looked at the others behind Jun Ziyuan and beside Jun Luo. "These are all your disciples, Uncle Jun?" Jun Ziyuan said, "That's right. This time, I brought them along to broaden their horizons. On the way back, before we had even reached the clan, I heard about Luo's matter. Therefore, I brought them along with Luo." Those youngsters bowed towards Yan Zhaoge together. Although they were considered to be of the same generation in terms of seniority, Yan Zhaoge treated Jun Ziyuan as a senior, while Jun Luo was also like a little sister in front of Yan Zhaoge. They could not be too careless. Even though they all addressed him as senior apprentice brother Yan, their etiquette was that of a full junior. Jun Ziyuan also had a matter-of-fact attitude towards this. If not for the fact that their two clans were old friends, he would also have to treat Yan Zhaoge as an equal, just like Elder Hong, Elder Bai and the others of the Howling Wind Sword sect. Even though the current Yan Zhaoge was only in his 20s, even though he was still a martial scholar while they were all martial grandmasters. Looking at the youngsters before him, Yan Zhaoge also felt a little emotional. Actually, if one really counted their ages, these youths were already 16 or 17. While they could not be considered to be of the same age as him, they were definitely of the same generation. However, in terms of cultivation base, just looking at them, the gap between a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain and the other powers could be clearly seen. The Howling Wind Sword sect was already a first-rate power, its legacy also having a long history. When Black Nightmare Mountain had still ruled over the Wind Domain, the Howling Wind Sword sect had already been established in the Sand region, having been passed down all the way till now. Jun Ziyuan was the person with the highest cultivation base aside from the current chief of the Howling Wind Sword sect, and had always been famous for being good at teaching disciples. The disciples of his clan, his daughter Jun Luo included, were basically also the elites of the Howling Wind Sword sect's younger generation. In the entire Sand region, amongst the descendants of the various first-rate powers, they were all outstanding figures. However, compared to disciples of the same age at sacred ground powers like Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, in terms of average standards, they were clearly lacking. At the same age, the most outstanding genius disciples of the Howling Wind Sword sect, placed in Broad Creed Mountain, would immediately become mediocre, with the halo of a genius completely gone. It would already be very difficult for them to not be at the bottom. Of course, this was also related to Broad Creed Mountain absorbing a large number of outstanding talents from the various regions. The Sand region was under Broad Creed Mountain's rule, and the seedlings with the most potential would definitely be harvested by Broad Creed Mountain first. Powers like the Howling Wind Sword sect could only select generals from among the dwarves. Broad Creed Mountain would not be able to completely capture them all in one fell swoop, but as people walked towards higher places, water flowed towards lower places, and the most outstanding talents would definitely be drawn to Broad Creed Mountain the most. Occasionally, there would be those who did not know much about Broad Creed Mountain, and who just happened to have been overlooked by Broad Creed Mountain, who would be taken in by first-rate powers like the Howling Wind Sword sect, just like picking up a treasure. Very naturally, Broad Creed Mountain would first pick their people, followed by first-rate powers like the Howling Wind Sword sect, and then second-rate powers like the Lien family fortress and the Yellow Wind Mountain Manor. While the martial civilization was still in a stage of development, the Pyramid of the Eight Extremities world had already taken shape. Chapter 247. Coming from a second-rate force, Lian Cheng, Lian Ying, and the others were naturally weaker than Jun Ziyuan's disciples. As for them, they did not hope to be able to enter Broad Creed Mountain. Instead, their goal was to be able to enter the Howling Wind Sword sect. Factions like the Lien family fortress, in addition to the direct descendants who inherited the family business, also hoped that more people from their own families or sects could walk out and enter the first-rate factions. Only in this way could they be called upon for help. The intricacies of the local powers were far more complicated than most people could imagine. However, this was also an understandable and normal choice. It was just like how first-rate powers like the Eastern Tang Kingdom and the Scarlet Rainbow sect similarly chose their core, most outstanding direct descendants with pure martial talent, hoping that they could enter Broad Creed Mountain. The grandson of the Howling Wind Sword sect's old chief was similarly a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge had even met him a few times before, having been asked by Elder Jun to take care of him. Broad Creed Mountain similarly used this method to strengthen their control over the various territories under them. The Sacred Sun Clan, Infinite Boundless Mountain and the other 5 sacred grounds also did the same. Below the Lien family fort, Yellow Wind Villa, and other second-rate forces, there were naturally other weaker forces. In terms of quantity, there were even more such forces. The people of the Eight Extremities world revered martial prowess. If one continued looking downwards, martial arts halls, guilds, and small sects were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Below the second-rate forces, if the cultivators from these forces could not climb higher step by step and enter a wider world, then they could only vanish into the crowd. Practicing martial arts was no longer about practicing martial arts. It was more about protecting oneself and making a living. Uncle, I believe you have also heard of the incident at Clear Concealed Lake. Yan Zhaoge said softly, the 9 underworld's evil devils, like the flame devils of the flame devil world, are the common enemies of our human race. The people of the decimating abyss are deranged, attempting to draw the descent of the 9 underworlds. The entire Eight Extremities world has to be on guard against it. Jun Ziyuan nodded, that's only natural. Ever since the news of the incident at Clear Concealed Lake spread, our sect has been paying close attention to this issue, guarding against the infiltration of the decimating abyss. Yan Zhaoge said, that really couldn't be better. I'll have to trouble Uncle Jun. The evil spirits were good at magnifying the evil thoughts, desires, and obsessions in people's hearts. Compared to the 6 great holy lands, lone cultivators like the Ghost Hatchet Elder and Han Sheng were dissatisfied with the high and mighty status of the 6 great holy lands. It was easier for them to be roped in by the decimating abyss. Heaven and earth changed. In fact, from a certain point of view, the first-rate and second-rate forces under the 6 sacred lands also had the same problem. They wanted to replace the 6 great holy lands, wanted to become the new holy land, wanted to have absolute power and authority, and so on and so forth. Whether it was ambition or stubbornness, there was a possibility that the decimating abyss would take advantage of them. Of course, there were similar thoughts. It didn't mean that the decimating abyss would definitely take advantage of them, and it didn't mean that they would definitely develop demonic thoughts in their hearts. It all depended on a person's willpower, rationality, and willpower. However, the possibility could not be eliminated just because of this. Some pessimists even believed that the first and second-rate forces might instead be the disaster areas of the decimating abyss's corrosion. To Yan Zhaoge, he had actually always felt that it was a very normal thing for those first and second-rate powers to have such thoughts. Martial artists were usually more spirited and arrogant than ordinary people. Weirdos like Lu Xingfeng back then were, after all, extremely rare. Of the martial practitioners who had achieved a certain level of success, how many of them would be willing to be beneath others? When their own strength was insufficient, they would acknowledge reality and submit. This didn't mean that they would be willing to live like this for the rest of their lives. If it was really hard to resist with their own strength, seeking external help was something that could not be faulted. However, what kind of external help they sought was something that needed to be paid attention to. Existences like the 9 underworlds and the flame devils were absolute taboos. Most people, even if they had ambitions and thoughts of improving themselves, they would also reject existences like the 9 underworlds and the flame devils. After all, eating humans and drinking blood, completely losing their humanity, completely turning their backs on their own race, and also going over to the common enemy of the human race who had an ocean of blood enmity with them. Most people would reject such a thing. However, there would always be a small portion of people who would not be able to resist such temptation. A considerable portion of the decimating abyss's members were like this. As compared to the violent, bloodthirsty flame devils who directly ate human flesh, the 9 underworld's evil devils were more deceptive, causing people to be unable to guard against them. While Yan Zhaoge and Jun Ziyuan were just chatting idly, they still had to discuss this matter. The remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain who had joined the decimating abyss had returned to the Wind Domain in large numbers. From the various signs, a storm was brewing here. Uncle Jun still does not intend to take over the position of clan chief. As Jun Ziyuan and his daughter stood up to take their leave, Yan Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to Jun Ziyuan with his aura chi without batting an eyelid. With the current situation being rather chaotic, a strong leader would be more beneficial to your clan in facing the storm. Hearing his words, Jun Ziyuan knit his brows slightly, falling into deep thought. He had no desire to fight for power, but he was naturally concerned about the Howling Wind Sword sect that he had come from. After sending Jun Ziyuan off, Yan Zhaoge placed his hands behind his back, his gaze distant. Jun Ziyuan fell into hesitation, reconsidering his earlier decision. Yan Zhaoge instead felt reassured. If Jun Ziyuan had still straightforwardly insisted on his original decision, Yan Zhaoge would have been worried. As for Elder Hong and Elder Bai losing their balance due to Jun Ziyuan changing his mind and rejoining the competition for the position of clan chief, Yan Zhaoge actually didn't have to worry much. Other than receiving Jun Ziyuan, Yan Zhaoge didn't see any other guests. Other than Yan Zhaoge's side, the other experts of Broad Creed Mountain, Su Fei included, seemed calm at this moment, but they were actually all paying close attention to the slightest disturbance in the sand region. After sending Jun Ziyuan's group off, Yan Zhaoge began yet another round of secluded cultivation. His goal this time was to break through from the late Xiantian martial scholar realm to the heavenly connection realm. Refining the body to the point of refinement, martial scholars to the heavens, martial grandmasters to the transcending mortality realm. These 3 realms were respectively the peak of the body refinement realm, the martial scholar realm and the martial grandmaster realm. It was the peak, as well as the starting point. Stepping into this realm signified that a martial practitioner was beginning to break through to an even higher realm, in preparation for crossing that incomparably difficult heavenly chasm. Yan Zhaoge now also wanted to first step onto this first peak, before going to view the scenery even higher up. Time flowed like water, amidst the clamor of the outside world and the tranquility of the room. One night, Yan Zhaoge was still sitting peacefully as usual, his eyes closed, as though he was sleeping. Above his head, an illusory spiritual light rose upwards, and at a certain moment, it suddenly solidified. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes, and as he did so, the dark, lightless room instantly became bright, as though it was daytime. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge had successfully stepped into the heavenly connection realm. Revealing a slight smile on his face, Yan Zhaoge stood up, pushed open the door and walked out. Coincidentally, who also just happened to walk into the courtyard at this time. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, he was first taken aback, before he grinned widely, "Young master, double happiness has arrived." Chapter 248. Yan Zhaoge did not retract the spiritual light above his head. With a single look, who knew that the spiritual light above Yan Zhaoge's head that connected the heavens and the earth had already turned from illusory to real, signifying that Yan Zhaoge had officially stepped into the peak of the 10th level of the martial scholar realm, the heavenly connection stage. Double happiness? Yan Zhaoge looked at Hu. One of them was that he had stepped into the heavenly connection stage, but he did not know what the other one was. Hu was all smiles. "Young master, news has come from Broad Creed Mountain that the heaven-returning divine pill you unearthed has been successfully concocted by the family head." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge also felt pleasantly surprised. "Oh? So fast." It was not easy to refine the heaven-reversing elixir. It had to be melted down 9 times, and each time required a lot of time. If there was a single mistake, the result was that the herbs would be wasted, and they would have to start all over again. While Yan Zhaoge was very confident in Yan Di's cultivation base and attainments in alchemy, he had also mentally prepared himself for a prolonged battle. Yan Zhaoge was also rather taken aback by the good news that had arrived so quickly. After silently calculating the time in his heart, Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh. "Good fella. Dad. Did he succeed on the first try?" Hu smiled innocently. "I'm not sure about that, but the patriarch did send good news. He said that, young master, you can rest easy now." Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly, looking at the dark night sky as he muttered to himself, "That's right, I can indeed put my heart at ease." With the heaven-returning divine pill successfully concocted, Yan Zhaoge was at least 90% certain that his grandmaster, Yuan Jingfeng, would be able to recover from his old injuries that had always been plaguing him. In this way, with Yuan Jingfeng's strong foundation and outstanding talent, it was almost certain that he would be able to take the last half-step that he had been stuck in for a long time to transcend mortality and become a martial saint. Yuan Jingfeng had been waiting for this day for who knew how many years. Although nothing is absolute in this world. However, with the strength and potential that Yuan Jingfeng had displayed, he would have ascended to the saint state long ago if not for his old injuries. For Broad Creed Mountain, which originally already had the clear Qi robe, if Yuan Jingfeng successfully ascended to the realm of the martial saint, Broad Creed Mountain's strength would directly skyrocket. Even if the Sacred Sun Clan's east-coming martial saint Huang Guanglia had successfully advanced a step further, while Broad Creed Mountain would still be under pressure, the situation would at most be the same as before, unable to worsen. Because of Yan Zhaoge having pulled Infinite Boundless Mountain into their alliance with Jade Sea City, the situation was even better than it had been a few years ago. The reason why he said that he could only relax half of his heart, while the other half was still hanging in suspense, was because there were still some variables. If Yuan Jingfeng were to recover from his old injuries because of the heaven-returning elixir, he would certainly be able to break through to the martial saint realm. However, he would still need some time before he could truly ascend to the martial saint realm. During this period of time, Yuan Jingfeng's secluded cultivation was a great test for Broad Creed Mountain. If the current situation remained unchanged, it would be fine. At most, Broad Creed Mountain would just temporarily withdraw their defenses, guarding their headquarters. However, if the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia happened to leave seclusion during this period of time, the situation would be disadvantageous to Broad Creed Mountain. Especially if Huang Guanglia emerged from seclusion this time and successfully advanced a step further, the situation for Broad Creed Mountain would not be something that could only be described as disadvantageous. This time, there were still risks and opportunities. However, the successful concoction of the heaven-returning divine pill had given Broad Creed Mountain and Yuan Jingfeng an even higher chance of success. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoge just wanted to give his father a big thumbs up. The heaven-returning divine pill having been concocted in one go, saving a great deal of time. This time was equivalent to saving Yuan Jingfeng's breakthrough. Such a saving undoubtedly had strategic significance, not just saving time in the concoction itself. Yan Zhaoge nodded repeatedly, not bad, not bad. It is indeed a double blessing. In comparison, my own happiness doesn't even count for much. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Ah Hu. Speaking of which, how is Pan Pan? Ah Hu gave a simple and honest laugh. That fellow has been raised by young master to be fat and healthy. Now, he will be advancing once more very soon. If he can successfully balance the power of fire and water, I believe that he will improve greatly. Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. Keep an eye on him. This fatty is good in everything, just that he has two problems. Other than gluttony, he's lazy. If we don't urge him, he'll definitely slack off. Although he was somewhat different from the giant pandas in Yan Zhaoge's impression, Pan Pan was also one who wouldn't stand if he could sit, and wouldn't sit if he could lie down, his laziness reaching a certain level. Ordinary giant pandas appeared lazy and didn't like to move. That was because they mainly ate bamboo, their intake of energy being low. In order to conserve their strength, they didn't like to move. And for Pan Pan, while he also liked to eat bamboo, that was just a hobby. In truth, most of the things he ate were gold and iron that were rich in spiritual qi. Therefore, the problem of him conserving his strength did not exist. However, he was still a lazy fellow, causing Yan Zhaoge to be very speechless. Not mentioning Pan Pan, after having successfully stepped into the heavenly connection stage, Yan Zhaoge did not relax as he instead began preparing to advance towards a higher level. Earlier, he had been searching for the life-illuminating immortal stone in preparation for his breakthrough into the martial grandmaster realm. However, before truly taking that final step, Yan Zhaoge still had to do some more accumulation, solidifying his foundation. Outsiders only saw Yan Zhaoge's triumphant progress, his cultivation speed shocking the entire world. However, they mostly overlooked that Yan Zhaoge's every step was actually very stable, not advancing impatiently at all. A minute on stage was 10 years of work off stage. Behind the countless moments of glory and the show of divinity, Yan Zhaoge's diligence in his cultivation surpassed that of most people. Of those whom Yan Zhaoge currently came into contact with, even cultivation maniacs like Shi Tai and Feng Yunsheng might not be more hardworking than him. Amidst Yan Zhaoge's cultivation, time passed day by day. One day, Xue Fei suddenly appeared at Yan Zhaoge's lodgings. Yan Zhaoge opened the door and went out to welcome him, seeing Xue Fei standing there calmly, his first words being, "The decimating abyss is about to make a move." Where? Yan Zhaoge didn't waste any time, getting straight to the point. The two didn't waste any time as they walked out side by side, Xue Fei saying as they walked, "Yunwu, Wang family." Yan Zhaoge nodded, sighing. His worries back then had not been unfounded. The Yunwu Wang family of the Sand region was a long-established family of the Wind domain, their history even longer than that of the Howling Wind Sword sect. Like the Howling Wind Sword sect, the Yunwu Wang family was a first-rate power of the Wind domain Sand region, controlling a large amount of territory. Beneath them, there were also quite a few second-rate powers as well as smaller families and sections. While the Wang family was also a vassal of Broad Creed Mountain, from the looks of it now, a considerable number of Wang family disciples were dissatisfied with the current situation. With the 6 great sacred grounds at the top, the space and opportunities for a first-rate power like the Wang family to continue advancing became limited. This actually couldn't be said about who was right or wrong. Everyone wanted to climb high and see far, but there was only so much space at the peak. Those below wanted to go up, while those above wanted to go even higher. Their foundation was to not be pushed down by others. It was just that this gave the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss some opportunities. That day, in Yunwu County of the Wind Domain Sand region, winds and clouds surged. Chapter 249. League. Please support the monthly votes and subscription. Thank you. Yunwu County was the Wang clan's ancestral land. Other than Yunwu County, the Wang clan also controlled the surrounding vast territories. The area controlled by the Wang clan and the Howling Wind Sword sect were adjacent to each other. They also shared a border with the Great Western Desert and were relatively close to Suzhou City. Su Fei sent Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu to the gates of Suzhou City, saying, "I am now an acting elder of Suzhou City, and have responsibilities on me. This time, I will not be able to accompany you. Be careful." Yan Zhaoge raised his fist and lightly punched Su Fei's shoulder. "Senior apprentice brother Su can rest easy, we will pay attention to it. You just have to be careful of the other party's diversion." The party left Suzhou City and rushed towards the area controlled by the Wang clan. This time, Feng Yunsheng had specially come to sharpen her saber. Sitting on Pan's body, she asked Yan Zhaoge, "If a fallen practitioner appears, there's naturally no need to say anything. But what if it's someone who harbors devilish intent, but has yet to fall to the dark side?" Ah Hu's gaze also instantly turned towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's figure jolted slightly along with Pan's rapid strides. He said indifferently, "If the decimating abyss wants to cause trouble, it will most likely be the same as that time at Clear Concealed Lake. Their goal is to construct the devilish domain grand formation, guiding the descent of the 9 underworlds. Regardless of whether they have completely fallen to the devil or not, anyone who leads the way for the 9 underworlds can be killed. If the door to the 9 underworlds is opened because of our leniency, the evil devils will definitely not be lenient in killing people." Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance. The infiltration ability of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss to corrode one's heart is too great. If one does not fall to the dark side and is proficient in concealing their emotions and thoughts, it would be very hard for them to be exposed. It is really like the old saying goes, you may know a person for a long time, but not their heart. Although there have been constant investigations and purges these days, and there have been some results, no one can guarantee that everything has been cleaned up, especially the high-level experts. Yan Zhaoge frowned slightly. His gaze was somewhat dark and gloomy. "Although it is very displeasing, I have to say that the higher a cultivator's cultivation is, the more demonic thoughts will appear in their hearts. The more difficult it is to be detected by the outside world, because most of them have relatively strong control over themselves. It is very difficult for others to see through them. Such a person has a firm will. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for him to become a demon. That's why it's even more deep-rooted and stubborn." Ah Hu and Feng Yunsheng both nodded, and Feng Yunsheng said softly, "The worst-case scenario would be that it would be like the previous time at Clear Concealed Lake. Our arrangements and preparations have already been made known to the other party. The Wang clan before us could very well be a feint or a trap." Yan Zhaoge said, "That's right. Therefore, we have to be vigilant. Once you realize that something is amiss, you'll have to adapt to the situation." Ah Hu shook his big head. "The 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss are really too annoying." Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "There's nothing we can do about it. It's not like we can grasp every single hair and beard, suspecting and monitoring every single person. That way, not only would everyone be in danger, there might also be countless false cases, false accusations being made against others. At that time, the decimating abyss would definitely be overjoyed. I can only stabilize my footing and plan slowly. After all, the vast majority of people were repelled by the demons of the netherworld. They were tempted by the demons. In the end, they are still the minority." Yan Zhaoge said, "The crux is that there needs to be an absolutely reliable expert who can suppress the situation." Ah Hu grinned. "Elder Shi is such a person. In this time's incident in the Wind Domain, the bigwig who brought Creed Mountain had specially rushed over to the Wind Domain to oversee the situation was precisely Yan Zhaoge's eldest apprentice uncle. The Iron Lion King, Shi Tai." Yan Zhaoge nodded, sighing, "That's right." Proceeding forward, they quickly neared Yunmu County. Following the directions, Yan Zhaoge arrived at a barren mountain. At the top of the mountain stood a tall figure, resembling a mountain. It was precisely Shi Tai. "Zhaoge's here?" Shi Tai did not turn his head as he gazed into the distance. There was an oasis, precisely the ancestral ground of the Wang family. The Wang family had a foundation in Yunwu County, but its most fundamental place was still this oasis. Gazing over now, black smoke could already be seen shooting into the skies, gradually dyeing the sky above the oasis black. Amidst the roiling black clouds, blood-red lightning flickered, mournful and terrifying. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the black clouds gradually extending over his head, as well as the blood-red lightning amidst the cloud layer, as though he had returned to that time at clear concealed lake. Shi Tai gazed at the oasis in the distance. Looking at his back, Yan Zhaoge's gaze was a little complicated. "Zhaoge, you have something to say to me?" Shi Tai did not turn as he suddenly sent a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge hesitated slightly for a moment before saying candidly, "Currently, it is still only my personal guess, still awaiting confirmation. Now that a great battle is upon us, I don't want to say it, lest I disturb eldest apprentice uncle's state of mind for nothing." Shi Tai's voice paused for a moment before resounding once more, "There are not many things that can disturb my state of mind. Either it concerns the safety of Broad Creed Mountain, or it is." Yan Zhaoge sighed lightly, pondering for a moment before saying, "I still can't be sure, but senior apprentice brother Shi Songtao, may still be alive." Shi Tai's breathing halted slightly as he was silent for a moment before he asked, "Did you see him somewhere?" Yan Zhaoge answered softly, "I made a report earlier that someone launched a sneak attack on me and senior apprentice brother Su in clear concealed Lake's Devilish Domain Grand Formation. The last time I entered that foreign dimension left behind by senior loose practitioner He before the Great Calamity, I was once again attacked by the same person. In the process of clashing, I sliced off a corner of his mask, revealing a small portion of his face. I can't be completely sure, but..." Shi Tai was silent for a moment before he asked, "Is there any other evidence?" Yan Zhaoge answered, "The martial art that person cultivates in is the dark light killing art. However, it can be seen that it was not a martial art that he had always been proficient in, instead having been learnt later on. His dark light killing art has already reached a rather high level of attainment, but according to my estimates, he should have only been cultivating in it for a few years. Estimating the time, it should be a little shorter than the time that senior apprentice brother Shi disappeared." Shi Tai asked, "I remember you saying that he was an early spirit vessel martial grandmaster?" Yan Zhaoge answered, "Yes, senior apprentice brother Shi was in the heavenly connection stage when he disappeared. With his talent and potential, if he had not been stuck in the heavenly connection stage for too long, he should have been a mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster. Therefore, I also have my doubts." Shi Tai said slowly, "Counting the time spent recuperating and switching to other martial arts, the early spirit vessel stage should be more likely." Hearing these words, Yan Zhaoge could only keep his mouth shut, not saying anything. After a long time, Yan Zhaoge answered in a low voice, "I'm sorry, eldest apprentice uncle." Shi Tai closed his eyes, saying slowly, "No, you did the right thing. Letting me be mentally prepared beforehand is a little better. I naturally also hope that you, Zhaoge, have recognized the wrong person, but if he really is Song Tao, that is also something that I have to bear. At the end of the day, I am not a qualified father." Chapter 250. League. Requesting subscriptions, requesting monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Looking at the silent Shi Tai, Yan Zhaoge himself fell into silence, sighing soundlessly. The two had communicated via sound transmission, with it being hard for others to know of their contents. Standing behind Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunqing did not quite understand what was going on. Her eldest apprentice uncle Shi Tai, who had always been like a mountain, seemingly able to prop up the heavens, was now in a rare state of depression. Even she could see it. It was as though a towering mountain had been dyed in a layer of twilight by the setting sun. However, very quickly, Shi Tai's closed eyes opened once more. As he opened his eyes, it was as though a sleeping lion had awoken, his earlier depression completely disappearing. What appeared before them was still that mighty, unyielding Iron Lion King. Seeing this scene, Feng Yunqing even thought that what she had just seen had all been an illusion. Gazing at the Wang family ancestral ground in the distance, Shi Tai said calmly, "Don't let the Devilish Domain Grand Formation establish, directly destroy it. I'll do a sudden attack. You guys just need to surround and clear it from the surroundings. Leave some people to guard the outskirts. Raise your vigilance and prepare for any unexpected situations. His voice was not all that loud, also not spreading far away, but it was clearly heard by all the nearby Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners. From that deep, heavy voice, they could feel a firm will. Yen Zhaoge and the others loudly agreed. Saying thus, Shirtai's figure rose from the top of the barren mountain. From within his body, a clear, bright radiance was emitted, his entire body seeming to have transformed into a divinity forged from Vajra. The next moment, Shirtai strode forward, the heavens and the earth emitting great light as the expansion of the black devilish chi was instantly obstructed. Accompanied by Shirtai's stride, his foot landing on the ground, he had already arrived in the air above the Wang family ancestral ground. Sturdy and condensed, pressuring down with an extremely vigorous force, the Wang family ancestral ground instantly lit up with numerous spirit patterns. A massive defensive formation was formed in mid-air, attempting to resist the pressure brought about by Shirtai. However, it was like porcelain meeting a hard rock. Virtually without the slightest delay, the grand formation began mightily shattering. Shirtai's body did not move quickly, but he descended resolutely, as though there was nothing that could obstruct his footsteps at the very least. The grand formation of the Wang family's ancestral land would not be able to withstand it. No matter what kind of power it was, as long as their nest was carefully managed and laid out for generations, it would be extremely powerful, forming a home field advantage that belonged to them. The experts of the Wang family, relying on the grand formation of their ancestral ground that they had operated for many years, would be able to resist even if Broad Creed Mountain's first seat elder of the Sand region arrived. Even though it would still be breached, it wouldn't be to the extent where it would be completely defenseless. Unfortunately, a grand formation that could obstruct the early Essence Talisman first seat elder of the Sand region was no different from paper in front of the late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Shirtai. At this moment, a sinister voice came from within the surging black mist, Iron Lion. Countless spirit glyphs flashing with black light rose from the Wang family's ancestral grounds. Then, they quickly formed a mysterious glyph formation in the sky that exuded a terrifying aura. One talisman array after another. In an instant, they formed a tower that looked like an altar. In the altar, a figure could be vaguely seen, holding a black spear and thrusting it toward Shirtai. Shockingly, he was also a late Essence Talisman cultivator. A peak martial grandmaster expert who had already established the Essence Talisman Heavenly Altar. Shirtai's face was expressionless, resembling a tough, unchanging rock. Scaly Dragon King Sima Chui, you've joined the 9 underworlds as well. The other party stabbed out with the black spear, resembling a scaly dragon soaring into the heavens as it emitted a deafening roar, black light flickering. It was as though a black wound had been slashed between the heavens and the earth. Shirtai's expression did not change in the slightest, his body also being enveloped by an altar that was clear as glass and exuded an aura of indestructibility. A ferocious punch smashed downwards, directly forcibly clashing with the tip of his opponent's spear. As the two sides collided intensely, Yen Zhaoge and the others who were spectating from afar, not nearing, all felt the heavens and earth that they stood in tremble. A strange light shone in Feng Yunsheng's eyes. I've heard of the reputation of that scaly dragon king, Sima Chui, before. He is one of the peak experts amongst solitary practitioners, at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, a late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. He is also one of the rare few Essence Talisman solitary practitioners who possesses a high-grade spirit artifact. That black spear is his high-grade spirit artifact? Eldest apprentice uncle actually forcibly clashed with an expert of the same cultivation level barehandedly, wielding the attack of a high-grade spirit artifact. The higher one's cultivation base, not only were there fewer instances of surpassing levels to defeat an opponent, the gap in strength between martial practitioners of the same cultivation level would also generally be smaller. Of those who were able to walk to such a high level, how many of them were simple? In a battle between Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster experts of the same cultivation level, the addition of a high-grade spirit artifact would often be sufficient to decide the outcome of the battle. Yen Zhaoge laughed. Otherwise, why would he be called the Iron Lion King? Attack and defense as one. Shirtai gazed coldly at his opponent, the belt at his waist lit up with radiance. His high-grade spirit artifact, the Profound Light Divine Armor, was activated, instantly transforming into an armor of black light, enveloping Shirtai's body. The power of the spirit artifact merged with Shirtai's martial will, causing his strength to instantly skyrocket. As he punched downwards, he directly sent the scaly dragon king, Sima Chui, into retreat. After that punch, Shirtai did not rush to pursue him, instead stomping heavily downwards. With a mighty boom, the Wang family ancestral ground's defensive grand formation completely collapsed. Sima Chui's expression was dark as his spear changed, transforming into numerous streaks of black light that circulated between the heavens and the earth. He no longer clashed head-on with Shirtai, instead adopting a roaming combat style. While Sima Chui was not Shirtai's match, at least he did not allow Shirtai to continue approaching the Wang family ancestral ground down below. The oasis where the Wang family ancestral ground was located was enveloped by black fog once more, streaks of red lightning lighting up amidst the black fog. In the depths of the black fog, a massive spirit formation could vaguely be seen. Yan Zhaoge could once again feel the terrifying aura of the Great Nine Underworld's door preparing to descend back then at Clear Concealed Lake. "Let's go." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge shot forward like lightning towards the Wang family ancestral ground, Feng Yunsheng and Pan Pan following closely behind him. From all directions, Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners appeared, led by martial grandmaster experts, surrounding the Wang family ancestral ground together. Yan Zhaoge expanded his immortal crane wings, his speed swift as he very quickly arrived at the outskirts of the Wang family ancestral ground. The defensive grand formation of the Wang family ancestral ground had already been destroyed by Shirtai. Facing the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, the people within could only defend against them in close combat. As Yan Zhaoge and the others neared, countless dark streaks of light instantly surged over from within the black fog, resembling a torrential storm. They all displayed various methods, defending against them. Yan Zhaoge's footsteps did not cease at all, the wings on his shoulders unfurling, their tips aimed forward, numerous crane feathers resembling a downpour of light shooting directly towards the enemy. The faint golden feathers of light and that dark light clashed unceasingly within the air. The numerous feathers of light shattered, transforming into streaks of light as they dissipated, the numerous iron arrows of dark light distorting and deforming, resembling rain as they fell to the ground. The few that escaped the net, the lofty mountain armor lit up, directly resisting them head-on. Yan Zhaoge strode forward, coming to the outskirts of the Wang family ancestral ground. With a kick, the walls of the manor collapsed mightily, a large hole appearing. Chapter 251. Tipping 10-9 for the "Are People Who Ask About Gender Retarded?" Alliance. Don't stop updating. Don't stop asking for subscriptions and monthly tickets. Thank you everyone. Yan Zhaoge kicked out a hole in the outer wall of the Wang family ancestral manor. Amidst the flying dust, a saber light suddenly flickered, chopping towards Yan Zhaoge. The saber light resembled a mountain, seeming as precipitous as a wondrous peak, also resembling a continuous chain of mountain ranges. Numerous layers of saber light instantly surrounded Yan Zhaoge. Not even looking, Yan Zhaoge punched out, passing through the saber light and directly sending his opponent flying backwards. As one person flew out, the saber light before him instead grew even more intense, with even more enemies executing the Wang family's ancestral mountain linking saber art, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as they shot towards Yan Zhaoge. At the same time, amidst this saber light that resembled a lofty mountain, a dark, piercingly cold wind was mixed within as it also assaulted towards Yan Zhaoge. Black Nightmare Mountain's direct lineage ultimate technique, Wind Chasing Sword Style. The sword's name was Chasing Wind, faster than the wind, one of the few swift swords under the heavens, comparable to the Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage lightning character 72 swords. A wisp of faint sword light arrived first despite being launched later. Under the cover of the saber light, it was impossible to guard against it. Yan Zhaoge extended a hand, his index finger and thumb coming together as he pinched the tip of his opponent's sword. In an instant, the sword light was extinguished, the sword wind halted. The sword that was pinched by Yan Zhaoge's 2 fingers was unable to move at all. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge's entire body surged with aura qi. Standing unmoving where he was, his vigorous aura qi transformed into a storm, scattering the saber light that obscured the heavens and covered the earth. The Black Nightmare Mountain martial practitioner before him reacted extremely quickly as he immediately let go of his sword as it was caught by Yan Zhaoge. But regardless of whether he changed his attack or immediately retreated, before he could make his next move, he was shocked to find that the hilt of the long sword was heading back towards him, its original owner. With a chi sound, the sword hilt that had no edge seemed to be as sharp as the edge of a sword. It broke through this Black Nightmare Mountain martial practitioner's protective stellar energy and pierced straight into his chest. The surrounding people looked at Yan Zhaoge in shock as he pinched the tip of his sword with 2 fingers, before nimbly sending it forward. Using the sword hilt as the blade, he stabbed that Black Nightmare Mountain martial artist to death. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he retracted his arm, the hilt of his sword emerging from his opponent's chest. Not changing his hand, Yan Zhaoge just pinched the tip of the sword with 2 fingers. It was as if he wanted to commit suicide. Using the hilt as the edge of the sword, he casually swung it, but it was already better than most of the swords of the grandmasters in the world. He killed all the martial artists surrounding him. A portion of the perimeter wall was broken through. Yan Zhaoge entered the courtyard, instantly slaying many people as he cleared out the surrounding area. Other than him, there was no one else alive. Yan Zhaoge's gaze did not change in the slightest. He abruptly threw the sword in his hand to the side, and it instantly turned into a lightning-like sword light. In the black fog, a martial artist was trying to use the darkness to hide his figure and quietly approach, but he was directly nailed to the ground by this sword. The other side's martial scholar expert was also rapidly approaching, preparing to seal off the opening created by Yan Zhaoge. Directly slapping a late Xiantian martial scholar to death with a single palm, Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "If you're not a martial grandmaster, don't come to die." As he spoke, he turned around and raised his palm, blocking the incoming fist of a person. This person had a long, horse-like face. His entire body's aura qi surged, and like Yan Zhaoge's, a spiritual light shot straight into the horizon above his head. It was not illusory. Instead, it was real radiance. Shockingly, he was also a peak martial scholar expert who had stepped into the heavenly connection stage. The newcomer didn't look very old, only being in his early 30s. His aura qi transformed into numerous black winds, clearly being of Black Nightmare Mountain's direct lineage. His eyes were yellow, emitting a blood-red light. He had already fallen to the dark side, his eyes staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, filled with hatred and unwillingness. Those who come from Broad Creed Mountain, all deserve to die. This horse-faced man roared loudly, his entire body's aura qi surging madly, condensing into an illusory heaven and earth, the heavens and earth filled with black hurricanes. The terrifying black hurricanes compressed and condensed unceasingly, finally transforming into numerous seemingly material black spears, their tips pointed straight at Yan Zhaoge. However, as the acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, streams of clear qi emanated, majestic as the heavens. As the opponent's black hurricanes that resembled long spears fell within, they directly disappeared. At the same time, grabbing his opponent's fist, Yan Zhaoge abruptly exhaled a terrifying aura qi from his palm. That horse-faced man could only feel numerous streams of aura qi that resembled fire dragons instantly flowing through the meridians of his arm, causing a painful feeling of being sliced apart and incinerated. The numerous fire dragons rushed madly into his body's aura qi completely unable to withstand them. In that instant, the horse-faced man's internal organs were all incinerated, his flesh, blood, tendons, bones, internal organs and meridians that had been tempered countless times by his aura qi beginning to explode one after another. The horse-faced man stood stiffly where he was, his head, face, arms and other parts of his body revealed a strange red color. It was like a shrimp or crab being cooked thoroughly. Yan Zhaoge released his hand, the horse-faced man's body collapsing onto the ground like a pile of mud. At this age, having cultivated to the heavenly connection stage, even in a sacred ground, he would still be at the level of a core, direct disciple. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. With Black Nightmare Mountain's current dire state, it is really rare that they could still recruit such a genius disciple. Sadly, he has joined the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge shot forward with the immortal crane wings at an extremely fast speed. Only now did Ahu and the others catch up. As soon as Ahu entered, his 5 fingers pierced through the top of an opponent's skull. In other areas of the manor, a group of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were also unceasingly breaking into the manor, killing their way into its depths. Broad Creed Mountain had long since been prepared for this operation, mobilizing their elite forces, their attacks hard for their opponents to withstand. Let alone the martial practitioners of the Wang family, even the other decimating abyss martial practitioners led by the remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain would also be hard-pressed to stop Broad Creed Mountain's momentum. As opposed to the opponents before them, it was instead the aftershocks of the battle between Shirtai and Sima Chui up above that caused Yan Zhaoge and the others to be more vigilant, lest they were swept away by the tail of the typhoon, dying mysteriously. However, on one hand, Shirtai held the upper hand, beating Sima Chui into constant retreat, hard-pressed to parry. Shirtai was able to control the changes in the battle situation, leaving some space for Yan Zhaoge and the others. Secondly, the demonic Chi's aura was getting denser and denser. While it was dangerous, it also blocked the shockwaves from the battle between Shi and Tai. This allowed Yan Zhaoge and the others to feel at ease and boldness as they directly charged towards the core of the manor's devilish domain grand formation. Having experienced the previous battle at Clear Concealed Lake, Yan Zhaoge was now even more familiar with the devilish domain grand formation. Currently, the grand formation had still yet to be completely formed, the domain of devilish Qi also yet to be established. While Yan Zhaoge and the others were affected, their movements were still smooth. There was only that terrifying aura that bewitched one's heart, gradually growing stronger, affecting one's mind. Yan Zhaoge felt as he charged forward, the killing intent within his heart seemed to be growing stronger unceasingly, as though there was a voice within his heart telling him to kill all living beings before him, no matter who they were. Ha! Yan Zhaoge's gaze sunk as he stabilized his mind once more. Raising his head and gazing over, he saw a familiar golden pagoda not far away, a red door of light currently projecting downwards from the top of the pagoda. Yan Zhaoge leapt, shooting towards the golden pagoda. Spreading his arms wide, resembling a great rock spreading its wings, his sword aura slashing past, bringing along a few heads as they soared into the skies. Chapter 252. League. Requesting monthly votes, requesting subscriptions. Thank you everyone. In terms of cultivation base, Yan Zhaoge was not the highest amongst the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had attacked the Wang family ancestral manor this time. However, in terms of understanding of the devilish domain grand formation before them, there was no one who could match him. Advancing, Yan Zhaoge was instead the fastest to approach the golden tower at the center of the devilish domain grand formation. On the golden tower, red light currently flickered, condensing to form a door of light, projecting downwards. Lines of runes wrapped around the golden tower like black chains. The runes extended towards the devil Qi in all directions. However, as Shirtai had said, not waiting for the devilish domain grand formation to completely form, they would destroy it. Yan Zhaoge and the others arrived extremely quickly. At this moment, the devilish domain grand formation had only just been established, yet to truly circulate. The golden tower, as well as the numerous spirit patterns entangled on it, also appeared illusory and ethereal, not completely condensed yet. Even that door of light formed of red light appeared extremely weak. While it was projecting downwards, it was only in its embryonic form. However, as time passed, that terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds that bewitched one's heart grew stronger and stronger. Yan Zhaoge rushed towards the tall tower, Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, Pan Pan and a portion of the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners following him. At this moment, Feng Yunsheng had already dismounted from Pan Pan's body, a black saber that did not emit light was grasped stably within her hands. As her saber rose and fell, a fallen practitioner had already fallen beneath her saber. In the distance, an opponent held a massive wheel in his hands, close to 2 meters in diameter. The edges of the wheel were all curved sharp blades, resembling the teeth of a saw. The opponent roared loudly, his orochi shaking as he raised this wheel and threw it towards Feng Yunsheng and the others. As that wheel rotated, the sharp blades disappeared, only golden light could be seen flickering at its edges, the wheel's diameter seemingly having suddenly expanded several times over. Even more ferocious and terrifying. The massive wheel spun over with a shocking momentum, wanting to hack Feng Yunsheng and the other 10-odd people into two in one go. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners hurriedly evaded. A Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioner with a higher cultivation base than Feng Yunsheng. He leaped into the air and accurately tapped the center of the wheel with the tip of his foot. His eyesight, judgment, and speed were all extremely exquisite. He successfully dodged the roulette and rushed toward the man who threw the roulette. Evading the enemy and attacking the enemy was completed in a single move. People couldn't help but cheer when they saw it. Feng Yunsheng, on the other hand, seemed to be in a daze as she stood rooted to the spot. Just as someone was about to cry out in alarm, they saw Feng Yunsheng suddenly raise the black long saber in her hand. The next moment, the saber fell. A sharp and ear-piercing sound of friction rang out, and then the roulette suddenly split into two, brushing past both sides of Feng Yunsheng's body, flying far away, and then smashing onto the ground. After Feng Yunsheng swung her saber, she pushed off the ground lightly and soared into the air. Then, it fell like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of an opponent. The violent and sharp blade was like a hot knife through butter, chopping down from the top of the opponent's head, and then going all the way down, directly splitting the opponent vertically in half. Such a brazen momentum coming from the hands of a beautiful woman, the strong contrast caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. However, after Feng Yunsheng's blade fell and killed this enemy, she did not care in the slightest. It was as though she was used to it. She turned, not hesitating in the slightest as she rushed towards another opponent. Pan Pan followed closely behind Feng Yunsheng, even though his current strength was actually greater than Feng Yunsheng's. However, seeing this scene, his two big eyes blinked as he unconsciously shrunk his fleshy neck. The others followed closely behind. Being able to keep up with his footsteps, Yan Zhaoge acted as a sharp blade, advancing unceasingly at the front. Responsible for opening the path. As someone advanced, the immortal crane wings on Yan Zhaoge's shoulders instantly flipped, transforming into two wings, the crane feathers at the tips like blades as they shot out over a large area, riddling the enemies before him with thousands of holes. Gradually approaching the tall tower at the center of the Devilish Domain Grand Formation, this place was already gradually about to form an independent space, red light spreading everywhere, turning the surrounding area into a red independent world. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the numerous black spirit patterns that resembled chains above his head, before leaping up. A short stone rod appeared within his hands, growing with the wind as it instantly transformed into a massive pillar of the Divine Palace. Yan Zhaoge brought the pillar of the Divine Palace above the intersecting spirit patterns, releasing his hand as the pillar of the Divine Palace smashed downwards. The numerous spirit patterns down below instantly broke apart one after another. As the spirit patterns broke apart, the originally already unstable golden tower was shaken as well, shaking. The red light between the heavens and the earth instantly vanished, even the devilish chi dissipating greatly. The power of the Devilish Domain Grand Formation suddenly weakened. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who were still fighting within the Grand Formation instantly sped up, killing over in a straight line. This was especially so in the direction of the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, instantly killing their way to the core region of the Grand Formation like a hot knife through butter. Standing on the pillar of the Divine Palace, Yan Zhaoge smashed apart the numerous spirit patterns. Before the pillar had even landed on the ground, the sky above his head suddenly darkened, the light dimming. Raising his head, he saw an old man brandishing a saber in an attack towards him, the saber descending, resembling the collapse of an unending chain of mountains. His majestic true essence turned illusory into real, actually truly forming countless mountain rocks, descending towards Yan Zhaoge with the momentum of mountains collapsing. An Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, the head of the Wang family. Yan Zhaoga's expression did not change as the light of thunder surged within his right eye, the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor in the form of a purple orb appearing. A massive rumble resounded, the purplish-green light of thunder surging madly, shattering the mountain rocks before him. The Wang family patriarch was still about to attack when a strong wind resounded by his ear, a terrifying saber light that seemed like it wanted to break through space itself appeared, chopping towards him. Of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, one of the 8 extreme arts, chaotic elements uniting saber. An essence spirit martial grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain had already arrived. Yan Zhaoga smiled slightly. This time, he had not come to the core of the Grand Formation alone. Reaching out to pick up the pillar of the Divine Palace, Yan Zhaoga changed his position, smashing apart a few more spirit patterns. The Devilish Domain Grand Formation weakened further, that golden tower beginning to look like it was on the verge of collapse, the red door of light also close to being destroyed. The Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners here were gaining the upper hand, victory already in sight. In the air above the Wang family ancestral ground, the scaly dragon king, Sima Chui, was forced to the point of not touching the ground, only barely able to drag things out. After smashing another spirit pattern, Yan Zhaoga stopped, leaping onto the top of the pillar of the Divine Palace, gazing at that tall golden tower. Standing by the side of the thick stone pillar, Ahu raised his head and looked upwards. "Young master, what is it?" "Something's not right." Yan Zhaoga narrowed his eyes. "It went too smoothly." Ahu scratched his head, perhaps because Broad Creed Mountain no longer has any decimating abyss spies, the other side not knowing of our plans, thus being defeated in a single blow? Yan Zhaoga surveyed their surroundings. The decimating abyss martial practitioners here at the core of the Grand Formation are mostly of the Wang family, with no martial grandmasters of Black Nightmare Mountain to be seen. Black Nightmare Mountain's elites are actually only that Heavenly Connection martial grandmaster who died at my hands at the outskirts of the Grand Formation. Who was shocked? "There's an ambush, wanting to surround us instead." Yan Zhaoga shook his head. "Our clan has experts in charge of guarding the outskirts, with the first seat elder of the Sand region keeping a close eye on them. It won't be so easy to surround us instead." As he pondered, Yan Zhaoga's gaze fell on that tall golden tower once more. Chapter 253. The monthly votes of the gurus are increasing so fast, please protect them with monthly votes. Thank you everyone. In this battle, the enemy experts are also few. Other than the scaly dragon king, Sima Chui, there are no other essence talisman martial grandmasters. Gazing at that golden tower, Yan Zhaoga fell into deep thought. Who grinned and said, "Even if there is an ambush, it won't be wrong to destroy this devilish domain formation first. We can't let the 9 serenities descend here, right? Furthermore, by destroying the demonic domain great formation, the enemy will also lose their geographical advantage." Yan Zhaoga did not answer as he surveyed his surroundings, looking at those intersecting spirit patterns as he began unceasingly deducing and analyzing them. After the incident of Clear Concealed Lake, having learnt his lesson, Yan Zhaoga grit his teeth and put in more effort in the Tao of formations. Although due to time constraints, it was impossible to have earth-shattering changes in a short period of time, there was still considerable progress. At the end of the day, the ultimate goal of this devilish domain grand formation is to allow the 9 underworlds to descend. It is a formation that can break through the boundaries of space and time. Yan Zhaoga pondered, then, if they want to hide something, could it also be in the area of spatial distortions? Opening the door in reverse, sending us from the 8 extremities world into the 9 underworlds? It doesn't feel like. Yan Zhaoga unceasingly deduced the principles of the formation, countless thoughts flashing through his mind at lightning speed. While he and who had stopped here, the other experts of Broad Creed Mountain did not cease their attacks. An essence spirit martial grandmaster chopped out with an 8 sceneries spirit saber, his true essence transforming into 8 screens of light, enveloping that tall golden tower within. In the next moment, the 8 light screens shattered together. Even the golden pagoda, which was already on the verge of collapse, began to completely collapse. Yan Zhaoga carefully felt the collapse of the golden tower as well as the changes in the devilish domain grand formation. Suddenly, Yan Zhaoga detected a problem. The devilish domain grand formation before him, compared to the one he had destroyed at Clear Concealed Lake, was much more powerful when it was in operation. There was no difference, it was exactly the same. But when the formation began to reverse and collapse, there was a slight difference. The golden tower was collapsing, and the red door of light was completely obliterated. The chain-like black runes broke one after another. The dense black demon chi in the air began to pour into the bodies of the fallen evils, causing them unbearable pain. Everything was so similar, as if the scene of the incident at Clear Concealed Lake had been replayed. There was only one difference. Accompanied by the collapse of the tall golden tower, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel it. The power of this infernal domain grand array seemed to be secretly being directed to other places. Yan Zhaoge abruptly raised his head, not bothering to speak any further as he leapt off the pillar of the divine palace. Next, he picked it up and shot swiftly towards the collapsing golden tower. Seeing Yan Zhaoge carrying the massive stone pillar as he rushed towards the golden tower, the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were all slightly taken aback. The core of the formation is already about to be destroyed. What is he doing, greedy for merit? But if we're talking about greed, there are so many of us watching. What's more, you took the lead in breaking through the formation and helped everyone break through. You should have a share in the credit. The Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster closest to that golden tower also looked at Yan Zhaoge in shock, frowning slightly. No need to worry, Zhaoge. That saber of mine can guarantee the destruction of this golden tower. Not waiting for him to finish, Yan Zhaoge hurriedly cut him off. Elder Tsong, first protect this tower, don't let it collapse. As his words left his mouth, everyone was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Even the remaining decimating abyss martial practitioners and fallen evils present. They were all stunned on the spot, unable to recover as they looked at Yan Zhaoge. Never in his wildest dreams would Elder Tsong have thought that Yan Zhaoge would suddenly say something like this. He looked shockingly at Yan Zhaoge. What exactly? Halfway through his words, a wary look suddenly flashed through Elder Tsong's eyes. He appraised Yan Zhaoge with a scrutinizing gaze. He thought of a possibility. While he felt that this possibility was very absurd, however absurd it was, it could not compare to Yan Zhaoge's current actions, which were like two completely different people. Fallen to the dark side. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all looked rather hesitantly at Yan Zhaoge. If it was said that Yan Zhaoge had fallen to the dark side, they would also not believe it. First, not mentioning the incident at Clear Concealed Lake. The descent of the 9 underworlds had been stopped by Yan Zhaoge. In the descent of the Wang ancestral ground this time, in breaking through the devilish domain grand formation, Yan Zhaoge had also played an important role. If one had to find a martial scholar of the 8 extremities world whom the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds wanted to kill the most, if Yan Zhaoge claimed to be number 2, no one would dare claim to be number 1. For such a person to fall to the dark side, it was really hard to believe. However, Yan Zhaoge's current abnormal actions were really hard to understand. Could it be that in breaking through the formation earlier, he had been temporarily aroused by the devilish intent within his heart? The 9 underworlds specialized in digging holes in people's hearts. No one knew when they would suddenly fall for it, only able to remain vigilant at all times. The tall golden tower had already completely shattered, collapsing downwards as it was about to be reduced to rubble. Yan Zhaoge could not be bothered to explain as he leapt into the air, descending the pillar of the divine palace, forcibly suppressing the shattered golden tower. Luckily, his usual reputation and performance had left too deep an impression in everyone's hearts. While they were suspicious, they did not stop him in the end. Suppressing the collapsed golden tower, Yan Zhaoge's expression was still grave as he concentrated on analyzing the changes in the formation. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge was completely unable to spare any attention to speak, Hu hurriedly said, Elder Tsong, young master feels that our trip this time has gone too smoothly, and that the other side has probably set up a trap. Hearing his words, Elder Tsong nodded slightly. Yes, I also feel this way. However, whether it is an ambush or something else, we can't just watch as the 9 underworlds descend. First, destroying the devilish domain grand formation would definitely not be wrong. No matter what the other side plans, their target is still the 9 underworlds' descent. And once the Great Nine Underworld's door opens, the consequences will undoubtedly be unimaginable. However bad the result, it can't be worse than this. The other Broad Creed Mountain Martial Grandmaster experts all nodded. Now finally understanding the sudden changes in the formation, Yen Zhaoge said, "The Nine Underworlds descending here is indeed an extremely bad result, but it is still not the worst." Elder Tsong and the others were slightly taken aback. Yen Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, raising his head to look into the distance. "With the Nine Underworlds descending here, at least we are prepared for battle, especially with eldest apprentice uncle here. Even if the door to the Nine Underworlds truly opens, we can still fight to the death to obstruct the evil devils, buying time for the clan's other experts to arrive and for the nearby civilians to evacuate. However, what if another gate is suddenly opened in another place that we are not prepared for without any sign, leading to the arrival of the Nine Serenities?" All the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners present were shocked. Be it Clear Concealed Lake or the Wang family's ancestral ground, the reason why they could obstruct the descent of the Nine Underworlds was because the formation of the Devilish Domain Grand Formation and the opening of the Nine Underworlds door required a certain amount of time. At the same time, setting up a great formation required time and treasures. It was not impossible to find it. It was possible that it would be detected before the formation was properly set up. This gave the martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world a chance to wreak havoc. But what if a door to the Nine Underworlds was instantly opened at a certain place without any signs and without any process? Just the thought of it sent chills down everyone's spine. Chapter 254. Everyone, please support the genuine subscription rate. Thank you everyone. Yen Zhaoge's words caused a chill to run down the backs of all the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners present. That Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmaster who was clashing with the head of the Wang family stared at his opponent, asking in a loud voice, "Is it really so?" The head of the Wang family was a little confused, but when he came back to his senses, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. They had all been used, becoming bait and cannon fodder to draw Broad Creed Mountain over. However, the old man quickly reined in his emotions and still had a blank look on his face. He snorted in exasperation. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Although his reactions were also fast, the slight changes in his gaze were all seen by the Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmaster who was currently attentively observing him. This Broad Creed Mountain elder's heart instantly grew cold. After repelling his opponent with a single saber strike, he turned and shook his head towards Elder Tsong and the others. "I'm afraid it's true." Elder Tsong and the others sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the shattered golden tower. Yen Zhaoge had already leapt down from the pillar of the divine palace, standing on the ruins of the collapsed golden tower. He extended his palm, pressing it against the golden tower as he carefully analyzed the changes in the flow of devilish qi within. After a while, Yen Zhaoge said with a rather solemn expression on his face, "It's a little too late. The grand formation's reversal has already begun, a great amount of devilish qi being sent into the distance. What I am doing now is only temporarily delaying this process." Elder Tsong's expression turned gloomy. He wished he could slap himself. In the distance, another Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmaster shouted in a low tone, "Senior apprentice brother Tsong, stabilize your mind. Regret is also an obsession, and can easily be exploited by devils." Saying thus, he looked at Yen Zhaoge. "Can you confirm where the newly opened Great Nine Underworlds door will be?" Yen Zhaoge closed his eyes, opening them after a while as he said in a heavy tone, "South Heaven region." All the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners felt even more bitter within their hearts. The South Heaven region was directly opposite the Fire Domain's Sacred Sun clan. Instead, there were many elite Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners stationed there. Other than the Central Heaven region where Broad Creed Mountain was located, of the first seat elders of the South, North, West, East, Sand region and Gan region, the first seat elder of the South region was the strongest. However, it was also precisely in order to guard against the Sacred Sun clan, standing against them. Therefore, the experts of Broad Creed Mountain, the South Heaven region's first seat elder included, were all stationed at the border of the South Heaven region, where it intersected with the Fire Domain. Broad Creed Mountains arrangements in the South Heaven region were towards the south and not the north, with the north precisely being the Central Heaven region. This resulted in the Southern Heaven continent, except for the southern border. The defense of the inner regions was very weak. If a spatial rift suddenly opened in the central region of the South Heaven region, the descent of the 9 underworlds would definitely result in massive destruction, and it would be very hard for Broad Creed Mountain's lineage to react in time. Especially when they still had to consider what the Sacred Sun clan would do. Time was tight to send reinforcements from Central Heaven State, and it was hard to make it in time. Harboring a final hope, someone asked Yan Zhaoge, if the other party had made such arrangements, why would they have waited for us to fall into their trap? They couldn't have taken the initiative to destroy the devilish formation core here. To achieve the goal of changing the location of the demon gates opening? I also hope that I'm wrong, but sadly, that's not the case. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. Whether it is fallen practitioners or those with devilish intent, they are all unable to destroy the core of the devilish domain grand formation. Therefore, they can only set up a deceptive formation, borrowing our hands to help them complete their plan. Yan Zhaoge laughed. At this critical moment, it is indeed the one and only method that can accurately determine whether or not a person harbors devilish intent. It works every time. At this time, Yan Zhaoge could still talk and laugh casually. Everyone here, regardless of their cultivation base, admired his temperament and bearing. It was just that most people were unable to laugh like Yan Zhaoge. Elder Tsong shook his head forcefully. Forcing himself to calm down, he chopped down an enemy with an 8 sceneries spirit saber. Immediately inform Elder Shi, as well as our clan and the South Heaven region. We will purge the remaining decimating abyss martial practitioners here. Seeing this, the Wang family head finally laughed madly. Even if I die here. Being able to see your Broad Creed Mountain in such a sorry state, this old man can already be considered not to have died in vain. Ha ha ha. The faces of Elder Tsong and the others were all very ugly. The other party had dug a huge pit for them, but they had no choice but to jump into it. Destroying the devilish domain grand formation here, preventing the descent of the 9 underworlds in Yinwu County, would instead cause another great 9 underworlds door to instantly open elsewhere. If they did not destroy the devilish domain grand formation here, could it be that they would just sit and watch as the 9 underworlds descended before their very eyes? While the former was more dangerous, the latter was indisputably not a good result either. After working so hard for so long, having to choose between the worst and the worst, no one would be in a good mood. Who looked at Yan Zhaoge with a bitter expression on his face, young master. Still pressing his palm on that golden wreckage, Yan Zhaoge muttered, the decimating abyss has an expert making such intricate improvements to the devilish domain grand formation that opens the great 9 underworlds door within such a short period of time. I just don't know if it can accurately pinpoint the exact location where the great 9 underworlds door will reopen. It would be fine if it opened randomly, but if it can pinpoint the exact location, that would really be hard to come by. Yan Zhaoge's mind sunk into the devilish formation, the scenes before him turning illusory as an ear-piercing howl that resembled the mournful wailing of the deep abyss resounded by his ears. Finally, the scene before him was that of a plain in the South Heaven region. On the flat ground, there were farmlands everywhere, even a number of large cities, densely populated. A large river flowed past, nourishing the farmlands on both sides, creating a scene of bountiful fertility. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoge was speechless. He could virtually see what would happen after the descent of the 9 underworlds, this place transforming into hell on earth. Within the air, the black devilish chi suddenly dissipated, a figure descending from the heavens, resembling a descending divinity, light illuminating the great earth. It was precisely the Iron Lion King, Shi Tai. Having originally already held the absolute advantage, almost about to slay Sima Chui, after hearing the news from his fellow disciple, he had no choice but to let go of his opponent this time, first rushing over to where Yan Zhaoge and the others were. I've already tried to inform the clan and the South Heaven region as quickly as possible, Shi Tai asked. Roughly how much time do we have? Yan Zhaoge answered. Roughly the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Shi Tai silently calculated, even if Master hurries over with the help of the clear chi robe, he might not make it in time. The others all shut their eyes painfully. If even the combination of Broad Creed Mountain's #1 expert and the clear chi robe could not make it in time, then Broad Creed Mountain would really have no way at all. Here, they could only be anxious, unable to do anything at all. This feeling was just as unbearable as closing their eyes and waiting for death. Of everyone here, only Yan Zhaoge stared fixedly at the ruins of the Golden Tower before him, his gaze flickering unceasingly as he seemed to be thinking about something. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Shi Tai asked in a heavy tone, "Do you have a way?" After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge met Shi Tai's gaze. "There is a certain degree of risk, and I will need eldest apprentice uncle's help." Everyone's spirits rose greatly, Shi Tai's expression not changing. "No need to hold back, just speak your mind." Chapter 255. I've already run out of chapters, and I'm now posting as many chapters as I can. I've been working hard, and I hope that everyone can support me with subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you everyone. For a time, everyone's gazes fell on Yan Zhaoge. His expression calm, Yan Zhaoge said earnestly, "I want to re-establish the devilish domain grand formation here." As these words left his mouth, Yan Zhaoge saw everyone exchanging looks. Shi Tai's eyes also revealed a hint of surprise, but he quickly calmed down and asked, "You just said there's a risk. What do you mean by risk? What do you need my help for?" Yan Zhaoge speedily answered, "Rebuilding the devilish domain grand formation here, using it to guide the devilish chi that was previously sent to the South Heaven region back here." Hearing his words, Shi Tai did not interrupt as he looked quietly at Yan Zhaoge, waiting for him to continue. "In that case, first solve the crisis in the Southern Heaven continent, and then deal with the one in front of us." Yan Zhaoge continued, "I will be controlling it. At the same time, I will need an expert on the level of eldest apprentice uncle to make a move, using your fist intent to reseal the great 9 underworlds door that has been opened here. The risk lies in the fact that we cannot destroy the core of the demonic domain great formation in advance. The door of the 9 underworlds will truly open for an instant. If we do not seal it in time, there is a possibility that the 9 underworlds will truly descend." Yan Zhaoge said, "That way, it would be equivalent to us choosing the former between the worst and the worst. We would have to fight a bloody battle here to block the 9 underworld's evil devils who have invaded the 8 extremities world, buying time for the other experts of our clan to arrive and reinforce us." Shi Tai glanced deeply at Yan Zhaoge. "The key does not lie with me. Any late essence talisman martial grandmaster would be able to do it. The key lies with you." Yan Zhaoge nodded, saying quietly, 70% certainty. 70%? Shi Tai repeated and said, "If it's really 70%, then that's enough. Let's go." Yan Zhaoge looked at the people beside him. "Elders, please arrange according to my instructions. We will rebuild the formation as soon as possible. Time is very tight." The group of Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmasters exchanged glances, looking first at Yan Zhaoge, then at Shi Tai, before agreeing emotionally. Although they had doubts and worries in their hearts. However, time was of the essence and no one dared to hesitate. If there was even a slight delay, the 9 underworlds would descend on the unguarded Southern Heaven region's fertile land. Very quickly, accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's low roar, "Rise!" Numerous black spirit patterns instantly surfaced on the great earth. Countless runes circulated. The black light soared into the sky and turned into clouds of black mist that covered the sky. Blood-red lightning kept striking down from the black mist. The black formation patterns flickered with a gloomy brilliance, giving off an extremely filthy feeling. A terrifying aura emerged once again. It did not give off an evil feeling, but it caused one's mind to waver, making it difficult for them to stabilize their minds. The strange power seemed to be inciting the deepest desires, evil thoughts, and obsessions in the hearts of everyone present. He continued to magnify it. In the center of the black light array, a golden tower rose from the ground. As the golden light surged, it seemed to have a life of its own as it continued to grow. Under the guidance of the radiance, black runes shuttled through the air like black chains, wrapping around the golden tower. Then, as if they were enduring a huge force, all the chains became taut, as straight as a ramrod. The top of the golden pagoda radiated a blood-red light, which gradually condensed into the shape of a door. This red door of light rippled like water. The light gradually projected onto the ground in front of the golden pagoda, reflecting another large door. Within the area enveloped by the devilish domain grand formation, the black mist instantly became denser and denser. Afterwards, it became viscous like mud. The devilish chi had already begun to form a terrifying devilish domain. It enveloped the surrounding area. Outside the devilish domain, the first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain Sand region and the other Broad Creed Mountain experts all looked worriedly at the terrifying devilish domain that enveloped the vast land. They had already received Shirtai's notice and knew that the devilish domain grand formation was currently being rebuilt under their control. However, such an action that was akin to playing with fire still made everyone feel uneasy. However, in comparison, this was already a slightly better result. At least it was much better than the 9 underworlds directly descending on the defenseless South Heaven region. It was just that if Yen Zhaoge and Shirtai failed, the 9 underworlds would descend on Yunwu County beneath their feet. At that time, everyone would have to be on the front lines, blocking the initial invasion of the evil devils. Previously, before they had broken through the devilish domain grand formation for the first time, upon learning that Yunwu's Wang family was about to cause trouble, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners had rushed over at the first possible moment. In order to guard against any unexpected situations, they had already begun arranging for the ordinary citizens and low-level martial practitioners of Yunwu County and the surrounding area to evacuate. Now, they would not be flustered, able to fight freely in Yunwu County. This was an important reason why the Sand region had to bear the risk and prevent the South Heaven region from being ambushed. The Sand region moved urgently, and the news was also transmitted to Broad Creed Mountain in the Central Heaven region as well as the South Heaven region at the fastest speed possible. The location of the Great 9 Underworlds door could change. The other North Heaven region and the other regions also had to be informed, just in case. The Sand region's first seat elder gazed into the distance at the devilish domain grand formation that had already completely engulfed the Wang family ancestral ground, muttering to himself, Yen Zhaoge, you must succeed. Within the devilish domain grand formation, in the core region, the black mist had disappeared. In its place was a strange space enveloped by a red light. Within this space, the golden tower stood erect, the reflection of the red door of light becoming clearer and clearer on the ground. The crevice between the two doors on the ground distorted and shook unceasingly, causing the ground to distort intensely as well. It was as though something was about to bore out from the ground, ripping a massive deep chasm in the ground. As this chasm split open, it was the path that led to the legendary 9 underworlds. The terrifying aura that bewitched one's heart surged to the extreme at this moment, causing one's mind to waver. Yen Zhaoge's expression was heavy as he stood beneath the golden tower, pressing his hands on its surface, at the same time swiveling his head and looking calmly at the Great 9 Underworlds door that was gradually about to truly open. Half succeeded, Yen Zhaoge said, the devilish chi that leads to the South Heaven region has been drawn back. Hearing Yen Zhaoge's words, everyone also let out a sigh of relief. If the Great 9 Underworlds door opened here, while the South Heaven region was not affected, also opening a door to the 9 underworlds, then everyone's feelings would really not be something that could be described with depression and fury. Everyone's attention was focused on the Golden Tower. The Golden Tower suddenly shook. Ha! Yen Zhaoge's expression changed slightly. Someone wants to interrupt my movements, dragging the devilish chi back. On that door of red light at the top of the Golden Tower, a strange image suddenly surfaced. Raising their heads, everyone suddenly let out a shocked cry, Elder Lu. Raising his head as high as he could, Yen Zhaoge saw a figure reflected on that door of red light. It was a white-haired old man. He also recognized the other party. It was, shockingly, a longtime elder of Broad Creed Mountain. That Elder Lu's expression was currently gloomy, also carrying hints of madness, as he held a black jade talisman within his hand, currently crazily infusing his fist-intent true essence within. Shirtai's face was sunken as water, while Yen Zhaoge's gaze was cold. An illusory scene of red light also appeared before Elder Lu, from which he could clearly see Yen Zhaoge and the others. Slightly taken aback, knowing that his identity had already been exposed, he could not help but let out a strange laugh. "The good son of Yen Di, it's you again." Chapter 256. Everyone, please support the monthly tickets and official subscriptions. Thank you, everyone. Looking at Elder Lu, Yen Zhaoge smiled but did not speak, focusing on controlling the devilish domain grand formation. Looking at Elder Lu, Shi Tai said slowly, after Senior Apprentice Uncle Wang, "Senior Apprentice Uncle Lu, is it the same for you?" Elder Lu snorted, "For someone like you who has already stepped into the late essence talisman stage before reaching middle age, how could you possibly understand us?" He said coldly, "Words are useless, let's see who's the real deal." Yen Zhaoge nodded, "I very much agree with these words." As he said this, Yen Zhaoge's left hand remained pressed on the golden tower, his right hand drawing one rune after another in midair. As the runes landed on the golden tower, it instantly stabilized once more, the blood-red light at the top of the tower growing even stronger. The door projected on the ground grew clearer and more real, gradually condensing into a complete form. The great earth began to split apart. Beneath the split ground, it was not soil and stone, but a world of red light. The distorted space did not lead to the underground of the Eight Extremities world, instead leading to the legendary 9 underworlds. The abnormal, bewitching aura reached an unprecedented peak at this moment, causing one to almost go mad. Within the environment of the red light, Elder Lu seemed to have suffered the backlash of the formation as an abnormal blood-red color first surfaced on his face, before it turned completely pale. The black jade talisman in his hand shattered with a bang, the flying fragments of black jade hitting his body and face, actually piercing deeply into his flesh and blood, causing his entire face to blossom. "Yen Zhaoge!" Elder Lu howled like a wounded wild beast. The silhouette of the red door of light shook, Elder Lu's figure gradually disappearing. "Inform the clan of this matter in time as well," Shi Tai said without even looking back, Elder Tsong beside him bowing in acknowledgement. Yen Zhaoge said, "Eldest apprentice uncle, it is still a fake door now. This is the final moment before it becomes real." Looking at the terrifying crevice on the ground, feeling the aura of the 9 underworlds that surged to the heavens within, Shi Tai walked forward, countless spirit talismans beginning to appear around his body. The spirit talismans transformed into numerous spirit arrays. Numerous talisman arrays converged, forming a light projection that resembled an altar and a pagoda, enveloping Shi Tai's body. The altar shrank, becoming more and more condensed, merging with Shi Tai's entire body. From the inside out, it was clear and translucent, emanating boundless radiance. At this moment, Shi Tai seemed to have transformed into the indestructible sea-stabilizing divine needle, a cornerstone. He took a step forward and arrived above the crimson abyss, his whole body stepping on the abyss crack. The abyss trembled visibly. Shi Tai then punched out. His punches were slow, heavy, and condensed to the extreme. They looked unbearably slow. However, it was filled with a sense of immortality and immortality. It was as if this punch could stop the vicissitudes of the world, the alternation of the sun, moon, and stars. At this moment, the crimson abyssal crack seemed to be frozen. Time and space stopped. Only the ferocious aura of the 9 underworlds continued to rise, as if it had been infuriated by Shi Tai. An incomparably terrifying existence was about to rush out from the crack. The profound light divine armor on Shi Tai's body flickered with black light. His punch was as heavy as 1,000 mountains, causing the edges of the spatial rift to distort. The power of suppressing the ocean and supporting the heavens forcibly suppressed the crimson deep abyss crack. The crimson crack resembled a wound of the 8 extremities world. At this moment, it twisted intensely, wanting to struggle and expand. However, it was locked in place by Shi Tai's fist intent, unable to expand any further. There seemed to be a ferocious beast trapped within the crack, wanting to break free of its cage and descend into this world, rampaging rampantly. The great 9 underworlds door was successfully locked in place by Shi Tai. However, Yen Zhaoge and the others still could not let down their guard. Above the golden tower, that door condensed of blood-red light had already begun to dissipate like smoke into the wind. The radiance of the tower itself also gradually dimmed, as it seemed to have turned into an ordinary stone tower. The numerous black spirit patterns entangling the golden tower similarly broke apart and dissipated. The domain of devilish qi that enveloped the Wang family ancestral ground did not dissipate at all, instead gradually beginning to change. The black domain of devilish qi was currently gradually turning blood-red. Currently, the source of the devilish domain's power had already become that terrifying Great Nine Underworld's door. The original formation, having exhausted its power and having completed its mission, began to dissipate completely. However, only now did an even more terrifying devilish domain descend into this world. The true devilish domain. Enveloped by the majestic blood-red devilish qi, Yan Zhaoge and the others all felt the various negative emotions within their hearts being magnified many times over. As compared to when they had been within the black devilish domain earlier, it was even more difficult to stabilize their minds now. This was especially so with the descent of the 9 underworlds, bringing them extremely great pressure. At this moment, uneasiness and even wariness and fear were all growing unceasingly. The impulses to destroy and slaughter that accompanied it were also increasing unceasingly. Everyone, Shi Tai included, had to restrain the various evil thoughts within their hearts, ensuring that they would not be corroded by the 9 underworlds. This way, with their attention diverted, their strength would all be reduced. Shi Tai, suppressing the Great 9 underworld's door, faced the greatest pressure. The crimson deep abyss down below distorted even more intensely. Vaguely, there seemed to be dark red blood about to surge out from within the crimson deep abyss. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, picking up the pillar of the divine palace and expanding the immortal crane wings on his back, he rapidly glided towards the crimson deep abyss. Having arrived above the deep abyss, Yan Zhaoge patted the pillar of the divine palace. There were numerous patterns of light on the pillar, flickering with a dazzling light as it smashed down towards the crimson deep abyss down below. Suppressed by the pillar of the divine palace, the crimson deep abyss that was currently locked in a contest of strength with Shi Tai instantly plummeted. Shi Tai exhaled and roared, his fist intent unleashing to the maximum as the bloodied water that was surging out of the crimson deep abyss was instantly suppressed back within. The aura of the 9 underworlds skyrocketed violently, seemingly unable to contain its rage, unwilling to retreat. The blood-red devilish qi was broken apart, a group of people rushing in. It was the first seat elder of the Sand region and the others. Seeing the changes occurring in the devilish domain, knowing that Yan Zhaoge and Shi Tai's plan had most likely succeeded, they hurried over to reinforce them. While the first seat elder of the Sand region was far inferior to Shi Tai, he was still an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster expert, also a powerful force. With his addition, the Great 9 Underworld's door instantly fell into a complete disadvantage, beginning to close up. The aura of the 9 underworlds skyrocketed, a final feeling of madness emanating from within. Now, from the red light of the deep abyss, numerous streaks of black light suddenly shot into the skies, striking towards Yan Zhaoge and Shi Tai. Elder Tsong and the other Broad Creed Mountain Martial Grandmaster experts all came forward, blocking for Yan Zhaoge and Shi Tai. But that black light was incomparably violent and brutal. Even with the cultivation bases of Elder Tsong and the other Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, they were all sent flying backwards one after another. As the black light exploded, a Spirit Vessel Martial Grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain, in a moment of carelessness, had his right hand directly blown off. 9 underworlds in thunder. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. Seeing that Shi Tai and the Sand region's first seat elder had already stabilized the crevice, Yan Zhaoge controlled the pillar of the divine palace, suppressing those incoming 9 underworlds in thunder. After being suppressed by the pillar of the divine palace, the remaining netherworld in thunders turned into jet-black lightning beads. But it was still enough to shake the pillars of the divine palace. Yan Zhaoge and the pillar of the divine palace fell together onto the ground. Then, he saw a jet-black orb of thunder roll to a place just inches away from him. Right at this moment, an enormous figure suddenly charged out from beside him. It lowered its head and picked up the lightning pearl with its mouth before swiftly running off into the distance. Yan Zhaoge stared wide-eyed. Pan Pan. Chapter 257. Pan Pan suddenly rushed out. His usually fat and clumsy frame was now as fast as lightning as he lowered his head and picked up the orb of thunder before before speeding off into the distance. In the next instant, a loud boom resounded, and the jet-black lightning exploded with a loud bang, soaring into the sky. Zhaoga stared wide-eyed at the dense smoke roiling in that direction, a massive, deep crater having been blasted out where he had been. The 9 underworlds in thunder exploded, a brutal qi overflowing in all directions, affecting Zhaoga's senses as he could only worry helplessly. Consecutively wielding the Eye of the Thunder Emperor and the Pillar of the Divine Palace had been extremely taxing on Zhaoga, as a feeling of weakness assaulted him like a tidal wave. Suddenly, Feng Yunsheng and Ahu cheered in unison. Then, he saw a fat figure emerge from the thick smoke with some nimbleness. Pan Pan returned to Zhaoga's side in a charmingly naive manner, extending his tongue to lightly lick him. From the looks of it, it had thrown away the Yin lightning in time and was not injured by it. It was only grazed by the aftershock. Zhaoga instantly heaved a sigh of relief as the feeling of fatigue and weakness surged even more madly, virtually wanting to drown him within. Back then, Zhaoga had forcibly raised his spirits and turned to look in another direction. There, Tai and the first seat elder of the Sand Continent worked together, and finally completely suppressed the Crimson Abyss. Zhaoga sucked in a deep breath, forcibly standing up. Retracting his left hand, he exhaled, punching out with his right hand. Under the stimulation of the martial Dao fist intent, the demonic domain Great Array, which had already been extinguished, suddenly lit up again, and its power was extremely strong, as if it was the final radiance of the setting sun. Eldest apprentice uncle, make your preparations, Zhaoga said in a heavy tone. Tai nodded his head. Then, numerous black runes wrapped around Tai's body like chains. The black spirit patterns converged with Tai as their center. Zhaoga abruptly squatted down, one knee on the ground as he punched the ground with his right fist. The demonic domain Great Formation suddenly reversed, and the black formation patterns all began to reverse with Tai as the center, drawing in the seemingly endless blood-red devil qi in the surroundings. They surged toward Tai. Tai's expression was firm and unwavering. His entire body seemed to have transformed into Vajra, eternally sturdy and unmoving. He was like a rock by the sea. No matter how the storm raged or how the waves crashed against it, it remained motionless. When the black runes drew the blood-colored demonic qi to his body, Tai's hands suddenly formed a ring and slapped down towards the crimson abyss below. Large amounts of blood-colored demonic qi. Through his body, it was continuously poured into the crimson abyss. Zhaoga let out a long breath before inhaling deeply, resembling a whale inhaling water. He stood up again and strode forward. With a single leap, he arrived behind Tai. Zhaoga's left fist, retracted by his waist, mightily punched out, landing squarely on Tai's back. Tai received Zhaoga's fist calmly. The devilish domain grand formation circulated in reverse, all the spirit pattern chains coiling together behind Tai's back, forming a devilish, complicated pattern with Zhaoga's left fist as the center, inscribed within the air. Below, the crimson abyss emitted an unwilling will, but with an unstoppable momentum, it finally closed. The shattered earth mended once again. The distorted space and time. Everything returned to normal. The 9 underworlds, which was about to descend, was forcibly blocked back. Zhaoga let out a long roar, that strange rune hovering between his left fist and Tai's back beginning to change. The rune transformed into a streak of light. It split into 2, one in front and one behind, respectively landing on Zhaoga and Tai. One portion transformed into a mark that resembled a brand, landing on the back of Zhaoga's left hand. The other portion entered Tai's clothes, disappearing without a trace, but also transformed into a similar pattern. It remained on Tai's back. At this moment, Zhaoga's heart could finally be at ease. Surveying their surroundings, the domain of devilish qi had already dissipated, no traces of it left to be seen. That bewitching, terrifying aura that caused one's heart to tremble in fear had also disappeared. Above their heads, the sky was clear. Seeing the light of day once more, it was as bright and clear as before. The Sand Region's first seat elder came forward, asking, "Elder Shi, Zhaoge, how do you feel?" Shi Tai shook his head, "I'm fine. I'm fine too." Yan Zhaoge answered, "However, after this, eldest apprentice uncle and I both need to cultivate, slowly dissolving the devilish mark. When it has completely disappeared, there will no longer be any future problems." Now, it was equivalent to Yan Zhaoge and Shi Tai sharing the pressure of the opening of the Great Nine Underworld's door. Before the devilish mark disappeared, if one of them died, the other would have to bear even more pressure. If the two of them both died, and the devilish mark had still not completely disappeared, there would be a possibility of the Great Nine Underworld's door here in Yunwu County of the Sand Region reopening. The Sand Region's first seat elder said, "We will escort you back to the clan as soon as possible. Leave the aftermath here to this old man." Yan Zhaoge said, "In that battle just now, I expended quite a bit of my vitality. It'll be fine as long as I recuperate and recover. After recovering, with the devilish mark on my back, I won't be affected too much when fighting with others. As long as I don't die, the devilish mark will not reopen." Being able to successfully resolve this massive crisis, everyone here now revealed heartfelt smiles on their faces. Turning, Shi Tai gazed at Yan Zhaoge, a rare warm smile appearing on his usually cold, stern face. "Zhaoge, it's all thanks to you this time." This simple sentence caused everyone to jump in fright. Shi Tai praising someone was already an extremely rare thing to see. Praising someone like this was even rarer. Especially when the other party was still a young man, a martial scholar. When the news spread, it was simply too shocking, hard to believe. However, looking at Yan Zhaoge opposite Shi Tai, everyone, the Sand Region's first seat elder included, felt at ease within their hearts, instead feeling that it was only natural, that it should be like this. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Eldest apprentice uncle speaks too seriously. It's all thanks to you, all thanks to every single fellow disciple of Broad Creed Mountain here, all thanks to everyone. This battle was incomparably dangerous. If we were not careful, we would have to seal the Great Nine Underworld's door, engaging in a battle to the death with the Nine Underworld's evil devils, buying time for the other experts of our clan to come to our aid. Forcefully shouldering the risk borne by the South Heaven region, taking the initiative to charge into battle, this isn't something that just anyone can do." Yan Zhaoge cupped his fists, bowing towards the surrounding people, "It's all thanks to everyone here." Elder Tsong sighed emotionally, "No, it's all thanks to you, Zhaoge. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have the chance to choose, only able to watch as the worst-case scenario came true." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he sighed within his heart. This young man had actually borne an extremely great amount of pressure. No matter what the situation was over in the South Heaven region, with the devilish domain grand formation having been reactivated here, if the plan failed and the Nine Underworlds really descended here, Yan Zhaoge would definitely be blamed quite a bit. Even if he had saved the completely unprepared South Heaven region, reducing the overall losses, people would often unconsciously overlook the possibility of it not coming true, instead remembering more that Yan Zhaoge had restored the devilish domain grand formation that had originally already been destroyed, causing the Nine Underworlds to descend here in the Sand region. The more one did, the more mistakes one made, the less one did, the less one made. Not doing anything was not bad. Daring to step forward at a critical moment required both responsibility and courage in the first place. The group of Broad Creed Mountain martial grandmasters all solemnly cupped their fists towards Yan Zhaoge. "This time, it was all thanks to you, Zhaoge, that we were able to turn the tides." Chapter 258. With the descent of the Nine Underworlds having been stopped, the Battle of the Sand Region's Yunwu County's Wang family ancestral ground also finally came to an end. In this battle, Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners had similarly suffered losses, but fortunately, it was only a few. Supporting each other, temporarily treating their wounds, under the arrangements of the Sand Region's first seat elder, they began to deal with the aftermath, cleaning up the battlefield. In this battle, the Wang family of Yunwu County had been virtually exterminated, with only a small number of them having been captured and interrogated afterwards. Other than that, a portion of the decimating Abyss martial practitioners, the remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain included, had also been captured alive. What awaited them was similarly cruel interrogation, even death. Following behind Shirtai, Yan Zhaoge left the Wang family ancestral ground. In the distance, there was still a large amount of desert, but having left Yunwu County, signs of human habitation could be seen. Because of the natural environment, the population of the Sand region was less than that of the Heaven Domain's South Heaven region. However, there were also quite a few densely populated areas, where many ordinary commoners lived. Looking at these people, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Feeling something, he swiveled his head, seeing Shirtai gazing at the distant town, a hint of a smile also appearing on his usually cold, stern face. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath, raising his left hand. On the back of his left hand, there was a pattern that resembled a brand. This mark was crimson like blood, as though it was not just engraved on the flesh and blood of Yan Zhaoge's hand, but instead seemed to have penetrated deep into his very soul. Looking at this from the side, Ahu scratched his big head. "Young master, you have performed a great merit this time. However, having such a thing imprinted on your hand is also very troublesome. According to what you said, before this devilish mark is dispelled, if something happens to you and Elder Shur, the great 9 underworld's door here in the Sand region may descend once more. Will the remnants of the decimating abyss specifically come to kill the two of you?" Yan Zhaoge nodded. "This is a very possible thing. Therefore, we have to be careful of this problem from now on." Ahu pulled back the corners of his lips. "This really is a headache." Yan Zhaoge looked at the devilish mark on the back of his left hand. "It's also not completely a bad thing. Other than some risks, other than the clan's reward, there were also some additional gains this time." Ahu was somewhat at a loss. He also looked at the back of Yan Zhaoge's hand. What other gains were there? Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin with his right hand, looking at his left hand as he said, "Through this operation as well as this mark which is now left on my hand, I have gained a much deeper understanding of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss. Know yourself and know your enemy. Only then could one win 100 battles." The reason why the situation in Yunwu County was so dangerous was that no one expected the decimating abyss to change the operation of the demonic domain Grand Array to produce such a change. I was caught unprepared and could only adapt to the situation. Yan Zhaoge put down his left hand. "While adapting to the changing circumstances is a word of praise, isn't it also a kind of helplessness? If everything goes according to plan, the risk will be much lower." Feng Yuncheng was also observing the devilish mark on Yan Zhaoge's body from the side. Noticing her gaze, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. "How is it? I told you before. Last time at Clear Concealed Lake, I wasn't familiar with this formation. Afterwards, I carefully put in some effort. Only now have I truly displayed my skills." Seeing that he was purposely acting as if he was asking for praise, Feng Yuncheng couldn't help but laugh involuntarily, and her mind became much more relaxed. She gave him a thumbs up and said, "Yes, yes, yes, it's because I was inexperienced last time. Please don't take it to heart." Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. "Very good, this child is worth teaching." Because of the devilish mark, Yan Zhaoge and Shirtai did not intend to continue staying in the Sand region, instead returning to Broad Creed Mountain in the Central Heaven region. Before leaving, the two of them arrived at Suzhou City. Xue Fei had been specially transferred to Suzhou to temporarily fill the vacancy of Suzhou's deacon because of the chaos in the Sand continent. This time, the trouble did not occur in Suzhou but in the neighboring Yunwu County. This made Xue Fei somewhat useless. But he did his duty faithfully. They firmly guarded Suzhou to prevent the enemy from creating a diversion, allowing the situation in Suzhou to be abnormally stable. Now that the incident in Yunwu County was over, there was no longer a need for Xu Fei to remain in office. After all, when he first came to Suzhou, it was a special case. However, he had no way of returning to Broad Creed Mountain together with Yan Zhaoge, Shirtai, and the others. He still had to wait until the situation had completely stabilized and the next acting elder of Suzhou had arrived. Only then could he return to Broad Creed Mountain. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Shirtai, after paying his respects to Shirtai, Xue Fei looked at Yan Zhaoge. lightly punching him on the shoulder. "I've heard everything that happened. Good job." Without re-establishing the devilish formation, the location of the Great Nine Underworld's door had changed. The Sand region had been preserved, while the South Heaven region had suffered. To Yan Zhaoge and the other martial practitioners who had participated in the attack on the Wang family ancestral ground, there would naturally be some responsibility. However, it would be shouldered by everyone. Even Elder Tsong, who had personally destroyed the Golden Tower, would not be singled out as a scapegoat. The decimating abysses heaven and earth great shift this time had surpassed everyone's predictions. If they really had to be held accountable, Broad Creed Mountain's entire strategy had been schemed against by the enemy. It was not their fault. And with the re-establishment of the devilish formation, while the South Heaven region had been preserved, if they had not been able to block the 9 underworlds back, causing it to descend in the Sand region, Yan Zhaoge, who had proposed this solution, would have to bear at least half the blame. Even if Broad Creed Mountain's higher echelon experts all knew that Yan Zhaoge's plan had actually avoided the worst possible outcome, reducing their losses, with no fault being meritorious. However, in the eyes of the middle and lower echelon martial practitioners, especially those of the Sand region, they might not be able to understand this point. At that time, innumerable blame would come crushing down on Yan Zhaoge like a landslide. Maintaining silence, one would be safe for a short period of time. At the same time, it would be hard to punish the masses. Even if punishment was meted out, it would be everyone being punished together, the punishment not being too heavy. Stepping forward bravely, one's life would be at great risk. Even if one was lucky enough to survive, there was also the possibility of being singled out by the masses, being cursed by everyone. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Xue Fei sighed lightly. "Good job, Zhaoge." Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. "If it were you, eldest apprentice uncle, they would also have made the same choice." Xue Fei also smiled, patting Yan Zhaoge's shoulder. Retracting the smile on Yan Zhaoge's face, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "There is something that I feel that you should know." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge glanced at the nearby Shi Tai. "Eldest apprentice uncle already knows." Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Xue Fei froze where he was. His will was firm and steady. After a moment of shock, he regained his wits, falling into deep thought. Looking at the uncontrollable grief that surfaced within Xue Fei's eyes, Yan Zhaoge also let out a great sigh. "Currently, it is still impossible to verify, it is only my personal guess. Saying this, it is just in case, and I mean in case it is true. I want you to be mentally prepared." Within the devilish domain grand formation at the bottom of Clear Concealed Lake, Xue Fei had also clashed with that masked martial grandmaster. Carefully thinking back to that scene, he knit his brows tightly. Shaking his head, Xue Fei took off the wineskin at his waist, fiercely gulping down a mouthful before wiping his mouth, saying emotionally, "Relax, I'm fine." After taking their leave of Xue Fei, Yan Zhaoge, Shi Tai, and the others immediately returned to Broad Creed Mountain. While it was a long and arduous journey, with Shi Tai bringing them along, they still very quickly returned to the clan. Someone was already waiting there, bringing good news. The escaping Elder Lu has already been captured by Elder Yan. Chapter 259. The previous wave of attacks completely emptied my health bar. Everyone, please allow me to recover some health. As long as I have extra manuscripts, I will definitely do my best to add more to everyone. Please support the official subscription and monthly tickets. Thank you. Elder Lu was the person who had previously hidden behind the scenes and directed the Devil Chi from the Sand region to the South Heaven region. An Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster expert, another higher echelon expert of Broad Creed Mountain who had been corroded by the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss after Elder Wang. After his identity had been exposed, he had immediately attempted to flee. However, in the end, he had still not been able to escape the clutches of Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di, as he had been captured and brought back. When Yan Zhaoge saw him once more, while this old man's spirit was dispirited and listless, his gaze was arrogant and fearless as he just smiled coldly at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. This included the old sect Yuan Jingfeng as well as Fang Zhuan and Shi Tai. All of them frowned as they looked at Elder Lu. Senior Marshal Brother Wang's problem is his lifespan, Yuan Jingfeng said slowly. What about you, Junior Marshal Brother Lu? What caused you to end up like this? Elder Lu turned to look at Yuan Jingfeng and sized him up with a strange gaze. After a while, Elder Lu said, Senior Brother Yuan. I haven't called you that in a long time. Ever since you became the sect leader, I've been calling you sect leader. Yuan Jingfeng's expression did not change, but there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. In the outside world, every single descendant of Broad Creed Mountain was a heaven's favored son. For example, while Elder Lu was not a peak expert within Broad Creed Mountain, leaving Broad Creed Mountain, he would immediately be a hegemon-level figure. Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters outside of the 6 great sacred grounds were few and far between. Being able to become an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, Elder Lu was already an achievement that surpassed countless people. However, there would always be a higher mountain. Even if they were all geniuses, there would always be a higher mountain. There were also differences in strength between them. For example, Yuan Jingfeng and Xian Dongping were the most outstanding figures of their generation. As for Elder Wang and Elder Lu, they were geniuses among geniuses. However, compared to Yuan Jingfeng, he paled in comparison. Elder Wang had joined earlier than Yuan Jingfeng, while Elder Lu had joined later. Looking at the white-haired old man in front of him, Yuan Jingfeng seemed to see the image of the elegant young man who had asked him for advice on a difficult problem in martial arts. However, Elder Lu continued to speak in a strange tone. Senior Brother Yuan, I've always found it strange. Aren't you worried at all? Yuan Jingfeng's gaze hardened as he gazed at Elder Lu, while Elder Lu was also looking at him. After becoming a martial saint, the power and position that will be brought about will not be mentioned for now. Dealing with the pressure of the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglei will also not be mentioned for now. Most importantly, Senior Brother Yuan, your lifespan is about to run out because of your old injuries, right? Elder Lu chuckled and said, although you are a transcendent martial grandmaster, your lifespan is shorter than other transcendent martial grandmasters. How much lifespan do you have left? How about 10 years? If it's 10 years, what about 20? Yuan Jingfeng's gaze turned calm as he looked calmly at Elder Lu, saying candidly, if I were to estimate it myself, if I don't step into the martial saint realm, it should be around 10 to 15 years. Elder Lu's expression was a little sorrowful, right? I also only have around 10 years left at most. A few years ago, chatting with Senior Brother Wang, he mentioned that his lifespan might already be less than 10 years. It is true that his cultivation base is higher than mine, but he is also much older than me. But he's also much older than me. Now, he doesn't have many years left. Elder Lu looked at Yuan Jingfeng, Senior Brother Yuan, watching yourself step by step towards the end of your lifespan just like this. How do you feel in your heart? Yuan Jingfeng asked mildly, is this the reason? Elder Lu said, let me face sabers and swords, let me battle with other martial practitioners, I will not fear it. Even if the enemy is stronger than me, even if the chances are small, I will still have the chance to struggle. While it is rare for the weak to defeat the strong, it is not impossible. Until the final moment, victory and defeat are still unknown. Elder Lu's expression turned cold, however, my current opponent is the heavens. Having worked so hard till now, I can already see clearly that under normal circumstances, there is already no hope for me to advance any further in my cultivation base. In this battle for longevity against the heavens, I am unable to win. I have already lost, with no chance of victory at all. Looking at Yuan Jingfeng, Elder Lu laughed bitterly, Senior Brother Yuan, your old injuries prevent you from having sufficient confidence in breaking through into the martial saint realm. However, that is because you are our clan's chief, Broad Creed Mountain's current strongest expert. Surrounded by powerful enemies in the outside world, you do not dare to take the risk lightly, because if any mishap occurs, Broad Creed Mountain might collapse. However, you at least have hope. You can go all out, have the possibility of winning. Just like in battle with a powerful enemy, you can be killed by the enemy, but you can also defeat the enemy. What about me and Senior Brother Wang? We can only quietly wait for death. Elder Lu said hoarsely, death originally wasn't scary, but having no hope at all, watching it approach bit by bit, yet everything I do is futile. Things that originally weren't scary also gradually became boundless terror, enveloping one's heart. Yuan Jingfeng looked straight at him. Therefore, joining the 9 underworlds resolved your problem? Elder Lu chuckled strangely. Even martial saints have a limit to their longevity, while true 9 underworlds evil devils are undying and inextinguishable existences. Yen Di said mildly, in the earth domain, I once killed 9 underworlds evil devils that had occasionally appeared. The smile on Elder Lu's face was very mocking. I don't know if those you killed were truly pure 9 underworlds evil devils, but if they were, do you think you really killed them? True 9 underworlds evil devils, even if they are destroyed, will be reborn in the depths of the 9 underworlds, because devils are undying and inextinguishable. Elder Lu pointed at his heart, smiling strangely. As long as the obsessions, evil thoughts and desires of the human heart are not extinguished, devils will never perish. Not just humans, as long as there are living beings that still have their desires and obsessions in this world, even if devils are destroyed for a time, they will still be able to be reborn in the end. Yan Zhaoge had always been listening quietly by the side, not interrupting. Now, he suddenly laughed. Then do you know that when devils are destroyed and reborn, it is actually equivalent to a completely new existence? If you place your hopes on this, obtaining eternal life, do you think that would still be you? Glancing at Yan Zhaoge rather hatefully, Elder Lu snorted coldly, you are not an evil devil, also not having been to the 9 underworlds before. What are you boasting about? Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart. All right, let's not discuss such a complicated issue for now. Let's talk about something simple and crude. Elder Lu, since you know about devils being reborn after being destroyed, you should also know that not all devils can be reborn. The so-called true 9 underworlds evil devils are related to their level of power. Looking at Elder Lu, Yan Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, with your current cultivation base, having fallen to the dark side, it still does not reach the standard for rebirth. Flames of fury arose within Elder Lu's eyes as he glared hatefully at Yan Zhaoge, panting heavily. The increase in strength brought about by falling to the dark side will allow me to break through the bottleneck that I have always been stuck at, successfully ascending to the next level, obtaining even more longevity, advancing towards a higher level. Very soon, I will obtain the chance to attain eternal life. As for you, even if you become martial saints, so what? Yan Zhaoge said mildly, oh, that's a pity. You no longer have that chance now. Chapter 260. Looking at Yan Zhaoge's casual manner, Elder Lu felt his heart burn with rage. It was precisely this youth before him who had spoiled his and the decimating abyss's plans, also extinguishing his final hope. Once, if he had praised this youth, saying that a tiger father would not beget a dog son, it would have been a great honor for him. Now, however, this youth had decided his fate. Yan Zhaoge said calmly, you want to use the lives of countless life forms as the price in exchange for your own advancement. Whether this is right or wrong, I won't judge it here. After all, in your eyes, the lives of millions of people may not be comparable to your life alone. You are free to think this way. But on the other hand, if your plan fails, you will naturally have to bear the corresponding price. Elder Lu, you should have long since been mentally prepared for this, right? No matter how much you emphasize your pain and helplessness, your unwillingness and struggles, it won't change this. Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly. It can't be that you want to tell us that you feel that it is only natural for you to obtain what you want after you succeed, while nothing will happen to you if you fail, right? Elder Lu panted heavily, staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge met his gaze calmly, his expression not changing at all, filled with playfulness. Yuan Jingfeng waved his hands lightly. Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, nodding towards Yuan Jingfeng before taking a step back, no longer speaking. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge, his gaze sweeping across the devilish mark on the back of Yan Zhaoge's left hand, Elder Lu was slightly taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he generally understood the situation. He was no longer agitated, but his gaze was even colder as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Little thief, don't be happy too early. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. the corners of his mouth revealing an expression that resembled a smile whilst also not a smile as he looked at Elder Lu, not speaking. Yuan Jingfeng sighed, looking at Elder Lu, saying, "Junior apprentice brother Lu, at this point, there is no point in saying more. Like senior apprentice brother Wang, what do you know regarding the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss? Speak, if Shirtai makes a move, it won't look good on everyone's faces." Elder Lu let out a muffled groan. From Elder Lu's interrogation, he had gained some information regarding the decimating abyss. He had gained a greater understanding of Broad Creed Mountain. However, the question that all of Broad Creed Mountain paid the most attention to was whether any of the higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain had also been corroded by the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds. Unfortunately, Elder Lu did not give him an answer to this question. Just like Elder Wang back then, experts at their level were all roped in and corroded by the decimating abyss alone. Unless there was a huge incident like the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, which required many experts to work together. It was also difficult for them to determine whether the other was from the decimating abyss. Instead, because of Elder Lu's exposure, it was like pulling out the carrot and bringing out the mud. Among the middle and lower-ranked martial artists, those who had been corrupted by him, were also exposed. Exiting the disciplinary hall, Yan Zhaoge followed behind Yuan Jingfeng and the others, the atmosphere in the group somewhat heavy. Feng Zhuan said softly, "It was my mistake. Elder Lu's recent departure from the mountain and transfer of some resources were all approved by me. I'm still not vigilant enough." Yuan Jingfeng waved his hand. "None of us knew what was needed to set up the demonic domain formation. You can't be blamed for this. The resources that you approved were all within junior brother Lu's authority." He walked a few steps in front of them. Swiveling his head to look at Yan Zhaoge and Shirtai, he smiled, "You did very well this time. It was all thanks to you. Otherwise, with the great 9 underworlds door opening unguarded in the heart of the South Heaven region, the results would have been too horrible to contemplate." Shirtai said, "It was Zhaoge's idea." Yuan Jingfeng nodded, smiling. "That's right, Zhaoge has performed a great merit again. But my Broad Creed Mountain's resources have long since been emptied in order to reward you. Now, what should I reward you with?" Yan Zhaoge chuckled. "Grand Master, you just have to think about it a little." They didn't feel offended, instead all laughing. After entering the clan's main hall, Yuan Jingfeng sat down on the main seat, saying, "Other than the problem of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, another major matter has occurred recently." The old man's expression turned somewhat solemn. "There is definite news that during this period of time, while our clan was dealing with the decimating abyss, the Sacred Sun clan obtained a purple essence containing jade in the southern wilderness. Currently, Yan Di and Feng Zhuan were already aware of it, but this was the first time Yan Zhaoge and Shirtai had heard of it." Yan Zhaoge knit his brows. The purple essence containing jade was an extremely rare treasure, even rarer than the imitation-killing jade. Similarly, it was already a thing of legend, not having appeared in this world for many years, generally believed to have already been completely extinct. In terms of preciousness, this thing was much more important than the imitation-killing jade, because it was of great benefit to the cultivation of martial saints. The Sacred Sun clan obtaining the purple essence containing jade held great significance, signifying that the possibility of the east-coming martial saint Huang Guanglia advancing a step further was even greater. A pity that the Extreme Yin crown is currently not in our hands, and the decimating abyss is constantly drawing in our attention. Yan Zhaoge shook his head rather regretfully. After Infinite Boundless Mountain had formed an alliance with Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, if any of the three had the Extreme Yin crown, they would be able to suppress the Sacred Sun clan's world-illuminating peak even as they restrained the Heavenly Thunder Hall, forcing Huang Guanglia to leave seclusion early no matter what. However, now that the Extreme Yin crown was in the hands of Turbid Wave Pavilion and the Sacred Sun clan had retracted their defenses at their world-illuminating peak, their hopes were very low. Yuan Jingfeng said, "While we have been working hard on our plans, our opponents have similarly not been idle." Everyone nodded in unison. Now, Yuan Jingfeng's sound transmission suddenly resounded by Yan Zhaoge's ear. "Speaking of this, you still have a great merit. Yen Di mentioned to this old man that you also contributed to that heaven-returning divine pill. Yen Zhaoge controlled himself not to look at Yuan Jingfeng, maintaining a nonchalant look on his face. In the entire Broad Creed Mountain, there were only a scant few who clearly knew the secret of the heaven-returning divine pill. Even among Yen Zhaoge's side, only who knew about it. Currently, the people in the Great Hall, Shi Tai and Fang Zhuan, also did not know about the matter of the heaven-returning divine pill. This could be said to be Broad Creed Mountain's current top secret. Other than those who had handled it, only the old clan chief, Yuan Jingfeng, knew about it. Glancing at Yen Di, warmth arose within Yen Zhaoge's heart. According to the results of their initial discussion, the main credit should be given to Yen Di alone as much as possible. But from the looks of it now, his father was still very concerned about him. Yen Di's expression was similarly as per usual. Like Yen Zhaoge, neither father nor son revealed anything at all. Now, an old man and an old woman walked in. They were precisely the two grand elders of Broad Creed Mountain. Other than them, there was also another old man, shockingly the Xian Dongping, who had never once left the martial repository. For a time, all of Broad Creed Mountain's core decision-makers here, other than a longtime elder who guarded over the heaven-sealing gorge, were all present. Looking at them, Yuan Jingfeng said slowly, "You all already know about the matter of the Sacred Sun clan obtaining the purple essence containing jade. To us, time is already of the utmost urgency. Therefore, this old man has decided to formally enter secluded cultivation in the next few days, attempting to break through into the martial saint realm." Chapter 261. Hearing that Yuan Jingfeng had decided to go into seclusion to break through to the martial sacred realm, most of the people present had heavy hearts. Broad Creed Mountain's current #1 female expert, the Grand Elder of Broad Creed Mountain of the same generation as Yuan Jingfeng, Elder He, looked at Yuan Jingfeng and said in a heavy tone, "Chief, your old injury." Yuan Jingfeng's expression was tranquil. "We've already dragged it out for a long time. If we don't fight now, we might not be able to in the future. For a long time now, the external situation has been too grim. This old man has wanted to risk it all, but I didn't dare to leave and go into seclusion. The current situation is the best we've seen in years. If you don't dare to make a move now, then there's no need to make a move. Of course, the more crucial reason is that if this old man does not succeed, and the Sacred Sun clan's old man Huang succeeds, the situation that had just taken a turn for the better with great difficulty will instantly reverse, and will also be unprecedentedly grim. We can only hope that Turbid Wave Pavilion will also stand on our side. Otherwise, whether you and I can even talk peacefully here will become a question." Yuan Jingfeng sighed softly. "Now, we don't have master to shelter us from the wind and rain." Yen Zhaoge was the only young disciple here as he quietly listened to the conversation of Yuan Jingfeng and the others. Yuan Jingfeng's master, Yen Di's Grand Master, Yen Zhaoge's Great Grand Master, was precisely the chief of Broad Creed Mountain after the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhan Dongge, the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo. In terms of seniority, Zhan Dongge was Yen Zhaoge's Grand Senior Apprentice Granduncle, as well as Yen Di, Shi Tai and the others. Still, due to the unique influence of these two legendary figures, ever since Yen Di and Shi Tai's generation, it had become customary to address them as Ancestor Hantian and Ancestor Heaven Diviner. This form of address was extended to even younger Broad Creed Mountain disciples. The Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo was also Broad Creed Mountain's final martial saint up until now. Ever since his death, Broad Creed Mountain had not produced another martial saint. Yuan Jingfeng and Xian Dongping, who had originally been favored to step into the martial saint realm, were both stuck at the bottleneck of transcending mortality martial grandmasters. Beside Elder He, Broad Creed Mountain's other grand elder, Elder Zhang, gazed at Xian Dongping. "Where is senior apprentice brother Xian?" Xian Dongping sat there quietly, simply replying, "The heat is not there yet." Elder He and Elder Zhang both sighed. This old man has decided to go into seclusion. It's hard to predict whether this seclusion will be good or bad, and I don't know how long it will take, so I need someone to be there while I'm in seclusion. Temporarily take up this old man's burden. This way, this old man can go all out and attack the martial saint realm with all my strength. His gaze swept across Xian Dongping, Elder He and Elder Zhang. During this period of seclusion, I hope that you 3 junior apprentice brothers and junior apprentice sister can assist this person. Help our sect move forward steadily. Xian Dongping nodded quietly, all right. Elder Zhang and Elder He pondered for a moment before nodding. Since sect head's senior brother has made up his mind, we will do as you say. Yuan Jingfeng had long intended to enter closed-door cultivation to break through to martial sage. However, due to various reasons, he had not been able to do so. Everyone was already mentally prepared for this. Currently, the external situation was relatively safe, and with the purple essence containing jade, the Sacred Sun clan's latent threat was becoming more and more pressing. Everyone knew this. Yuan Jingfeng's seclusion this time was already imperative. Although it was a temporary responsibility, it was already close to deciding the candidate for the future sect leader. If Yuan Jingfeng failed and perished, needless to say, the position of sect head would automatically be taken over. Yuan Jingfeng's current arrangements were virtually his last words. If Yuan Jingfeng successfully advanced a step further, he would most likely pass on his position like the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Guanglia after emerging from seclusion, spending more of his time in secluded cultivation, seeking to break through a step further, rather than continuing to manage the clan's affairs. The more crucial thing here was the sacred artifact that suppressed Broad Creed Mountain, the Clear Chi Robe. It was generally agreed that the Clear Chi Robe was controlled by the clan's #1 expert. With the strong joining forces, it would be easy to compete with other peak experts. If the #1 expert was in seclusion or away, it would generally be controlled by the chief. The person temporarily taking over the position of chief would also mean that he would obtain the sacred artifact, the Clear Chi Robe. Other than that, the main control over Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation. It would also be taken over by this person. Yuan Jingfeng's gaze now fell on Yan Di, Fang Zhuan and Shi Tai. Shi Tai's gaze was heavy, not rippling in the slightest. He had long since said that he would not take over the position of chief. Fang Zhuan's gaze was as deep as the abyss, resembling the deep sea as no ripples could be seen at all. Yan Di's gaze was calm, resembling the vast blue sky, grand and lofty, exuberant. Beside Yan Di, Yan Zhaoge similarly had a calm expression on his face as he silently awaited the arrival of the final moment. Yuan Jingfeng's gaze only swept past the 3 of them, not hesitating as he said mildly and simply, Yan Di, while you are Master's youngest, final disciple, Master has decided to place this burden on your shoulders. Are you willing to bear it? Yan Di's expression did not change as he stood up from his seat, then slowly knelt down before Yuan Jingfeng. This disciple will strive to the utmost, not letting down Master and the clan's trust. By the side, Fang Zhuan's expression was as per usual. Xian Dongping's gaze was quietly focused on Yan Di before Yuan Jingfeng. Looking at Yan Di, Yuan Jingfeng said, while you are only temporarily taking over the position of chief, everyone will know that Master is about to enter secluded cultivation in an attempt to break through into the martial saint realm. What the Sacred Sun clan thinks is not important. Whether it is us or them, we all know that we are fighting against time. However, as the news spreads, it is hard to predict what Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City will think. Yuan Jingfeng encouraged, during this period of time, the situation is delicate. How you grasp it will depend on you. Yan Di said calmly, rest easy, Master. This disciple and the various senior apprentice uncles and senior apprentice brothers will all act carefully. Yuan Jingfeng suddenly smiled, glancing at Yan Zhaoge. Zhaoge has performed a great merit this time. With his cultivation base, there is already virtually nothing left to reward him with. Let the outside world think that this reward was received by a father on behalf of his son. Everyone present laughed. Perhaps some outsiders would indeed think that Yan Zhaoge was helping Yan Di gain face, but deciding on Yan Di to temporarily take over the position of chief naturally wouldn't be just for this reason alone. However, thinking about it carefully, everyone could also feel that from a certain perspective, Yan Zhaoge was really Yan Di's lucky star. More importantly, Yan Zhaoge's current performance was something that no one of the entire Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation could compare to. Before the incident of Yunwu County in the Sand region, Yan Zhaoge had already been groomed as the successor of the next generation. If no major accidents occurred, he was very likely to become the next chief of Broad Creed Mountain in the future. Yuan Jingfeng looked at Yan Di, follow master. He rose and walked towards the back of the Great Hall, Yan Di following behind him. Yan Zhaoge and the others watched Yuan Jingfeng and his disciple leave, knowing that they were going to complete the handover of the clear Qi robe and Broad Creed Grand Formation. The Great Hall fell silent, no one speaking any longer. Elder He and Elder Zhang's gazes swept past Shi Tai and Fang Zhuan, finally coming to rest on Fang Zhuan. Chapter 262. Everyone's gazes all rested on Fang Zhuan. Fang Zhuan's expression was calm and without ripples, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him at all. Seeing Fang Zhuan like this, it wasn't good for the others to continue staring at him as they all retracted their gazes. At this time, it seemed that no matter what he said, it would not be appropriate. Yan Zhaoge's eyes were focused on his nose on his heart as he waited there quietly. Yan Zhaoge felt rather emotional as he had finally achieved what he had been planning for from the very beginning. However, it was indeed unexpected that the external environment would turn into the current situation. The 9 underworlds, the decimating abyss, the sacred Sun clan. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was a little distant as he pondered, not speaking. That day, Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Yuan Jingfeng, announced that due to his old age and lack of energy, his disciple, the former first-seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's Martial Inheritance Hall, Yan Di, would be assisting him in handling the clan's affairs. Yan Di relinquished his position as the first-seat elder of the Martial Inheritance Hall, someone else taking over his position. After all of Broad Creed Mountain had learned of the news, they all had differing thoughts. The comparatively older longtime elders all felt vaguely worried. In recent years, Fang Zhuan's style of doing things had also become tougher. In comparison, however, Yan Di's style was undoubtedly tougher and more radical. Meanwhile, the attitude of Broad Creed Mountain's senior generation experts was the exact opposite as they felt invigorated by this. The martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain who had always been close to Yan Di's faction celebrated even more, running about as though the clouds had been dispelled to reveal the sun. As for the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain who were close to Fang Zhuan's faction, while it couldn't be said that they were mourning everywhere, their morale was also low. Yan Di's style was domineering and tough, but he wasn't narrow-minded. Everyone here was also of Broad Creed Mountain, so Fang Zhuan's group naturally wouldn't be worried that Yan Di would settle scores with them later on. As long as he didn't cross the line like Eastern Tang's principal elder Yan Su. However, it would be more difficult for them to rise in the sect in the future. He needed more solid results and more outstanding talents. Yan Di was magnanimous enough to let bygones be bygones while also changing his perspective. He began to consider problems from the perspective of the sect leader, from the perspective of the entire sect. Only talent mattered, ensuring the unity and stability of the entire sect. However, under the premise that both sides were equally talented and capable. It did not need to be said whether he would choose his faction or Fang Zhuan's. This was only to be expected. If it were Fang Zhuan or anyone else in his position, the situation would be the same. As the sect leader, he was the chief of all of Broad Creed Mountain, but beneath the chief, there would definitely be hardcore supporters. As it turned out, if the people on Fang Zhuan's side wanted to rise, they had to be truly stronger than their competitors. As Yan Di's control over the clan grew stronger and stronger, with everyone being closely united by his side, truly being of one mind, such a situation would gradually disappear. At that time, there would no longer be any distinction between direct and non-direct descendants. However, this will take some transition time. From a certain perspective, the length of the transition period was also a reflection of Yan Di's capabilities. However, on the whole, it did not affect the overall situation at all. While Yan Di was only temporarily acting as chief, he could immediately guarantee a relatively complete control over Broad Creed Mountain. Having been the chief of Broad Creed Mountain for many years, Yuan Jingfeng's prestige and authority were unquestionable. Within the sect, there were actually more neutral factions. They would support whoever Yuan Jingfeng decided to be the sect leader. The only difference was how much support they had. As for Yen Di, with his own ability and prestige, he could ensure that these neutral Broad Creed Mountain higher echelon experts would give him strong support after he took over. Therefore, on the whole, while some people felt disappointed and worried, the internal change of Broad Creed Mountain's chief position, there were no ripples. On the way back to his lodgings, Yen Zhaoge met with his fellow disciples, all of whom were congratulating him. However, this was not because Yen Di's position had risen, but because Yen Zhaoge had risen along with him. The current Yen Zhaoge had reappeared in the internal crystal furnace, had made important contributions in the War of the Eastern Tang, had found a maiden of extreme Yin for the clan, had ingeniously schemed at Cloud Portent Mountain to pull Infinite Boundless Mountain into their camp, had illuminated the Heavenly Connection meet at Clear Concealed Lake, had forcibly broken through Clear Concealed Lake's devilish domain Grand Formation, not long ago, in the incident of Yunwu County in the Wind Domain's Sand region, he had once again turned the tides. All these things had already long since confirmed Yen Zhaoge's current position. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even if something happened to his father Yen Di now, it would not affect Yen Zhaoge's current situation at all. No matter who succeeded the position of chief, Yen Zhaoge's position and treatment in Broad Creed Mountain were already as stable as Mount Tai. His current prestige and position stemmed more from himself, rather than from others. In everyone's hearts, the current concept of him being the Broad Creed young master Yen Zhaoge was deeply ingrained, and not the son of Broad Creed Mountain's newly appointed temporary chief, Yen Di. It was even to the extent that in many people's hearts, the title of Broad Creed Young Master was already gradually no longer suitable for Yen Zhaoge. Under the heavens, there were few who still viewed him as an ordinary youngster. His numerous achievements had already caused people to begin overlooking Yen Zhaoge's age. Therefore, everyone congratulating Yen Zhaoge at this moment was purely out of congratulating his father for successfully advancing a step further. It was more like a normal exchange of human relations. Yen Zhaoge could more or less feel this. He smiled in return, also appearing unfazed by honor or disgrace, as per usual. Walking on the mountain path, Yen Zhaoge suddenly halted, his gaze piercing through the dense forest as he looked in the direction outside the mountain. With the news of my father's temporary chief having spread, others will also be able to guess that Grand Master is in secluded cultivation, attempting a breakthrough into the martial saint realm. Stroking his lower chin, Yen Zhaoge pondered. As the news spread outside of Broad Creed Mountain, the entire Eight Extremities world was indeed shaken by it. The competition between Yen Di and Fang Jun of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage was not a secret. The other 5 sacred grounds, as well as first and second-rate powers, had similarly been paying close attention to it. Now that it vaguely felt like the dust had settled, everyone sighed, at the same time adjusting their own plans based on the results. At the same time, those of the other sacred grounds also judged that this meant that Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, Yuan Jingfeng, was finally going to attempt that final step, attempting a breakthrough into the martial saint realm. The news that the Sacred Sun clan had obtained the purple essence containing jade and that the Great Sun comes east, Huang Guanglia might very likely advance to a higher level also spread under the heavens. Receiving the news, Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain both maintained their silence. If Yuan Jingfeng successfully advanced a step further, Broad Creed Mountain's leading position in the alliance of the 3 clans would be completely established, and Broad Creed Mountain would also become a massive power that was completely not inferior to the current Sacred Sun clan. This was rather important as to what Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain should do next. However, the pressure of Huang Guanglia possibly advancing a step further was also real. Turbid Wave Pavilion still did not express any stance, while the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall appeared normal on the surface, great waves were surging within. At the peak of the Sacred Sun clan's world-illuminating peak, the current chief Huang Su gazed in the direction of the Northern Heaven Domain, asking quietly, "How are the preparations?" Chapter 263. Behind Huang Su stood a middle-aged man, precisely the Twilight Lord of the 7 reigning suns. The Twilight Lord replied, "Everything is ready, only waiting for the old sect master to come out of seclusion." His voice paused for a moment before he continued, "If the situation is right, then we don't have to wait for the old sect master to come out of seclusion." Huang Su nodded and turned to the side. There stood a quiet young man, like a shadow under the sunlight. It was his son, the world-illuminating young master, Huang Jia. Huang Jia exchanged a glance with his father, Huang Su, and softly said, "It would be best if we can wait for grandfather to come out of seclusion." Huang Su and Twilight Lord didn't ask any more questions. They nodded and withdrew their gazes from Huang Jia. Gazing in the direction of the northern heaven domain, Huang Su muttered to himself, "Broad Creed Mountain, so many years, you have been an eyesore for long enough." It was not just the Sacred Sun clan. To the northeast of the Eight Extremities world, in the U region of the Thunder Domain's 6 regions, lay the Heavenly Thunder Hall of the current world's 6 great sacred grounds. The sky above where the Heavenly Thunder Hall was located was filled densely with thunderclouds all year round, causing one's heart to tremble with fear. The massive palace complex was constructed entirely of greenish-purple metal. It looked like the palace of the Thunder Emperor. In the core of the main hall, a bald old man sat on the main seat, looking at the people in front of him. The old man was bald and had a purple goatee on his chin. As he sat there, he did not exude any powerful aura and appeared very calm. But when others faced him, they would involuntarily feel their hearts palpitate, as if they were facing the most violent lightning. The bald old man was precisely the current lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Martial Saint known as Shocking Thunder All-Round, Shinli. This lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's gaze swept across the higher echelon experts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall present, saying slowly, "The Sacred Sun clans Huang Guanglia and Broad Creed Mountain's Yuan Jingfeng are both seeking to advance further in their cultivation. The situation is delicate. Even though I just suffered a defeat in the Sand region. If this old man was the leader of the Decimating Abyss, I would do it once more on Broad Creed Mountain's territory." Although he spoke slowly, his voice was deep and powerful. It was as if thunder was rolling down, full of pressure. On Shinli's left and right sat the bigwigs of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Behind one of the middle-aged men with a formidable appearance stood a young man with a calm expression and sharp eyes. It was the thunder-rumbling young master, Lin Zhou. He was also the only Grandmaster martial artist and the only junior disciple who was allowed to participate. The middle-aged man before Lin Zhou was naturally his father, the first seat elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Lin Tianfeng. If the Decimating Abyss has infiltrated even deeper into the higher echelons of Broad Creed Mountain, this time would indeed be their chance, Lin Tianfeng said, but it would also depend on how much strength they possess. Before the heaven-equaling Yuan Jingfeng enters secluded cultivation, he would definitely have made appropriate arrangements. Having Yan Di act as the chief is one of them. With the clear Qi robe and Broad Creed Mountain's guardian grand formation present, ordinary people can't cause trouble. Lin Tianfeng said slowly, however, speaking of the 9 underworlds and the Decimating Abyss, there is someone in Broad Creed Mountain who is worth paying attention to. A Grand Elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall opposite him nodded, the one who was defeated in the competition for Broad Creed Mountain's chief this time, Hidden Dragon, Fang Zhuan. Lin Tianfeng said, "That's right. Losing the competition with Yan Di virtually caused the name of Hidden Dragon to become a joke. Fang Zhuan can only be a hidden dragon in this life, not soaring into the 9 heavens and transforming into a true dragon. The true dragon is someone else, his junior apprentice brother of the same clan, Yan Di." The reason why Fang Zhuan had the name of Hidden Dragon was that year. He was the most outstanding amongst those of the same generation in Broad Creed Mountain. Amongst those of the same generation, there was no one who could surpass him. Whether it was within Broad Creed Mountain or outside of Broad Creed Mountain, everyone in the Eight Extremities world thought highly of him as Yuan Jingfeng's successor, Broad Creed Mountain's new chief. In that era, amongst those of the same generation in the entire Eight Extremities world, only the current chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Huang Su, and a few others, could be mentioned in the same breath as Fang Zhuan. The Lin Tianfeng who was here now, compared to Fang Zhuan that year, was also a bit weaker. When Feng Zhuan's fame had risen that year, Yan Di had not even entered Broad Creed Mountain yet. However, in the end, Yan Di had caught up, causing the hidden dragon to be trapped within the deep abyss, unable to ascend to the heavens. Under such circumstances, whether or not Feng Zhuan would lose his mind, whether or not he would be tempted by the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, was actually something that the entire 8 extremities world was concerned about. Hearing Lin Tianfeng mention this matter, those of the Heavenly Thunder Hall all nodded slightly. However, their gazes also inadvertently swept past the person seated beside Lin Tianfeng. That person looked similar to Lin Tianfeng in appearance, currently expressionless, yet was another first-seat elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. He was also Yan Shan's master, the person who had previously competed with Lin Tianfeng for the position of the next Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall after Shenli. Once upon a time, his advantage had been immense, pressuring Lin Tianfeng to the point where he was virtually unable to withstand it. However, in the past year or so, Lin Tianfeng had consecutively performed great feats, not only reversing his disadvantage, he had even reversed the situation completely, instead gaining the upper hand in the battle. While the competition over at the Heavenly Thunder Hall was not as settled as at Broad Creed Mountains, Lin Tianfeng's current advantage was already exceptionally great. As long as he did not commit a fatal mistake, the other party would definitely be hard-pressed to make a comeback. Yan Shan's master was currently expressionless as he said, with the Sacred Sun clan having obtained the purple essence containing jade, Huang Guanglia having advanced a step further, virtually becoming a permanent fixture. Whether or not Broad Creed Mountain's Yuan Jingfeng can succeed is still another matter. How should our Heavenly Thunder Hall proceed from here on out? Lin Tianfeng no longer mentioned the matter of Feng Zhuan, instead saying, Yuan Jingfeng's secluded cultivation this time will definitely not be peaceful. If the Sacred Sun clan's strength rises a step further, our clan should also make more plans for ourselves. Strength is the foundation of everything, whether it is in confrontation or cooperation. On the master's seat, Shenli now spoke calmly, let's wait and see, waiting for a chance to act. Broad Creed Mountain's clear chi robe is a good thing. If the decimating abyss wants to cause trouble this time, it will definitely be a major move, possibly allying with the Flame Devils of the East Sea once more. At that time, Jade Sea City will not have the time to interfere with us. As Shenli said this, his gaze swept across all the bigwigs of the Heavenly Thunder Hall present. Our clan's internal cleansing cannot be neglected. If the decimating abyss messes up our own, that would really be a joke. Everyone present nodded in unison, a longtime elder saying, the decimating abyss will also not go to the extent of making enemies everywhere. If they want to succeed, they will also have to concentrate their strength. Even so, we still have to dig out all the nails of our clan, Shenli said mildly, how can we let sand be in our eyes? Everyone replied in unison, yes, Hall Lord. In Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge returned to his lodgings, Ahu beside him beaming with joy as he was incomparably happy for Yan Di. Right, Ahu, how is the thing that I asked you to find earlier? Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, pondering as he asked. Awakening, Ahu answered, young master, it's already gathered. I'll go get it for you. Saying thus, he brought over a few things. Other than a bow, there were also quite a few materials. Chapter 264. Everyone, please support the official subscriptions and monthly tickets. Thank you, everyone. After returning from the Sand region, Yan Zhaoge had asked Ahu to search for some things. Currently, the manpower and resources that Yan Zhaoge could mobilize had long since been no longer limited to the Yan family. The resources of the entire Broad Creed Mountain could also be mobilized by Yan Zhaoge in large amounts. Now, Yan Zhaoge's work could also be considered to be the center of attention, with quite a few people staring at him. Not mentioning the numerous major matters that he had previously accomplished, just the fact that Yan Zhaoge was a martial scholar and a disciple of the younger generation, being able to freely use most of the resources of Broad Creed Mountain, such authority was enough to draw the attention of the outside world, wanting to see what exactly he could do. After all, in all under the heavens, how many youngsters could possess such authority? It was not without reason that others were increasingly disregarding Yan Zhaoge's age and seniority. His many great deeds and the authority he possessed had long since been incomparable to those of the same age and generation. Many people were staring at his every move, trying to analyze it. Yan Zhaoge was well aware of this. Therefore, he had instructed Ah Hu to search for more than 10 times the number and variety of things that he truly needed. This was all for the purpose of confusing and concealing himself. The few things that Ah Hu had handed over were what he truly wanted. The other things might not be useless, but they were not urgently needed, and could only be temporarily kept in reserve. Holding that longbow, Yan Zhaoge lightly pulled the bowstring, drawing it back, able to feel the abundant spiritual qi and power within. However, wanting to wield this treasure as he pleased, Yan Zhaoge currently still lacked the strength to wield its power. Because, this was a mid-grade spirit artifact. Wanting to completely wield the power of a mid-grade spirit artifact, one had to be an essence spirit martial grandmaster. Spirit vessel martial grandmasters could only wield a portion of its power, while martial scholars could not. Yan Zhaoge plucked at the bowstring, pondering as he asked, unable to find a high-grade spirit artifact bow? Ah Hu scratched his head, young master. Currently, the only high-grade spirit artifact bows that we know of are the Sacred Sun Clan's Shooting Sun and the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Heaven Shocker. Even if Jade Sea City, Turbid Wave Pavilion and Infinite Boundless Mountain have them, we can also try to borrow them. If Shooting Sun and Heaven Shocker. I really can't think of anything else. If you want to steal or rob, my cultivation is still too low. Ah Hu looked at the bow in Yan Zhaoge's hands. In the lands of the Heaven Domain, the best bow that can be found is this Sky Speed. I also know this, Yan Zhaoge nodded, a mid-grade spirit artifact is actually already sufficient. It's just that the better the bow, the higher the chance. While he was temporarily unable to wield this high-speed bow, Yan Zhaoge was not in a rush as he placed it by the side, beginning to inspect other things. After inspecting all of the items one by one, Yan Zhaoge nodded in satisfaction, very good. It is only because of Broad Creed Mountain's great assets that they could prepare everything within such a short period of time. I'm afraid it won't be that fast. Yan Zhaoge took out his internal crystal furnace once more. From within, a low, stable sound could be heard, clearly still in the midst of circulating. Lightly tapping on the internal crystal furnace, Yan Zhaoge opened the lid of the furnace, brilliant light instantly gushing out. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, patting the body of the furnace. Instantly, a purple light flew out from within, landing before Yan Zhaoge. It was precisely a dark green bamboo branch. Originally placed within the internal crystal furnace along with this bamboo branch were the incinerating light sword, the vapor sealing sword and the purple gold thunder sword, the 3 low-grade spirit artifacts. Now, they had long since disappeared. Meanwhile, that bamboo branch actually seemed to have grown quite a bit, the bamboo segment having now become 2 segments. Yan Zhaoge reached out and grasped the bamboo branch. He first kept it, then guided it with his aura-chi, the many treasures that he had inspected earlier all falling into the internal crystal furnace together. Next, Yan Zhaoge closed the lid of the furnace, his hands simultaneously striking the 2 sides of the internal crystal furnace. The surface of the internal crystal furnace glowed with a myriad of colors. It began circulating mightily once more. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was calm as he silently gazed at the internal crystal furnace, his hands rhythmically striking the internal crystal furnace with a strange rhythm, causing the circulation of this furnace to always be under his control, moving according to his thoughts. Time slowly passed. Regardless of whether the outside world was turbulent or turbulent, Yan Zhaoge remained within his own world, quietly controlling the internal crystal furnace to concoct the things that he wanted. It had already been some time since Yan Di had temporarily assumed the position of chief. After Broad Creed Mountain had passed smoothly and everything had stabilized on the right track, the old chief, Yuan Jingfeng, had finally officially decided to enter secluded cultivation. With Yuan Jingfeng in seclusion, the matters on Yan Zhaoge's hands finally came to an end for the time being. The internal crystal furnace temporarily halted its circulation, its lid opening. Yan Zhaoge guided it, and 3 black shadows flew out from within. The 3 black shadows simultaneously landed within Yan Zhaoge's hands. They were 3 jet black arrows, flickering with a faint golden light, each of them around a meter long. Carefully observing the arrowheads before his eyes, Yan Zhaoge saw that the sharpness of the arrowheads flickered unceasingly. They did not look sharp at all, instead appearing rather illusory as they flickered. The arrowheads of the 3 jet-black arrows seemed to be unceasingly changing between being real and illusory. Narrowing his eyes, Yan Zhaoge appraised them for a while before nodding in satisfaction. The first step is a success, but it still needs some polishing. Sticking his head over from the side, Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, what is this?" "Devil-shattering arrow," Yan Zhaoge answered casually. Ahu scratched his big head, something specially used to deal with the devilish domain grand formation. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, not replying as he closed the internal crystal furnace, first placing it back into his shadow-shrinking pouch along with the arrows before asking, "Grand Master is entering seclusion today?" Ahu's expression turned somewhat solemn. "Yes, young master." Yan Zhaoge nodded, striding out first. Ahu followed behind him, the two arriving at the back mountains together. The so-called back mountains of Broad Creed Mountain generally referred to the 3 mountains, Water Ridge Peak, Converting Lake Peak and Gentle Wind Peak. The entire Broad Creed Mountain was formed of a total of 8 mountain peaks, all of them smooth as mirrors, their surface areas vast. They were all not naturally formed, instead having been carved out by experts of the clan that year after their original peaks had been shaved off. The 8 great mountains began from the earth and ended in the heavens. The highest heaven-rising peak was Broad Creed Mountain's main peak. Of the latter 3 mountains, Gentle Wind Peak was free to enter and leave, and many Broad Creed Mountain disciples were active there. Water Ridge Peak and Converting Lake Peak, however, were both forbidden grounds. Beneath the former was Broad Creed Mountain's #1 danger ground, the Heaven-Sealing Gorge, while the latter was the secluded cultivation ground of Broad Creed Mountain's peak experts. In the past, the founder of Broad Creed Mountain, the heaven-establishing old man Qiu Yuan, had entered secluded cultivation here. The exalted heaven shaker Zhan Dongge, invincible amongst the 8 extremities world, had also entered secluded cultivation here. The heaven diviner Zhan Shilo, who had led Broad Creed Mountain through its darkest years, had also entered secluded cultivation here. Now, it was Yuan Zhengfeng's turn. Looking at the people before him, the old man smiled. This old man's departure this time will be hard to predict, and it is also hard to predict how long it will take. Broad Creed Mountain will be in your hands. Yan Di and the others said, "We will do our best." Standing at the back of the crowd, Yan Zhaoge also bowed towards Yuan Zhengfeng from afar, watching as his Grand Master entered secluded cultivation. He looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly today. Chapter 265. After watching Yuan Zhengfeng enter seclusion, Yan Zhaoge left, exiting Converting Lake Peak and returning to his lodgings. Along the way, he saw a figure standing there, seemingly waiting for him. Yan Zhaoge greeted him, "Senior apprentice brother Su, you've finally returned? Has Suzhou City completed the handover?" That person was tall and sturdy, and his appearance was straightforward and upright. It was precisely Xue Fei. "Brother Fei." Who greeted them as well. Xue Fei nodded. "Zhaoge, Hu Ting." Yan Zhaoge led Xue Fei to his lodgings. After they had taken their seats, Xue Fei went straight to the point and asked, "Zhaoge, although you are currently still a martial scholar, you have already broken through 2 great devilish formations, and have also interacted with many fallen practitioners. Currently, in our sect, I feel that you should be one of the few people who understand the 9 underworld's demons, the demon domain, the decimating abyss, and the fallen evils the most. The reason I came here today is because I have something to ask of you." Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge fell silent for a moment before saying, "Does senior apprentice brother Su want to ask, is it possible for fallen practitioners to regain their human form?" Xue Fei nodded slowly. "Perhaps it's an extravagant hope. But, if there's a glimmer of hope, and that person is really senior brother Shi, then I want to give it a try." Yan Zhaoge also didn't play dumb with Su Fei, "Senior apprentice brother Su, to be honest, I also hope that senior apprentice brother Shi Songtao will be able to realize his error and mend his ways. However, it's a pity that from what I currently know, after a person comes into contact with devilish qi and completes their internal and external connection, their thoughts manifesting externally into reality, completely falling to the dark side, there is no way for them to regain their human form. I am not omniscient and omnipotent. I dare not say that there is no way, but based on what I know, I have no way. The two had a close relationship, and Shuefei was a straightforward person who was also sufficiently resolute in his beliefs. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge was not afraid of telling him everything in a straightforward manner. Sure enough, when Shuefei heard it, he sighed softly, "I'm just holding on to a sliver of hope. But if it's you, Zhaoge, there's nothing you can do. I'm afraid it's really hard to say." Yan Zhaoge said softly, "For all those who have fallen to the dark side, the one who makes the final decision is always themselves. After falling to the dark side, humans are no longer humans. Instead, it's the netherworld evil demons, another kind of existence in this world, or you could say that they're another kind of life form. Although the fallen evils have memories of their previous lives, the 9 netherworld evil demons kill people just like how we slaughter cows, goats, chickens, and ducks. To them, the feeling is more or less the same. The memories of their past lives are more like the memories of their past lives after reincarnation." Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "If possible, we all hope that senior apprentice Brother Shirt can turn back, but is he himself willing? Of course, all of this is based on the premise that the masked man who tried to assassinate us is really senior Brother Shirt." Hearing Yan Zhaoge's question, Shuefei silently removed the wineskin by his waist. Instead of drinking heartily like he used to, he sipped slowly. He said slowly, "I understand what you're saying." Yan Zhaoge was silent for a moment, before asking, "We don't know whether senior apprentice Brother Shirt currently has any lives on his hands. Even if the people he killed weren't from our sect, you and I both know that as humans, killing is a very important thing. It's completely different from killing people as demons of the netherworld." Yan Zhaoge looked at Shuefei. "In these few exchanges, we can feel that assassin. Although he doesn't use the martial arts he's most proficient in, his killing intent and killing intent are all biting cold to the extreme. He really wants to put us to death. Although we currently don't have a way to let the fallen evils regain their human form, it's not that we can't first capture him alive, then slowly find a way. But you and I both know. The difficulty of killing an opponent is completely different from the difficulty of capturing one alive, especially when it's an opponent who may not be weaker than us. When two people of similar strength fight, victory or defeat, life or death, is often decided in an instant." Hearing this, Shuefei didn't say anything, but also nodded. Yan Zhaoge continued, "I have the stone pillar from the Great Western Desert to suppress my opponent, so I have confidence in one-on-one. But what about you, senior apprentice Brother Shui? Being able to capture him alive would naturally be the best, but are you prepared to risk being killed by him and still preserve his life?" Shuefei's gaze didn't fluctuate in the slightest as he calmly said, "That's right, if this person really is senior apprentice Brother Shui, this is what I plan to do. If he really has already committed too many crimes, I won't be biased. But before that, I have to try hard." Shuefei stood up, saying, "I have no parents, and was raised by master from young, growing up together with Brother Tao. Even if I have to take the risk myself, I don't care." Yan Zhaoge sighed, similarly standing up. "Right now, we still can't confirm that masked person's identity. If we meet again, it's best if you don't treat him as senior apprentice Brother Shui, or it will be very dangerous. If he doesn't use his original martial arts, only using the dark light killing art, he won't be your match. However, if you show mercy in all aspects, the one who will lose will very likely be you. The dark light killing art, this martial art, possesses great explosive power, and is also a martial art that purely kills people." Shuefei nodded, "Rest assured, I will pay attention to the bare minimum. If someone wants to impersonate senior apprentice Brother Shui and scheme against me, I will take good care of him." Yan Zhaoge said, "If you think this way, that's naturally for the best." After sending Shuefei out, Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the sunlight that penetrated through the leaves of the forest, saying, "With Grand Master in secluded cultivation this time, hidden tides are surging in the outside world. If our clan passes through this, the situation will be even better. But, this bottleneck will not be easy to pass. Xue Fei also halted, standing alongside Yan Zhaoge, similarly raising his head and appraising the mottled sunlight. While Grand Master's chances of success are uncertain, and if he fails, there is still the risk of him perishing. The Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will not just wait for the results calmly. Especially if the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia leaves seclusion successfully, the Sacred Sun Clan will definitely directly step into the Heaven Domain, heading straight for our clan. The Decimating Abyss may also make a comeback. Others aside, at the very least, they still have the Scaly Dragon King, Sima Chui, a late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster expert. Also, Xue Fei frowned. His status was similarly already not something that ordinary disciples of the same generation could compare to. Perhaps his authority in mobilizing resources and manpower could not compare to Yan Zhaoge's, but he could also come into contact with much information that ordinary martial practitioners of the same generation did not know. Yan Zhaoge directly continued his words, also, there is still one person that we have to guard against. Exchanging glances, the two said simultaneously, the Devil Saint Yuan Tian. One of the current 6 martial saints of the 8 extremities world, a peak existence amongst solitary practitioners, the Devil Saint Yuan Tian, just so happened to be related to the Decimating Abyss and the 9 underworlds. After the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, having prevented the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler from reinforcing Clear Concealed Lake, Yuan Tian had disappeared without a trace, but no one dared to think that this was a coincidence. This person's destructive power was far from what the likes of Sima Chui could compare to. Or perhaps it should be said that up till now, all the known Decimating Abyss martial practitioners added together would still not be enough to be beaten by this person with a single hand. Chapter 266. Leader, member, ally, or perhaps he helped out of a favor? Su Fei asked. It could even be that Yuan Tian did it on his own accord. However, no matter what the reason is, we must be on guard against Yuan Tian. We must include him in our upcoming plans. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge nodded. The Devil Saint Yuan Tian is indeed a problem. We need to be wary of him. Su Fei said, Zhaoge, you have to be careful from now on. His gaze fell on the devilish mark on Yan Zhaoge's left hand. After all, Master's cultivation base is rather high. If the enemy wants to reopen the Great 9 Underworld's door in the Sand region, it is very likely that they will target you. Yan Zhaoge said straightforwardly, even if it isn't for the Great 9 Underworld's door, they might still target me. If I were to die, the pressure of the devilish mark would all fall onto eldest apprentice uncle. This way, eldest apprentice uncle's attention would be drawn further, making it easier for them to do other things. Xue Fei's expression was a little solemn. Yes, he was an open-minded and forthright person, but apart from being open and candid, he was also relatively steady. He didn't like to speculate, so there were some things that were difficult to say out loud. Yan Zhaoge, however, immediately understood the meaning behind Su Fei's words. If there were still people of Broad Creed Mountain who were spies of the Decimating Abyss, especially experts whose cultivation bases were rather high, if they intended to assassinate Yan Zhaoge, it would be extremely covert, hard to guard against. After all, he couldn't look at everyone with suspicion or completely isolate Yan Zhaoge. He could only rely on Yan Zhaoge's own vigilance for everything. Yan Zhaoge patted Su Fei's shoulder. Relax, senior apprentice brother Su. I will take care of myself. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge laughed. While I don't really like it, it seems like there are always such things that come looking for me. It looks like I was born to be a bait, with the clan just being able to create a circle around me, ambushing and killing spies of the Decimating Abyss. Xue Fei said sternly, that's true, but you'll be taking a huge risk. I know Zhaoge, you have a strange treasure on you, and you are not afraid of a spirit vessel martial grandmaster, but what if an essence spirit martial grandmaster suddenly attacks after getting close? You might not be able to fend off the reinforcements of the experts lying in ambush. Xue Fei paused for a moment. If it was an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, he wouldn't even have the time to react. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Senior apprentice brother Su, you are right, it is indeed like this. But now, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. There are some things that can't be helped. However, I won't joke around with my life. Although I don't plan to be quarantined in the near future. I want to reduce my personal contact with the higher-ups of the sect. Except for a limited number of people, the rest of the elders can only apologize first. I believe they will understand. Xue Fei nodded. It's good that you know what to do. After sending Su Fei off, Yan Zhaoge did not directly return to the secluded room as he instead strolled leisurely outside. Traversing the forest, Yan Zhaoge came before a waterfall, quietly looking at the flowing water. After who knew how long, when Yan Zhaoge was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He looked in a certain direction and saw a figure appear in the distance. It was a woman. The woman's appearance was beautiful, but her temperament was somewhat cold. It was Sikong Qing. Sikong Qing only discovered Yan Zhaoge after getting close. As she looked over, she could only feel that Yan Zhaoge seemed to have merged as one with his surroundings, making it hard for her to detect him. Senior apprentice brother Yan, Sikong Qing first bowed. Yan Zhaoge nodded, junior apprentice sister Sikong. It's been a long time. Congratulations on your rapid progress in cultivation. Compared to the time of the Qingze Lake Alliance meet, Sikong Qing's current cultivation had already stepped from the inner aura stage to the outer aura stage. Yan Zhaoge heard the sound of her blood flowing. It was as heavy as lead mercury, but it didn't seem sluggish at all. Are you currently at the peak of the early outer aura stage, or have you already stepped into the mid-outer aura stage, the stage of condensing qi into weapons? Yan Zhaoge asked interestedly. Sikong Qing replied, at the middle stage of outer aura, one can already condense qi into weapons. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand. His upstanding qi transformed into a blade and floated beside his body. Shockingly, he was already at the middle stage of the physical invulnerability stage. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his palms together, sighing, it hasn't even been a year since we returned from Clear Concealed Lake, and you've already advanced by leaps and bounds to this stage. You really are a heaven-blessed genius. Sikong Qing shook her head. Compared to senior apprentice brother Yan's speed of advancing from the late inner aura stage to the early outer aura stage, and then to the mid-outer aura stage, it is much slower. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly, but he did not speak. Sikong Qing's situation was very special, very abnormal. Before she had become a martial scholar, while she had also been extremely outstanding, it hadn't been especially exaggerated, basically being at the average standard of direct disciples of sacred grounds. That year, after becoming a martial scholar, her speed of improvement had been so swift that even Yan Zhaoge had been taken aback. Amongst those of the same generation, her speed of improvement had surpassed that of the original owner of Yan Zhaoge's body, Lu Wen, Su Fei. Only Feng Yunsheng had been slightly faster than her. However, Feng Yunsheng's situation had originally been special. With the extreme yin scripture, the yin-yang coexisting technique, as well as the recent stimulation of the cold marrow needles, she had been working on multiple fronts. Ying Longtu's improvement had been even more exaggerated, but because of his Big Dipper body, it had been especially convenient for Han Long to enter the body refinement realm. Having reached the martial scholar realm, while his improvement speed would also be very fast, he still might not be stronger than Sikong Qing. Everyone was curious, and Yan Zhaoge was the same. However, he was just curious, not having any thoughts of digging deeper. After all, Sikong Qing wasn't an enemy. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Sikong Qing's gaze was a little strange. Yan Zhaoge touched his face. What, are there flowers growing on my face? Sikong Qing shook her head. No, it's just that looking at you, senior apprentice brother Yan, I thought of some things. Yan Zhaoge's interest was piqued. Oh? What things? Earlier at Clear Concealed Lake, I personally experienced it. This time at Yunmu County in the Sand region, while I wasn't there, I also heard about it. Sikong Qing said, Senior apprentice brother Yan, you have done something that many martial grandmaster experts are unable to do. From ancient times till now, whether or not you are the strongest martial scholar, I don't dare to say for sure, but I'm afraid that you are the martial scholar with the greatest ability. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. So? Xikong Qing said, so, I feel that I have to make some changes. You doubt yourself? Yan Zhaoge appraised her all over, doubting whether your heart having always been completely undistracted, not dabbling in formations, artifact forging and the like, instead wholeheartedly cultivating in the martial arts, is this path correct? Xikong Qing said calmly, no, I have never wavered. I firmly believe that my path is not wrong. While at Clear Concealed Lake, as well as now when a storm is about to descend upon our clan, I feel my own insignificance and powerlessness. I have never doubted my own choice. My insignificance and powerlessness are only because I am currently too weak. Looking at Xikong Qing, Yan Zhaoge saw that her eyes were glowing slightly, a rare sight. The girl continued, I feel that the environment that I have been in all along has been too comfortable. Under the guidance and protection of the clan, while I have also cultivated diligently, while I believe that I have been diligent in my cultivation, it has still been too comfortable. Xikong Qing looked straight at Yan Zhaoge. I want to go out adventuring for a bit, going a little further, seeing more things, tempering myself, life and death up to the heavens. Chapter 267. Looking at Xikong Qing, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Yan Zhaoge did not object to Xikong Qing's thoughts. After all, this was a world that belonged to martial artists. When a person had the ability to push forward unparalleled, everything else paled in comparison. The simplest example was Devil Saint Yuan Tian. He did not need to use any other means. Just by standing there, he was a deterrent. In the current Eight Extremities world, a martial saint had the ability and capital to ignore most of the rules. Most of the time, only existences of the same level could restrict him. As Xikong Qing had said, she felt powerless, mostly because her current cultivation was still low. In fact, this couldn't be blamed on her. Compared to her age and cultivation time, she had already surpassed countless people. It was just that she was involved in a situation that her current cultivation and strength couldn't handle. Most of the tragedies in this world originated from this. From a certain perspective, Yan Zhaoge was also in the same situation, just that he had other countermeasures. It was also precisely because he was always able to solve problems that, logically speaking, he was unable to solve with his current level of cultivation, that Yan Zhaoge had his current position and reputation. Looking at Xikong Qing, Yan Zhaoge said, before this, when you were out tempering yourselves, while there were people who brought you along, on the whole, as long as it was not a life or death situation, they would not care about you. The clan also considers the effects of tempering. Xikong Qing said, even so, we always have feelings of dependence in our hearts. She looked at the distant waterfall, listening to the rumbling sound of water. For Senior Marshal Sister Feng to have what she has today, those 2 years of wandering alone and being chased by others were very important. Although, that's not a good thing. Yan Zhaoge knew that Xikong Qing's words were unrelated to Feng Yunqing's extreme Yin physique as well as the cold marrow needles and the extreme Yin scripture. She was referring to Feng Yunqing's strength, which far surpassed her peers. On one hand, it was talent, and on the other hand, it was experience. Feng Yunqing's combat ability far surpassed most martial artists of the same realm. As far as Yan Zhaoge knew, Feng Yunqing and Xikong Qing were both disciples of Fu Wenchu. They would often spar with each other. This pair of apprentice sisters was also very interesting. Feng Yunqing addressed Xikong Qing as Senior Apprentice Sister Xikong, while Xikong Qing addressed Feng Yunqing as Senior Apprentice Sister Feng. Of course, there was no conflict between the two. He didn't mean to oppose her at all. Because Feng Yunqing entered the sect late, she respectfully addressed Xikong Qing, who was younger than her, as Senior Apprentice Sister. And the reason why Xikong Qing addressed Feng Yunqing as Senior Sister was very simple. There was no enmity between fellow disciples, so there was no need for them to fight to the death. After exchanging blows, Feng Yunqing had always been slightly superior. If it was a fight to the death, Feng Yunqing would have an even greater advantage. Not in the mood to interfere with Xikong Qing's decision, Yan Zhaoge smiled, having such thoughts, you are also wholeheartedly devoted to the martial Tao, striving to improve yourself. I naturally have no objections to this. While it might be hard to say for others, it might indeed be a feasible path for you. However, first, it's best if you ask for Uncle Master Fu's opinion before making a decision. Second, even if you want to leave, it's better to wait for Grandmaster to come out of seclusion. It's better to wait until the dust has settled. It's been a troubled time recently. Hearing this, Sikong Qing nodded, saying, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan's words are reasonable. I understand. She cupped her hands towards Yan Zhaoge, then took her leave. Yan Zhaoge looked at Sikong Qing's back. He sighed, 100 vying barges, who will emerge victorious? Shaking his head, Yan Zhaoge returned to his residence. Speaking of diligently cultivating and improving one's strength and realm. Yan Zhaoge's desire to improve had never been weaker than others. While he had been enjoying limitless glory recently, having accomplished great things that many martial scholars had been unable to accomplish, Yan Zhaoge's urgent desire to raise his strength was even stronger than most people's. Returning to his secluded room, Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, the aura qi within his body ceaselessly regulating his breathing. A spiritual light shot into the skies from the top of his head. Raising his left hand, Yan Zhaoge examined the devilish mark on the back of his hand, unceasingly analyzing the concept contained within. Within his dantian, the chaotic qi mass was still hazy. After regulating his breathing for a moment, the spiritual light above his head gradually retracted as he took out an item. It was a piece of stone that resembled a mirror, not being transparent as it looked completely gray. However, as Yan Zhaoge's gaze fell on it, radiance seemed to vaguely flicker on its surface, reflecting Yan Zhaoge's face. It was precisely the life-illuminating immortal stone that Yan Zhaoge had previously obtained from the foreign dimension that loose practitioner he had resided in. This treasure's usual use, and one that most people of pre-Great Calamity times knew of, was to reflect the circulation paths of one's aura qi as one cultivated, displaying it for others to see. In other words, its main use was actually to guide disciples and teach. When the seniors of the clan cultivated, they would use the life-illuminating immortal stone to display the circulation paths of their aura qi, demonstrating it for the juniors, making it easier for them to observe and comprehend. However, Yan Zhaoge knew that this treasure still had other uses. He extended his finger, lightly swiping it on the surface of the life-illuminating immortal stone, drawing a series of patterns. Different scenes of light instantly appeared on the surface of the stone. The originally gray stone actually gradually turned clear and transparent at this moment, resembling a crystal, resembling the true surface of a mirror. The spiritual light above Yan Zhaoge's head rose once more, just that an image also arose within the spiritual light, looking exceptionally unique. In the following days, Yan Zhaoge began his days of secluded cultivation once more. Every day, he would either cultivate unceasingly accumulating in preparation for his breakthrough into the martial grandmaster realm, or analyze the devilish mark on the back of his left hand, or forge devil-shattering arrows with the internal crystal furnace. Time passed quickly, and some time had already passed since the old clan chief Yuan Jingfeng had entered secluded cultivation. Broad Creed Mountain operated as per usual internally, Yan Di already fully immersed in his role. Meanwhile, in the outside world, whether it was the Sacred Sun clan or the Decimating Abyss, they also temporarily did not make any major movements. At this moment it was as though they were all united, eagerly anticipating Yuan Jingfeng's success in his cultivation, successfully stepping into the martial saint realm and emerging from seclusion. However, whether it was Yan Zhaoge or Yan Di and the others, they all knew that all this was merely an illusion, just the final calm before the storm. One day, as Yan Zhaoge sat quietly within his room, the surface of the life-illuminating immortal stone that was clear as crystal before him already riddled with cracks, resembling dense spiderwebs. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he extended his finger, tapping on the life-illuminating immortal stone. The crystalline stone soundlessly shattered, turning into fine powder before turning into dust, dissipating within the air, as though it had never existed in the first place. Meanwhile, the spiritual light above Yan Zhaoge's head erupted with light. Radiance seemed to be emitted from every single acupoint of his entire body. Bathed completely within the radiance, Yan Zhaoge's illusory aura qi seemed to have transformed into actual auspicious clouds, supporting his body. The bright spiritual light above his head now began slowly retracting from the top of Yan Zhaoge's head, while the light emitted from his entire body grew even denser. Today, Yan Zhaoge officially advanced towards the martial Grandmaster realm. Chapter 268. Yan Zhaoge's entire body shone with radiance, his aura qi roiling as he looked like he was surrounded by auspicious clouds. As the acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, a shocking force emanated from within his body. Gradually, there seemed to be true dragons moving up and down in the auspicious clouds. The true dragons could only see their heads but not their tails. They let out resounding and tyrannical dragon roars in unison. At this moment, the two auras of cold and heat were no longer distinct. One could only feel a vigorous power. Yan Zhaoge's closed eyes now opened. At this moment, the radiance of the auspicious clouds that flickered with radiance around him gradually receded. The dragon-like astral energy also calmed down. The dazzling auspicious clouds gradually became quiet, and in the end, they seemed muddle-headed. Yan Zhaoge's current location was vaguely hard to describe. He was clearly there, yet it seemed impossible to ascertain his position, unable to distinguish between front and back, unable to distinguish between up and down. Time and space seemed to have lost their meaning at this moment, leaving only chaos. Currently, the massive qi surrounding Yan Zhaoge's body was shockingly the same as the scene within his Dantian's qi ocean. At this moment, the spiritual light above Yan Zhaoge's head had completely vanished, and the light within his eyes had also been completely retracted, looking completely ordinary and unremarkable, restrained and warm. The chaotic qi mass formed of his aura qi also gradually returned to the acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body. Standing up from the ground, Yan Zhaoge resembled a famed, peerless sword that had revealed its sharpness to the fullest, sheathed at this moment. Not only was the edge of the sword not blunt, but it was even sharper. It was just that it was temporarily restrained, and would only be revealed again when there was a need, erupting with even greater power than before. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, only feeling that his aura qi that was rich with spirituality was even more restrained, even more condensed, even more vigorous, even heavier. He vaguely felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of martial arts cultivation. His own understanding, his own learning. Combining it with the martial arts he cultivated, a path to sublimation was already faintly discernible before his eyes. Yan Zhaoge knew that it was his true martial soul. Now that he had the foundation to nurture it, all he had to do was continue to accumulate and analyze it before he could finally comprehend it and sublimate it. And at this moment, he had already successfully stepped into the great Grandmaster realm. It was as if a door had been opened in front of him, and he had stepped into a whole new world. Great Grandmaster realm. Spirit nurturing initial stage. The spirituality of the stellar energy returned to its original state, and the fist intent heaven and earth turned from illusory to real, beginning to form spirit soil. This was precisely where the foundation of a martial Grandmaster lay. The spirit soil formed of Yan Zhaoge's fist intense aura qi resembled the chaos within his Dantian's qi ocean, profound and indiscernible. Yan Zhaoge adjusted his condition for a moment, then got up, pushed open the door and walked out. Waiting outside, Ahu immediately saw that spiritual light that connected to the heavens above Yan Zhaoge's head vanish. According to Yan Zhaoge's personality, other than a few special circumstances, he would never retract the spiritual light above his head. At this moment, the light disappeared. Carefully appraising Yan Zhaoge, Ahu felt the acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body pulsating, resembling a true divinity, communicating with the two heavens and earth within and outside his body. Ahu was someone who had experienced it once. He was slightly startled at first, then overjoyed. "Young master, you've successfully become a great grandmaster." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "A new beginning, a new beginning." Ahu praised sincerely, "Young master, you almost broke the record of the clan head as the youngest great master. If we start counting from the beginning of the physical invulnerability stage to the grandmaster stage, you used even less time than the clan head." Usually, when Ahu said such words, he would still more or less have the intention of bootlicking. But at this moment, he was filled with admiration from the bottom of his heart, only feeling that it was inconceivable. Don't look at how the big guy was usually very carefree, following by Yan Zhaoge's side like a lackey. However, this was only when he was facing Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, only then would he be like this. When facing others, while he was all smiles on the surface. Most of the time, he, Huang Huding, actually also had his own pride within his heart, resembling a ferocious tiger of Mount Buddha. However, seeing Yan Zhaoge at such a young age, having already stepped into the martial grandmaster realm, Hu also felt that it was too amazing. This had nothing to do with Yan Zhaoge's identity at all, but was purely an admiration of Yan Zhaoge's individual excellence. Yan Zhaoge smiled, father becoming a martial grandmaster at the age of 22, wanting to break this record is not easy. Currently, of those that are known, we can only see if Han Long has any hope. He looked at Hu, right, from the looks of it, you were specially waiting for me here. Is there something important? Hu nodded, grinning, revealing a mouthful of white teeth that vaguely seemed a little savage. Young master, things seem to be a little unstable at home. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Oh? Home. The home that Hu spoke of was naturally not the Thunder Domain's Zhao region's Yan family, but the Central Heaven region's Yan family that Yan Zhaoge had come from. After having split off from the Thunder Domain's Zhao region that year, in order to avoid the persecution of the Thunder Domain's Zhao region's Yan family, they had traveled a long and arduous journey to the Heaven Domain, finally settling down in the Heaven Domain once more. The Central Heaven region was where Broad Creed Mountain was. Here, by convention, other first-rate powers were not permitted to exist. Wanting to develop in the Central Heaven region, they were at most some second-rate powers. The only two exceptions were the Yan family of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, as well as the Zhang family of the Grand Elder Zhang. Because of Yan Di and Elder Zhang, these two families had settled down in the Central Heaven region. However, comparatively speaking, they were both very low-key. Following Yan Di's rise in cultivation and position, the Central Heaven region's Yan family had also become a famed family of the Eight Extremities world. Of course, the Thunder Domain's Zhao region's Yan family refused to acknowledge this. However, the Central Heaven region's Yan family also didn't care whether they acknowledged it or not. The current patriarch of the Yan family was Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di. However, Yan Di spent most of his time at Broad Creed Mountain. His status as an elder of Broad Creed Mountain was also far greater than that of the Yan family's patriarch. Yan Di was the head of the Yan family. However, most of the family's daily affairs were handled by the elders, who then reported them to Yan Di. How is the family unstable? Yan Zhaoge asked, looking like he was smiling whilst also not. Hu's expression was savage as he answered, some people are gossiping, suspecting that family head is not the old master's biological son, also speaking rudely towards young master, even insulting madam in the process. Yan Zhaoge chuckled coldly, not getting angry, this is interesting. Seeing that father's position in the sacred ground, Broad Creed Mountain, with hopes of ascending to the position of clan chief, they don't want to hug his thigh tightly, instead causing trouble at this time. First, not mentioning how trustworthy those filthy rumors are, even if they are true, the sensible choice at this time would be to stand on father's side, even helping to destroy the evidence and quell the dispute. The stronger father, the more stable his position, and the more stable the position of the Central Heaven region's Yan family, rising with the tide, the more benefits there are. Jumping out at this time to cause trouble, don't you think that they are stupid? Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, they are not stupid in the slightest. That means that there is another reason. Father is temporarily acting as Broad Creed Mountain's clan chief, having to attend to numerous affairs every day, unable to find the time. However, this kind of internal fire, he can't just ignore it. His own family is not at peace, how can he manage Broad Creed Mountain? It is also not suitable for others to suppress it. As the patriarch's son, it would be most suitable for me to return home to handle it. Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly, gazing into the distance, indeed, the calm before the storm has ended. The other side is preparing to make a move.